This is the Scott Allen Miller vlog, Nicaragua Live. It is Thursday night. Welcome to the show. Today's going to be a big one. This week has been such an epic week talking about dealing with this news from Canada that happened like right after we did the live stream last week, that so many Canadians are potentially looking at moving to Nicaragua, of all places, right? Which is fantastic. We're so excited about that. But we're going to talk about that on today's show. Is that really true? Answer your questions. I'm sure we're going to have a lot of potential Canadians and just people who've seen the news signing on because we have so much interest in this. This has been such a big thing. And it's all very exciting and very interesting. So we've had just such a amazing boost of traffic and events and just everything this week. It has been such a week. Like I'm so excited to be a YouTuber this week. It has been amazing. And Eric is on from Generic Expats. Eric, how's it going? Glad you're here. Eric just minutes ago released a new video that we recorded 7 months ago, I guess, in Las Penitas here in Leon, doing an interview and talking about life in Nicaragua. So in just a second, I'm going to throw that onto the live stream. So if anyone wants to see that video, please wait until after the live stream to watch it, but definitely bookmark it, subscribe to his channel, get involved in his amazing community of expat information. He handles a broader Latin American scope, which we do too, but we're really focused on Nicaragua. I'm going to be right back because, of course, as I start the live stream, they always wait to make dinner on Thursdays, so I'm scrambling to eat, and then my dog comes in to eat, yeah, it's a little bit frustrating. I'll be right back. And we're back. And we already have 7 people on, which is amazing. Janine is on. Hey, Scott. Very happy to join tonight. Finally booked my trip for December 9th to January 10th. Not bad. Coming down for a month. Janine, where are you going to be staying? What are you going to be seeing? What's the game plan while you're here? Patricia's on. Hello. I had to watch 2 advertisements before I could join the live. Very nice. Good to see that the ad system's paying the bills. One for pizza, then another for fat removal surgery. Now, if that wasn't strategy, I don't know what is. It is interesting to see what ads and stuff do pop up for the show. Like, everyone gets different stuff. And so I tend to get some really weird stuff sometimes. I tell you, it gets seriously bizarre at times. So, wow, it is Thursday. What an amazing week it has been on the show. This is our best week ever. Like, I mean, we kind of have a constant growth, so like most weeks are kind of the best week ever, but this week has been the biggest, most unbelievable jump in things that we've ever had. So it's just been amazing. Like the feedback and the new people and the questions and the positivity just in general has been amazing. And all week I've been like hopping from interview to interview, different places, and doing podcasts, other people's podcasts, which has been amazing, panel discussions, running out and doing interviews to get Canadians involved who are talking about the stuff that's going on. That's been really cool. There's just been so many things happening this week. It's really interesting and fun and amazing and just and then this is coming up on tomorrow's video. Elton from Immense Coffee Movement was here yesterday, filming at the house here, and just so much cool stuff going on. So that has been my week. All right, Federico says, hey Scott, good to be here. Federico, good to see you. Janine says, Granada, Ometepe, Matagalpa, Esteli, Leon, Las Penitas, and Somoto. You're gonna see a lot of stuff. I mean, it's a month, right? You can fit in a lot, but that's awesome. Really good stuff. Been looking at, this is Federico, Encuenta 24 for rooms, apartments, etc. Pretty cool. In general, just be aware that is one of the few things we have as a resource. It does tend to have a lot of misleading stuff. There is some real stuff on there, but there's a lot of misleading stuff as well. So just be prepared that it is sometimes relatively misleading, right? It will have some fake things. It will have some high price things that aren't realistic prices. So just be very, very cautious with it, but it can be a useful tool. So yeah, that is awesome. Just letting everyone know that the show is on because I've been so busy, and I tried to upload and it failed over and over again trying to get some announcements up to YouTube, unfortunately. So I was not able to make as many announcements as I had hoped. And of course, Thursdays, no matter what I do, end up being a mad scramble trying to get here and just get it started. It's so, I don't know what it is about Thursdays that make it so difficult to just kick things off sometimes. But glad to be here. Very, very exciting. So, as we have people hopping on, I do want to know, are we getting, of those hiding in the background, do we have any Canadians who saw the news or any of that madness going on this week that are hopping on? I assume at some point we may get some, and I'm definitely looking for some new people, because I definitely said to a lot of people this week, like, get on the live stream, ask your questions, because there's so many newbies who don't know where to look, who don't know where to find information. So looking forward to that. Patricia says, I've been watching weather reports and it looks like Jinotega is slightly cooler than Matagalpa. I think it's at a higher elevation. That is correct. Jinotega is the coldest city in the country, and it is the highest elevation. It is a much smaller city, has a lot less going on up there. So a lot of people avoid it because it's just less of a city. Like, it's tiny, right? Matagalpa is the second largest metro area in the country at 500,000. It's bigger than Leon. It's a smaller city, but a bigger metro. So Matagalpa has a lot of popularity because of that, but Jinotega is real small, like, I don't know, 75,000, maybe 90,000 at a max, but higher elevation, cooler temperatures. So it is nice. Like, I like Jinotega a lot, and I've got good videos on it, and it's definitely one of those places that I really enjoy, but it is small. So, like, you want a nice restaurant to go out to, your options are few and far between. You want to go out for nightlife, it's definitely small. It's slim pickings as far as what's out there. So, those things may be a positive, right? Some people just don't want there to be not a lot of nightlife or a lot of options. They want a nice quiet little town where they just have the corner bar and they're, two little restaurants that they like and cafe that they go to all the time, and big selection isn't particularly useful. So that could be perfect for you. I love the town, and it's not far from Matagalpa. So if you want to pop over to Matagalpa and visit it, right? It's a beautiful drive. It's a lot of stuff is along the drive, so you can do the drive and go to a ton of restaurants just on the way. It's not that far, so a lot of Jinotegians use Matagalpa for a lot of stuff, but you gotta have a car and so forth. Federico says, good to know. Any others that might be better? No. There's no other website. Like, we don't do that. When I was in Puerto Penasco, Mexico, I went on Facebook Marketplace and found a place that was great for $175 a month rent in my RV in the Mexican part. Yeah, you can try Facebook Marketplace. That does exist here. That might be the best. Those are kind of the only tools. Nicaragua is very much just word of mouth, which is unfortunate, but that's how things are done. So really often, those of us who live here, we just never go online. We never look at that at all. So, Rob Stewart, Canadian here. Which news about Canadians moving there or the Canadian government refusing to release the names of elected members of Parliament who have been conspiring with foreign governments? I hadn't heard that part, but I'm not surprised. No, about the I don't know if news is the correct term, but the YouTube from Pierre that came out saying that Nicaraguans were fleeing, no, that Canadians were fleeing to Nicaragua, and that got us just a ton of traffic this week. So we've talked to so many Canadians this week who have engaged with the channel and the whole thing. Because they heard that news and then they looked into it. And where do you find information on Nicaragua? There isn't much. There's this channel. Janine says Canadian too. Poliev, Bray, I don't know. Someone told me how to say it last week, and I'm going to call him Pierre, so sorry. Is using Canadians for his election program, advertising many Canadians are fleeing Canada due to current issues. In this case, to Nicaragua, yeah, that's the, because he said, and let me tell you, I've spoken to Canadian after Canadian who is here. And then yes, that is what happened, right? So we're definitely seeing it on the ground that a load of Canadians, we always have a ton of Canadians, right? So that's not new, but the number of Canadians who are just showing up, and some of them were planning on coming here for a long time. So they're coincidence, right? But it doesn't change the fact that coming from Canada, picked Nicaragua, that's all he's saying is that a number of Canadians are leaving Canada and picking Nicaragua. So they aren't doing it due to his announcement or anything like that, but he's pointing to an accurate trend that we're seeing on the ground. And I've spoken to some people, especially this week, because I was on a Canadian podcast about it, full of Canadians who are all here, but most of them have been here longer. But the one thing we all said was, all of us talked to a lot of people relocating or looking to relocate or looking for information, and we're all seeing a general rise in the total number of people looking at coming, and specifically within the group of Canadians, that is the biggest number. So that's on the ground. We are definitely seeing that. Carmen, hello, Scott, and Scott Al Miller friends. Hey, Carmen, great to have you here. Rob says, definitely saw that, but I've been a fan of your channel for a while. Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought I recognized the name, but I'm assuming we're getting, because we got, for those who would pay attention, I don't know why anybody would care, but we got maybe 400 to 500 sudden subscribers because of that announcement. Just like that. It was crazy. Rob says, my wife and I are coming down last week of July. Flights are booked and super excited. I'm super excited too. That's awesome. I hear daily Canadians being upset with the cost of living, unsafe big cities, especially Ontario. Yeah, I definitely hear it every day as well. Hey, Scott, good to see you, sir. Isakor, good to see you as well. Look at this. Oh, we got a good crowd already. Canadians are very nice friends and neighbors. I'm in Miami, Florida. Yeah. Yep, lots of great Canadians down here already, right? It's a huge community. And I did some interviews, so I've got a couple big Canadian interviews coming, because we've been doing them. I'm doing a Canadian interview episode where we're going to talk with a group of Canadians, have a whole bunch in one episode. And I wanted to do that last week, and there was no way. One thing that I've definitely noticed with speaking to Canadians is getting them on video in a timely manner, very difficult. Everyone I talk to is I'm working 3 jobs and I never sleep and I don't have time to pick up a phone and talk to you for 3 minutes. And I'm like, wow, that was over and over and over again. I'm like, what is the biggest statement you could possibly make? I don't have enough free time living in Canada to be able to do that. If you talk to Nicaraguans, they're like, yeah, anytime, lots of time. So it's that is a noticeable thing, I think, going on, but we're slowly getting them, and that's why I was running late today. I was out videoing with Canadians on the beach who moved here a few days ago, which is amazing, and ran into others that I didn't know about while I was there to do that. So it's James is here. Scott, do you know what day your My Latin Life Nicaragua Roundtable podcast will air? How about the podcast interview you recorded today with My Latin Life? That is an excellent question, James. I am wondering that myself, and right now I am going to write to My Latin Life and ask. Where's My Latin Life? I lost him. There he is. So today is the one that we recorded, the one-on-one. I'm guessing it's going to take him a little bit to edit. I know he gets 2 out a week, but I don't know how far in advance he has them recorded. So I don't know. That's I've never done one with him where I could measure, the time. I expect it's pretty soon. I don't think he wants to have a big backlog, but most people who do those kinds of podcasts maintain a week or two of backlog. So I was hoping this week, but that's not come out yet. So, but check every couple days. I'll definitely let people know as soon as I see it pop up. Because I'm excited to see it as well. I think the roundtable was pretty good. I'm really interested to see what it's edited down to, because it was quite long. There's no way he's keeping that all in. So we'll see. And Eric said that the interview that we did on video for his channel for Generic Expats is he thinks somewhere between 5 and 7 episodes are going to be coming from that, because it was so long that he's got to chop it up into a bunch of separate things, which is very cool. That'll be awesome. And the first one's up, so if you scroll up, the link to it is in the live stream, and of course I'm going to post it lots of places as well. Federico says, a great thing I am finding is that as a Canadian, you do not have to have anything apostilled, which is a pain. Wait, you don't have to have anything apostilled? How is that possible? What happens? You can just do everything in English? What? Now I'm super interested in that. That's really funny. Now, normally as a Canadian coming here, you don't need anything at all, apostilled or not. There's no paperwork necessary for just coming. If you're doing residency, then normally you would need apostilled. Does Canada do everything in apostille by default, so that it is apostilled, but you don't have to do it in apostille because it's just the default or something? For those who don't know, the apostille process is technically just having your government formats in a format recognized by the Hague Convention. So it's not like this big formal thing like people think. It's actually just a format. And then you may have to have it notarized, but that's a notary of an apostille, not the apostille itself. The apostille itself is a format, which is really confusing. I don't know. It's all stuff that people don't normally deal with on a day-to-day basis. So it's all stuff you tend to only interact with at the time that you're going to do something like get a new residency or something. So it for most people, it tends to be a one-off process that they do just that one time. Carmen says, an apostille is very basic and simple. It is, yeah. I did mine, right? I did them in Texas. It took, 30 minutes or something. Just had to run. I can't remember where we had to go, but it was definitely very easy. Confusing. It was like, what? This is all we have to do? It felt like it had to be so much more of a process than it actually was. That threw us off, but actually doing it was quite easy for sure. Please give us more info about the cellular service for Canadians you mentioned a few weeks ago. If I am not mistaken, a company approached you about it. No, I don't have a service specific for Canadians. I think the one you're talking about, due to someone approached me about it, is VoIP MS. That's not a cellular service though. So that is a landline service. For cellular service, the only ones you just have Tigo and Claro here. Just get a chip when you arrive. That's what you want to do. For in Canada, I don't know. I don't know if there's a single good servicing. This is a really sad thing to say. I am unaware, and I've never spoken to someone who does know if there is a good cellular carrier in Canada. To the best of my knowledge, the answer is no. I don't think there is. In the U.S., we have fantastic ones, or pretty good, like T-Mobile, who's actually good, and mixing together T-Mobile from the U.S. and like a Tigo or a Claro here just is amazing. It works fantastic. If you're Canadian, I think you just have to get something on the ground. I don't think you have the option of T-Mobile for tiding you over kind of thing, which is very unfortunate. Janine says, I booked with Aeromexico. I was surprised to see that they still, not that Nicaragua was expecting a negative COVID test to enter. I thought this was over and done with. It is over and done with. There's no COVID test for Nicaragua. As always, any of those things, those are fake requirements from the airlines. There's absolutely no COVID anything for a tourist coming to Nicaragua. That is, unless it just happened in the last few weeks, and there's no chance that they did. That is absurd. No, that is fake. But it's common for the airlines to have fake requirements. So don't be surprised that airlines will use things you can't prove or deal with for their own nefarious purposes, which could be like to raise your price, to try to bump you from a seat, to just make you frustrated. I don't know. But we all come and go from Nicaragua all the time. There is no COVID anything. You don't state something about COVID. You do not have a vaccine. You do not need a test. You do not need to have had it, not have had it, anything of the sort. It is wide open and has been for quite some time. James says, Don Jorge, yep, I talked to him today. Yep, I saw that he releases them every 3 to 4 days, so I was expecting it to drop soon, but Scott made a good point. I'm not sure there's a queue. Yeah, I was on with Don Jorge, and Don Jorge is actually here. Like, he's right down the street. We were supposed to get together today, but I couldn't do it. I'm going to see him maybe tomorrow. Not tomorrow. I'm doing interviews in Managua tomorrow, maybe Saturday. Janine says, we just have expensive ones here in Canada. Must be the cellular service. Don Jorge is here. Could be a month or more. Oh, that's sad. I mean, it's not like tragic, but that's a bit of time. Wait, did Don Jorge? Oh, you did. There you are. I didn't even see you pop in, Jorge. Said James, he seems to release the podcast sporadically, no date given. That does seem to be the case. Jorge, I am sorry I didn't get to see you. I went down and I was videoing with Renee on the beach, and my time ran out and I didn't have a chance to hook up with you tonight. But I will see you maybe Saturday, because tomorrow I'm in Managua all freaking day. Seeking Truth says, what do you think about flossing in Nicaragua? I heard some lady from Canada was killed yesterday because someone was jealous of her success. I'm unfamiliar with the term of flossing, and I have heard nothing of someone being killed in Nicaragua. That seems unlikely, but what is flossing? Is that... I only know the term flossing in reference to your teeth, and that is clearly not what you're talking about, but... Oh, a slang term that means showing off something valuable, usually in a flashy way. You're using some hip slang I know nothing about. I had no idea. I live in Nicaragua and speak Spanish half the time, so my urban slang is weak. No, Seeking Truth normally. So one, I'm going to assume if you saw that news in North America, the chances that it's real approaches 0. Like, I'm at a point where I don't, like, I'm starting to lose faith in what I was taught was history from North America from living down here, which I really hate because I'm pretty sure it was correct. But it's like the degree to which the news is fake coming from here is so extreme that it really is like you just have to assume. You have to assume it's fake and then be surprised if it's based on something real. We've heard nothing of that. If there's actually someone attacked here, let alone killed, it's all over the news. Everyone's talking about it. That no one has heard of it here or passed it on seems incredibly unlikely that it actually happened. Should you walk around flashing money like you're a crazy person? In no place anywhere on earth should you do that. Certainly not the US or Canada. Nicaragua is not an exception, but of all the places to do it, it would be one of the safest places to do it. Could someone be killed for that? It can happen. I do know of someone, I'm going to say personally, nearly personally, that was killed for having outrageous amounts of cash on him. He was not flaunting it. He was an honest businessman doing an honest job, and ended up someone wanted his cash, but they got that guy, but he did. Someone was killed a few years ago, trying to get a lot of money, things like fancy clothes and stuff that someone would kill for that. It's not impossible, of course, but likely not at all. Mostly because getting away with something like that here is so incredibly unlikely, if nothing else. But it's also culturally just not something you would expect. So, I mean, it's definitely not something you have to worry about. Bad things happen anywhere from time to time. But, compare it to how many people are killed in the US or Canada for doing similar things. It's probably a similar rate. If it happens one time in Nicaragua, it makes the news. If it happens 10 times in the US, it doesn't make the news. That's how much it happens in the US, right? Carmen says, what to do about one's mail when we move to Nicaragua and not have anyone behind us handle our mail? That one's hard because if you have U.S. government mail, just send it to Nicaragua. The U.S. government has to deal with it. If they want to send paper mail, it is on them to deal with it. If you're talking about regular mail, like they're going to send my new credit card because my old one expired and I'm going to send it by mail. My bank needs to do this thing. They require I do it by mail. Your only options is getting a mail service, and you want to get one that's not a big corporate mail service because a lot of banks just mess with you because they can. Like banks, I don't know why. They look for ways to cause problems, much like the airlines with their fake requirements. A lot of them make things up, claim the U.S. has a requirement that clearly doesn't exist. It's easy to demonstrate it doesn't exist, and yet there they are trying to shut down your account. So, we're not going to work with you because we don't like your address. Not because you don't have one, just because it seems to be a big thing. For me, I have a service in Dallas that I use. They've been fantastic. Now, I have business stuff, so I use it for more than personal. But I have all my personal sent there. And how much personal do I get? Once a year, I get a credit card, new. Once... Okay, I can't think of anything else that goes on. But in theory, something would happen. And they just forward that to, if I need it. If I don't need it, I have them throw it away or scan it. And if I do need it, I just have them send it to, in my case, a friend in Miami, and then I pick it up. But it could go to a service in Miami that sends it on to Nicaragua, so I know I'm going to get it in either case. But that's how I would handle that if you really don't have anyone. If you can, it's talk to your friends, your family, and get your mail down to 1 or 2 letters a year, and it how much of a big deal is that, right? It's you kind of have to, if you've got no one, or can you completely do without your mail? But most people want to be able to maintain mail service from their home country, but just forwarding on to Nicaragua won't work. So you need some kind of service. In theory, you could get like a mailbox in Miami, and anything that goes to it will just come to you, but then you could be getting junk mail sent to you, and you don't really want to do that. So that's kind of a challenge. Mary says, are there specific English-speaking attorneys you can recommend for real estate wills, etc.? No. The thing that I would recommend is make sure you don't have an English-speaking attorney for that. I specifically say that quite often. Obviously, and there are advantages to that. Get a good translator and work with an attorney that understands you don't speak Spanish and is going to just work with you and use Google Translate and whatever. You do not want, I hate to say anyone who speaks English is going to be a bad deal, but here's the reality of the economics. If they speak English, they can make so much more money scamming you than they can being an attorney, that it is so hard for them to operate as an attorney knowing that they're leaving all the money on the table, whether it's just overcharging you or not doing a good deal or stealing your real estate. I have never heard of course there are attorneys who speak English that are wonderful people. I have never heard of one. I've never heard of someone who's met one. I've only heard stories of, I didn't listen, I got an English-speaking attorney, and everything went wrong. I have no exception to that. Obviously, exceptions exist. I am in no way suggesting that there aren't exceptions, but I have never heard of one. I use completely Spanish-speaking staff or team members or professionals that I need. My doctors, my lawyers. The one exception, I do have an accountant who speaks a bit of English. That's the one thing. I'm very wary when we did that. James, yes, Polyev. It's impossible to remember because when you read it, it's so far from Polyev. But us Canucks know Pierre. My sister saw the House of Commons where Pierre brought up the couple from Cape Breton moving to Nicaragua. Looked it up also. I'm with Freedom Mobile in Canada. How do they work outside the country in any way? Frederico says 7 days ago, documents authenticated before the Apostille Convention came into effect in January 11th, 2024. So I was wrong. It's been a huge pain for me as an Argentine. Yeah. Is it Ikena? Any Corn Island content? I definitely want to do Corn Island content. I really do. I don't know when I'm going to get out there. That one's especially tough because I can't take my wife to the Corn Islands easily. Obviously, she's allowed to go. She has ridiculous motion sickness, and like boats are specifically bad. So flying to Big Corn, sorry for the Tonya sound, tonight is brought to you by... Not really brought to you by. It would be nice if they were brought to us. That would be cool. I'm drinking a Tonya by Advertising Belkin tonight. For those who don't know, Belkin, the official beer of Belize. So my wife can't go, so it's like a difficult thing, and it's really far, and I need time to go out there. So really hopeful that we're going to do that, but not something we've done yet. I really want to do it. It would be very cool. It's just so different than the rest of Nicaragua. And I just looked over and just saw, just so we know, the highest peak number of viewers we've ever seen on the live stream for people at one time we just hit. So that was awesome, and we're just ramping up. What a cool week it has been here on the show. Don Jorge, all good, Scott. We'll connect when time is right. You're a busy man. This week I'm a busy man for sure. So many things just came together this week. This has been absolutely crazy, but great. I'm really looking forward. So tomorrow, I was really hoping to have more time to prepare for this. I got to leave for Managua at 8 o'clock in the morning-ish. Got to go to Interpol. I'm just driving people. I'm the chauffeur tomorrow. Going to Interpol, dropping my business partner off downtown-ish airport. He's heading to the World Series of Poker, so watch for him wearing his Scott Allen Miller vlog t-shirts at the World Series of Poker. Then once I get him all situated, I'm heading to Casa Ben Linder, where we are filming an interview with Paul Baker, who is one of the important... he has a really interesting story, which we'll go into on the show. We're definitely going to cover him on this show in English, and we're going to cover him on Nicaragua in Spanish with not me interviewing. I can speak Spanish, but I'm not in interview level Spanish. Marcelo will be interviewing him over there in a couple weeks, but he'll probably be on. I'm hoping we'll have him on my show somewhere middle of the week, next week. But he has been a singer-songwriter, more singer than songwriter, very important in, he was a Scottish monk. He was in the race riots in Los Angeles in the 1980s, came to the freedom parades in Nicaragua in 1986, has been here ever since, has this huge long story. He has a biography written about his time before being in Nicaragua, and he's been here for 38 years. He does all kinds of things here in the country. He runs the Echoes of Silence program, nonprofit, I don't know. He's being interviewed by a group from the U.S. sometime soon. We're going to help out with that. A lot of cool stuff, so he's going to be on the show. But he helps, specifically, he's really big on remembering the music of the Chilean genocide in 1973. He's been very, very involved with that, which is what brought him to Nicaragua, which has worked very hard to keep that memory alive. So that is my tomorrow. Don Jorge, and then we should have it after the live stream tonight. I have to finish editing. Amazing long interview with Elton from Immense Coffee. That will be the show that comes out tomorrow night. Today's show is not out yet. We are bringing that out tonight after the live stream. I'm playing around with, and I meant to make a short about this. I've been so busy I couldn't. That we are moving some of our scheduling around because we have. We're just getting more information and more people, and the show is just exploding, and so we're working really hard to figure out when things should be. Whew, that was a lot. Don Jorge, flossing not recommended anywhere in Latin America. Better to act respectful to the people and be modest no matter your financial situation. Absolutely. Not recommended anywhere, but if you did it, you would not expect problems. Little kids are going to try to grab things. Of course. Oh, boy, there's been a lot of things I missed there. I got to scroll down. Seeking Truth says, better remain low-key. I agree. Cleo B, or Cleob, feel free to correct me on how to say that. Hi, Scott, good night. Not because I was disappointed in the vaccine requirements moving to Nicaragua. I'm still a fan of you because of doing a job informing people. I will always watch your videos. Thank you so much. I do, so I missed some context. Maybe sometimes I miss... And I have to scroll around. Did you say something before that, or is that just... So I do want to point out, because people have said this a lot, there isn't a vaccine requirement for moving to Nicaragua. There is only, and I think it's going to be temporary. I can't guarantee that. I can't prove that. My feeling is that this is going to be a very short-term thing that will affect essentially no one. I have yet to meet any person that it would affect other than me, and for me, it was purely optional because I don't need residency. But most people, regardless of your age, health, anything like that, who move to Nicaragua go through the residency process. So just that one thing, the majority of people who move to Nicaragua will never hit the vaccine situation at all. So let's just be real clear on that. So this is a very limited thing. Of the people who do hit the residency paperwork, which is not the majority, so the minority of people, if you hit it and you're in the right ages and you're in good health, then there is a situation where you would expect to have a vaccine requirement. But that is a very limited number of people, right? That doesn't mean that there's not a requirement, but the requirement is not for moving to Nicaragua. The requirement is only for the residency, which is not generally recommended, is not generally needed, is not what normal people want. Everyone thinks they want it, but make sure you check if this is even a requirement, even if it doesn't go away, even if they keep it for forever, which I'm so certain they're not. But even if they kept it for forever, verify that it would ever affect you, because most people would move here and never know that there's a vaccine requirement because it never affects them, because residency is such an unlikely situation. Living here isn't residency. In Nicaraguan terms, residency is or it's actually permanent residency or long-term residency. There is a thing called residency. It's automatic, has no vaccine requirement. Normal residency that everyone has, no requirement. The residency visa, that's the thing that under certain conditions has a requirement. It is not the norm to have that. It is not the norm to want that. So just making sure for anyone who sees that, don't assume that it's, don't just assume that it would never affect you, right? Check, but don't assume that it would affect you unless you've checked. Mr. No Good says, are the African migrants still hanging around in Managua? I've never seen any ever. So I'm going to go with no, probably not. Elton said that there are a number of migrants that he sees in Acatal, but it's a completely different part of the country. Managua, I don't even know where you might have seen them in Managua. I don't know where they used to be. I don't know where they've ever been. I've never even heard of there being African migrants in Managua. I've known of other migrants, right? Local migrants like Central America, South America, and Caribbean. Those migrants have passed through Managua in the past. None now. Managua's not on the. So the thing is, regardless of whether or not there are migrants, right? Separate thing. Leon, Managua, these areas, we're not on the path from anywhere to anywhere, unless we're the destination you're coming to, right? We're big cities, so you might come here. But if you're like just going through Nicaragua, you wouldn't come through either one under normal circumstances. We're just not practical as a pathway. So they're not places where you tend to see migrants. So where Acatal in the north is right at the border crossing. So that is where you tend to see migrants. So they see almost all of them, and we see almost none of them. Sororai says, I'm sure I pronounced that wrong, so I apologize. Do you think Nicaragua is a good stronghold for World War III? No, probably not. It's probably better than most places, but it's not great. Reasons it's not great, it's very antagonistic with the United States. It hosts a military installation. No armaments, but it hosts a satellite monitoring station for Russia, and it has a nuclear-capable runway for Russian military should it be needed. Nicaragua itself is not an antagonist in any war. It's essentially a pacifist nation, but it is not completely unaligned, and it definitely likes to poke the bear a bit with the U.S. So in the case of an actual world war, it's a minor target. Countries in a world war would be trying to stay alive and not trying to antagonize Nicaragua for no particular reason, but it would not be neutral. We would expect that. I don't speak for the foreign policy, but the expectation is that they would most likely take sides to at least some degree. They may be able to stay out and be like, look, we kind of would want this side, but we're not actually getting involved. That may be what they do, and they may just jump in and be like, we're getting involved because we feel we have to, right? So you don't know how it's going to go. They're in that kind of could go either way zone. It's really physically close to the U.S., so it is a spot where heavy armaments could pass through strategically. So that's a consideration, right? But is it Guatemala where stealth bombers fly through the middle of the city while you're just saying no, right? Guatemala is actively armed and ready for war. So that's just that distance away, you have a completely different military experience where you would expect that they would be in harm's way immediately. Mexico, of course, lots of military, they'd be drawn in. I think if your true concern, I'm not saying you should be concerned about this, but if your true concern is so I'm gonna make a couple assumptions here. Your big assumption is that World War III is the major concern, and we're going to assume that World War III is a nuclear war, not a land war. If those things are true, you're going to want to be farther south than Nicaragua if you can. Nicaragua is a great starting place. This is definitely not where things are going to start. You'll have time to get out, almost certainly. But being like Bolivia, Paraguay, they're going to be better, right? Farther away, more disconnected, less strategic, less aligned. That doesn't make Nicaragua bad for World War III. It is not, if that's your goal. You wouldn't say, wow, Nicaragua, it outranks everything. No, not the absolute best, that's for sure. All right, Frederico, is Discover widespread for credit cards there? It is not commonly used, it is commonly accepted. I have no memory of seeing a place that didn't take Discover. I don't use Discover at this time. I would like to get one. It's the one card I don't have currently. I know people who use it, and no problem. A lot of places struggle because they've never seen one before, so they get confused about it. But that's the kind of problems you see, not that it's not accepted. So I would not use it as my only card, but if you want to use Discover, yeah, normally you could use it under most circumstances. And any place you go to all the time, you could be like, look guys, here's how it works, right? Scan it, swipe it, tap it, whatever it is that your Discover is going to do, learn what it does, then you'll be no problem at all most of the time. Mr. No Good, then why did Haiti cease flights to Managua? Haiti is not Africa. Why am I looking at videos on YouTube that there are interviewing Africans in Managua who are trying to get to the U.S.? I hear that a lot. So really importantly, Haiti is a local nation in just outside Central America. That is in the middle of the Caribbean. It is in no way Africa. Haiti did have people coming here. That is definitely true. That's what I mentioned, that there's Caribbean immigrants were here. We know Haitians were here. Anyone who's interviewing Africans in Managua, most likely that's fake. I do know a lot of people who've interviewed Haitians and called them Africans, but they definitely are not. There could be Africans here, right? But I do know that Africans are trying to come here all the time, and I've never heard of one, like from my channel. That's why I made a How Africans Can Get Here video, because everyone from Africa is constantly asking me for help, and you can't. Like, you have to go to Senegal or Egypt. You have to. The amount of work it takes to get here from Africa is so hard. Whereas Haitians, they're local. They're able to just come normally quite easily. James says, read article today on China losing influence in Central America, CA4 in Costa Rica. Seems that Nicaragua is exception. They have given 14 mineral concessions to Chinese government. So Nicaragua followed with this. They actually moved into the China sphere last of the CA4. They followed because Guatemala and El Salvador and Honduras really led with that. Costa Rica does their own thing, right? They have no political association with the CA4. They may do things related, they may not, but Nicaragua was really tightly tied to Taiwan for a really long time, and eventually the Taiwanese ties to the U.S. simply became too much for Nicaragua to not overlook, is my understanding of the situation. And so they followed the rest of the CA4 in with China. I'm not aware of any loss of Chinese influence in the region. I've not heard anything of the sort, but that's possible. But China's been doing so much good here, I'd lean towards surprise if that was the case. Can I recommend, this is B-Town Bum. Can you recommend a bar or restaurant in Las Penitas? Of course I can. So Las Penitas has a fair number of places. I can kind of go down the strip. Barco de Oro, not too bad. They're all the way the very last thing on the south side of town. South, yeah. Coming up from there, you've got a couple like towny places. They're fine. Don't like, if you want local food, don't skip them, right? They're perfectly good, but I'm not likely to recommend them. It's going to be extremely Nicaraguan fare, same as you get on the street in Leon or whatever. Then you've got Sua. They're going to be the next one as you come around. So you actually have quite a gap from Barca de Oro, which leans towards a kind of a vegetarian sort of thing, kind of eclectic. Then you've got Sua, which is a ways up. So you may not go all the way down to Barca de Oro just because it's far. Sua is very busy. They also have a restaurant in Leon. So they're both locations. They do Mediterranean. The owner is Spanish, so it's like authentic Mediterranean. And then as you come up from there, you have Cholitos away from the beach. They just do like wings and stuff. You have the El Simple Beach Lodge, goes by a couple names. Really, really good. I especially like the shrimp and nachos there. A lot of people have other things that they like, but I'm vegetarian, or ovo-lacto pescatarian if you want that. So that's why I eat shrimp and fish. So I almost always am getting shrimp there. I can't remember what the other things are that I tend to like other than the nachos, but they do have really good stuff. Real quick note on that, Saeed, who runs the Simple Beach Lodge, and I are scheduled. He's sick though, so we'll see. We're going to try a new podcast coming out pretty soon. That's going to be kind of a very casual podcast on life in Nicaragua. So look for that. So the Simple is very good. So you don't want to go to Suyapa, overpriced and not like even a part of the beach, like totally not worth going. Playa Roca, really not a place. Across from Playa Roca is Puesta del Sol, definitely the best Italian place in Western Nicaragua. So go see them, they're fantastic. Going up the beach, you've got Caracolitos, not a restaurant, but a good place to go hang. Of these, okay, so I'm just talking on the restaurant side at the moment. Then as you go up the beach, you're going to have a gap where it's mostly residential. Then you're going to hit Herenia Beach. It's actually Herenia Beach, but there's an H. You don't say that. They're specifically a cevicheria, so that means ceviche. They also call it cocktailria, that's what we'll say. They are known for their ceviche. So if you're looking for that the Simple has good ceviche, but Herenia Beach is known for theirs. They're kind of a more local place. They also have a place in Leon, and then after them is going to be Desperados, which is steakhouse, like high-end steakhouse and draft house. So like lots of Moro Potente beer on draft, and then you kind of have like not really restaurant places you could like, mostly just an empty stretch. And then way up at the Malecon, you've got a bunch of places that are kind of expensive touristy Nicaraguan places on the Malecon. So if you're looking for where Nicaraguans would overspend if they were on a vacation weekend, that's where you go. If you're looking for the stuff that people are looking for that's eclectic, different, really good, competing, you want to stick with the ones I mentioned. Now for bars, more or less the same. Desperados at the north, it's your beer place. If you're looking to like linger over a glass of wine, maybe have some dessert, then that's going to be Puesta del Sol. If you're looking for a nighttime hangout where you're just like having some beers with the locals, that's Cholitos. And if you're looking for the sunset view, beer, like all the different drink options, that's going to be the Simple. And then if it's Saturday night and you want to get wasted and party like crazy, that's Pelican Surf on the corner, but they're only open Saturday and you generally don't go before about 10:30. That is the nightlife and bar restaurant situation in Las Penitas. I hope I didn't forget someone major. Rob Stewart says, we plan to go to Corn Islands for a few days when we first get there. My wife's cousin lives in Managua, so she's looking into hotel flight combo deals for us. Yeah, best thing definitely is flying out from Managua. The drive and boat to Big Corn is definitely long. Definitely. Guillermo says, Rob Stewart. Did I miss something? Jillian's here. Hey, everyone. Sorry I'm late. We're sorry you're late, too, Jillian. My whole thing just went blank. I lost everything. Everything. What? Hold on. Oh, my gosh. I'm so far behind. I've never been this far behind before. This is amazing, actually. Rob Stewart, we plan to go. Guillermo says, Rob Stewart, hello everyone. Don Jorge, I took a boat between Big and Little Corn. It was one of the most frightening experiences of my life. White knuckling the entire time. Looking forward to the content from Ben Linderhouse. Thanks, Don Jorge. And yes, that is exactly what I've heard from basically everyone. There's no way my wife can go. I don't particularly want to go. I mean, I want to see the places, but I don't want to be on the boat. Carmen says, hey Jill. Eric says, can I use my solar panels in Nicaragua? I don't know about your solar panels. You can use solar panels in general in Nicaragua, no problem. Everybody uses them. They're everywhere. They're super popular. I'm assuming yours are the same as everyone else's, but I can't speak for them. But very common. Cleo says, if they remove the mandate, both me and my husband would move there because we are island people. Do you mean the Nicaraguan coast gives like an island vibe, or you want to go to the Corn Islands, which are actually islands? But so Cleo B, is it Cleo B? Or is it something else? I feel Cleo B is I'm most confident that is what it must be. So I'm going to say that. Are you sure that you want residency, like actual formal residency? Because especially island people, you tend to want to travel. If you're going to travel at all, often like the situation that causes the vaccine thing isn't even an option for you. It probably would be, but it isn't necessarily. Like it's hard to overstate how unlikely it is for that to actually hit people once they get here and realize that it's not something they would actually do. Corono says, is it true that there are issues with government corruption and killing people who oppose them? Is it safe to invest and buy a beach house in San Juan? So the first part, is the government corruption and is there government corruption? Yeah. Yep. Is it getting way better? Yeah, it's way better than it used to be. Is there corruption? I mean, yeah, I'm from the U.S., right? So is there corruption like in the U.S.? No, it's nowhere close. But there's definitely corruption, right? It's Latin America. That's going to be something you're going to deal with. Super unfortunate. Wish we could fix that. That would be great. But the government corruption from it affects you every day kind of way is awfully small. And it's one of the reasons we like being here, coming from the U.S. and Canada. That region is so corrupt that it becomes the very definition of your life, to the point where Americans often can't identify corruption. Like, it gets crazy. Are they killing people who oppose them? No. What? No. Definitely not. Definitely not. I'm sure somebody at some point has died somewhere in some... Now, did people die many years ago in an armed insurgence? Yes, there were a number of people who died on both sides during an armed conflict. That is super unfortunate that any armed conflict had to happen. The number was insanely low. The chances that you would have been killed in that conflict, it was still lower than your chances of being killed in a mass shooting in a school as a student in the United States. So just to put it in perspective, when you use an absolute, like, did this happen? Yes. What is it in the scope of danger? Less than being a public school student in the United States, the chances of being killed by your own classmates. So, all about perspective. Is it safe to invest? Yes, it is absolutely safe to invest from a safety perspective, meaning do you worry about someone taking your investment? Do you worry about instability in the country, anything like that? Investing is safe. And to buy a beach house in San Juan. Doing anything in San Juan is unsafe only because if you are not living here, every single thing, this has nothing to do with the government, nothing to do, like, so you have a bunch of questions, well, you have a couple questions here, and we have to disconnect them. Is it a safe investment to invest and buy in San Juan? No, but not related to what you asked before that. It is not safe to invest or buy in San Juan because if you were not living here, which you're asking this question, so it would make no sense if you actually lived here currently, you'd already know. So if you are speaking to anyone to buy from, anyone to invest with in San Juan, you are dealing with con artists. There is no reasonable, legitimate means of connecting to San Juan because the amount of scams, the amount of attempting to get your money before you get a clue about Nicaragua that comes out of San Juan is so extreme, there is no possibility you're going to be able to cut through it. That it even occurred to you to think of investing in San Juan means that they've gotten to you and you aren't aware of how you should be approaching it. So definitely go watch my video that came out like today. It's called Fresh Off the Boat. You're not even here yet, so you're still on the boat, right? But like you're an immigrant looking at coming to Nicaragua. What are the very first rules of coming to a new country? Never don't even let it cross your mind to talk about investments or to talk about buying a home until you've lived in that country. Doesn't matter if it's Nicaragua, United States, anywhere. This is general moving knowledge. You never do that because until you live in a country, you don't have any possibility of having enough knowledge to safely buy a house and get a good deal, possibly to just buy a house, right? People who buy without coming constantly are like, oh, I didn't know I had to clear a deed, or someone provides a fake lawyer. There's so many ways to scam you if you're not here. And Nicaragua can't protect you if you're not here, because they're going to be like, so you want to sue who? You didn't come to Nicaragua. No crime was committed in Nicaragua, right? Like imagine if I'm in the United States, I could walk up to someone in the United States and be like, hey, I'm going to sell you a hotel in Nicaragua. And they're going to be like, cool. And we'll like make a whole deal. And then they come to Nicaragua and Nicaragua's like, this place doesn't exist. You're like, but I paid for it. And they're going to be like, you paid who for it? I don't know, some guy in America. And they're like, and what? Like, how does that work? Right? But that's basically what goes on. We have so many videos specifically warning against the investing thing. So the first thing, investing in Nicaragua in general is one of the hardest, most difficult things you could possibly do. Is it safe? Yeah, it's safe. Is it a good investment? No. Like that's a terrible idea. If you want to invest, I was talking to Renee today, right? What if she wants to invest because it's a hobby and she just wants to give back to the community, or she wants to provide a restaurant that makes food that she wants to eat? Fantastic, as long as you know you're by all reasonable means, you're guaranteeing you're going to lose money. Then if you're okay losing money, but it provides something that services you, fine. Just make sure you know what you're doing, because it doesn't make any sense, right? Logically, if you aren't living here, how do you know San Juan is even where you want to be? How do you know anything in San Juan is real? And until you've been here for quite some time, how could you even have the first clue of how to invest? Because even in like the US or Canada, if you live there your whole life, only a rare person has enough insight to invest safely, to invest well and have a reasonable chance of getting a good return on their investment. Doing so in a situation where you're almost certainly being scammed, and even if you weren't being scammed, 100 times harder to be successful than in the US or Canada. Like, why would you want to do that? Unless you have another reason, but that other reason probably doesn't make sense unless you live here. So that makes sense? Ask more questions. Ikena says, is Northern Coast Nicaragua worth investing? So Northern Coast would mean Chinandega, I assume. So is it worth investing? It depends. So investing, if it's, I want to buy a house because I want to live in that house, then I love the Northern Coast. You got great options. Is anywhere just good for investing? No, Nicaragua is not a good investment market, right? And nowhere in the world is a good investment market if you don't know the market. You have to be knowledgeable of the market for investing conceptually to be good, or else you're just always going to make bad decisions. Because if there was a good investment, someone who knows about it will get it before you. That's why you need to become knowledgeable, because that's the only way you can compete. Guillermo asks, Cleo B, which mandate? Real quick, Guillermo, they've probably been answered because I'm so far behind, but there is at the moment a new mandate just for, and I cannot possibly make this clear enough that it's such an unlikely thing to hit anybody. If you are of very certain ages, of certain health conditions, and want a very specific, not so common residency visa, then there is currently a requirement to have a Nicaraguan issued, that's our understanding, COVID vaccine series. But it is not for people moving to Nicaragua. It is not for people living permanently in Nicaragua. Those things are not accurate. It is only for a specific visa situation, which is not an unlikely one, but it is not the normal one. I live here. I know tons of expats. I have yet to meet an expat that is actually impacted by it. I was impacted by it. I am unique. I am the only one of all the people I know who are already residents, who are becoming residents. who are living here full time. No one else was impacted. So it's a very, very small sliver of people. I don't know why they bother doing it, considering how small the sliver is, but they've got their reasons. And we've hypothesized on a lot of reasons. We honestly think that a lot of it was to affect no one, but to trigger a bunch of people who were looking for trouble and would rule them out without being willing to look into whether it affected them. We actually think that was the goal. That's the only thing that seems to make sense, because it doesn't affect enough people to have any actual impact. Brian O'Connor, too far, not much up there. Hit that like button. That's right, Brian, hit that like button. Thanks, guys. James says, idea, Marcella and your cook go out to the market and shop with your GoPro. Do video as foreign film with subtitles. Your typing is extremely fast. That's true. Rob says, yeah, which vaccines? It is only the COVID vaccine, and it is issued by Nicaragua. So for those who are willing to get a vaccine, right, importantly, it is Sputnik 5 made here in Nicaragua, and it is free. It is issued. So I did it, right, but I could have gotten out of it. Like I had options, but I'm not worried about getting the vaccine. I wasn't going out looking for the vaccine, but it didn't bother me. So it didn't affect my family, right? They didn't have to get it. It was only me. So I got it, and it just expedited things. And it was you have to go to Mensa, which is the Department of Health, and you have to get a health certificate as part of a very specific visa process. Again, not something normal people run into. If you do that, there is a requirement that you have this COVID signature thing. So I just went in to get the paperwork, and they just like, okay, you don't have this, so you need to get it. I'm like, oh, okay. And they went boop, and then they signed the thing, and then I was done. And that was it. So it's just the COVID shot. Technically, it's 2 shots, right? Because they do the one, and then they do the second one, like, I don't know what it is, 2 weeks later. But there's only the one vaccine. Janine says, Las Penitas, limited accommodation options online, very limited in person too. Debating between Simple Beach Lodge or Casita de Playa Bamalu. Spending the night on Tuesday, Wednesday. Any thoughts? They're very different places. Simple Beach Lodge is a party hostel, so that it's my party hostel is fantastic, but let's be honest, it's a party hostel. I wouldn't stay there under normal circumstances. It's great if you're looking for a party hostel. If you want backpackers who are getting wasted and loud nighttime parties, it is your place to go, right? It is the naked tiger of Las Penitas. If you're not looking for the wild party, then Casita de Playa, Bamalu is probably the place to go if you're looking for a more upscale accommodation. Also check out I don't know what they call them, probably casitas at Puesta del Sol. They've only got like 3. They're worth checking out. If you're there in person, there you can stop by Desperados. They sometimes have rooms available, but they don't advertise them. They're walk-in only, so don't bank on that. But if you're in a panic and you're there, you could definitely stop in. But there are very few rooms. Most of the places that have rooms are hostels. So Oasis, Mano a Mano, Simple Beach Lodge, Caracolitos. There's places you could stay, but they're all hostel crowds. Of those, the Simple definitely has the most going on, and Caracolitos, their partners. Those are places that I would stay if I wanted to party. But if most of my viewers, right, I never recommend the Simple. One, it's always full, right? So they're not hurting for people, but they're always full of 18 to 25-year-olds who are there to party. Which is why they're full, right? Because everybody wants to go to the party. The Tuesday night party is the largest, as far as I know, in the country. Like I'm pretty sure it's bigger than Sunday Funday in San Juan del Sur. It's crazy. So, Carmen says, Corono, there is no government in Nicaragua doing harm to residents or visitors. It's a peaceful country, just like any place on earth. Live and let live. Yeah, Nicaragua is incredibly peaceful. Like the degree to which it doesn't make sense. If you come to Nicaragua, like, obviously I know why. If you don't live in Nicaragua, if you're not from here, you don't live here, spend time here, it's easy to see what the news makes it seem scary. They have to, because if Americans and Canadians knew what Nicaragua was actually like, Nicaragua would be completely overrun with Americans and Canadians coming here as fast as they could. The Nicaragua, honestly, depends on only so many people finding out. It would be a major problem because it's so easy to move to, it's so cost effective, it's so peaceful, like literally just insane numbers of North Americans, the only thing keeping them from completely overrunning the country is propaganda from the U.S. trying to make Nicaragua look bad. So in many ways, we're actually quite thankful for that. If you actually come here and live here, like the idea that there's like these dangerous things going on is like, wow, what? That is so the antithesis of the Nicaraguan experience. Like, it's crazy. If you said, oh, do people really get run over when they get drunk and wander around on the highway in the dark? Yup. People get drunk and just wander into traffic. That's a real problem. Like, there's things that are problems here, but the government treating people badly, my gosh, that is the pot calling the ceiling black in this case. Frederico says, what I saw was having 2 shots of the COVID, but didn't say time-wise when last gotten. What I saw was having 2 shots of the COVID. Frederico, where did you see that? I mean, that's when I did mine, they said I had to have it like that one. I'm sure there's some amount of like you just had it. I didn't just have it, so that was, I'm not sure exactly where it fits. Thank you, peace friend. Guillermo says, Carmen Saria, you must be living on another planet. What are you talking about? Brian O'Connor, I know Elton. Well, I asked him to send me some green coffee beans. Those are not always something you can ship. Cleo B said something, but it disappeared. Chrono Carmen, San Juan is a good place to buy a beach house. No. Well, it depends, right? San Juan is the most expensive. It's a tourist enclave. So the things about San Juan is that people who live here very rarely like it. It's almost completely favored by expats who haven't gotten here yet. And then once they buy, they're kind of stuck because then they almost always overpay and realize that they have no way to sell. So San Juan has a tendency to be a combination. Like there's some things that are great about it. It's a quiet bay. It's very peaceful. It has a lot of restaurants. It's extremely expensive. So all of the things that we say are great about Nicaragua, we don't mean and San Juan. Just like you can say a lot of great things about America, but it doesn't apply to Orlando, right? Orlando is crazy expensive, just full of tourists. It's not a happy place, right? If you're going to Disney World and like that's what you're doing for the day, have at it, fun. But if you're like hanging around in Orlando hoping for a good place to live, it's awful. It is absolutely awful. But there's some people who like it. San Juan is like that. If you want to go for a weekend vacation, you want to be a pure tourist in a touristy place like Cancun, like Orlando, San Juan is like that. Higher crime than the rest of Nicaragua. Still not high crime, but higher crime. Prices that are nowhere near what they tell you they are, but still way higher than they should be. Fine. If you want to be around people who wish they were in Costa Rica but couldn't afford it or got scammed and bought in a place that they didn't realize where they were going and didn't know that that wasn't the real Nicaragua and they didn't know they were in the one tourist hub, great. Like if those are things you want, but for most of us, it's the most avoidable place in the country because there's an unlimited number of expats who are going to be sucked into it because they're just going for the being sold by online people. If you really like, so one, you can't buy a beach house in San Juan. The beaches, there's only like 6 houses, right? Like there's no beachfront that you can buy on practically. So you're getting somewhere nearish the beach or not in San Juan. But that's fine. If you want a beach-ish house somewhere near a beach, then San Juan's fine. Or you want views. It has some amazing views for real, like absolutely beautiful. Yeah, that's real. But is it a good place to get a good value? No, it is the absolute worst place in the entire country for value. It really depends what you're looking for. But the one thing that is a guarantee is that if you are not personally in San Juan and checking out the rest of Nicaragua, there's no possibility you will get anything close to a good deal, which would make the answer no, it is definitely a bad place to buy a beach house if you have to ask the question. If you go and you evaluate the country and you spend time and then say, you know what, I just like the things in San Juan. I like the restaurants. I don't care about the price. I don't care about the way that I'm treated. I don't care about like the culture going on, or I like the culture going on because it's a completely different culture. Then absolutely. But if you go there blind, then the chances that it's going to be a good experience for you approach 0, right? Like, imagine moving to Cancun and being like, I heard Cancun's nice, and then buying in Cancun, and then you show up and find out it's a war zone, right? Cancun is literally the only place I've ever been that's worse than Venice. It's absolutely awful. No, San Juan like that? No. San Juan, if I didn't have the rest of Nicaragua, San Juan would be okay. if I had to pick between San Juan and El Salvador or Guatemala, no, I probably would end up in San Juan, in El Salvador or Guatemala over San Juan del Sur. But the rest of Nicaragua, I pick over those places. Carmen Guillermo, you should be more respectful. Leave Nicaragua for the moon. Okay. TJ's here. Hey, TJ. Patricia says a bunch of people got COVID on an Alaskan cruise about a week ago, so COVID is still out there. Oh, it's definitely still out there. It's just not like it was. Oh, Seeking Truth asks, are many Cubans moving to Nicaragua at the moment? Many is a relative term. Are there Cubans moving to Nicaragua at the moment? Yes, I've heard of some. Is it many? I don't think so. We're not hearing of Cubans in like there's more than normal or a lot of extra ones. Could there be extra compared to normal? We haven't and it's the kind of thing, because Cuba and Nicaragua are like super tight partners. So if Cuba is sending a bunch of people, typically you hear about it, right? Because they'd be like, yeah, we're helping out with Cuba, we're taking a bunch of Cubans, or welcome our new Cuban friends, or something. Like they would do that in most cases. So my guess is it's just the normal small amount of back and forth that Nicaragua and Cuba typically send back and forth to each other. We do have, worth noting, newish major flights between Nicaragua and Cuba. So the total number of traffic between the two countries of just people visiting is much higher. But as far as people moving, I've not heard anything and I have not seen anything. I only know that there's a major YouTuber here in Spanish and she's Cuban. So that one person seems to have come that I know of. Sorry, I left and will return. Oh, well, welcome back. Cleobia, I was born in Jamaica, but it seems as if I sell to move back there. I couldn't afford the nice house. Nice a house is my home in Canada. They're having a boom and people are charging way above. That's unfortunate. I don't know what the boom is like in Jamaica. It's a small island, so that definitely could happen. Definitely consider the fact that it could easily be fake, right? Just like San Juan del Sur. If you look online, you're going to think San Juan del Sur's got a boom, it's doing really well, all these things. And then you go down and find out that no one can sell their property. Everything's, the prices are super low. People are desperate to get out because they can't sell. They bought really high and now they're trapped. And so if you haven't investigated, so I have not been to Jamaica. I cannot say what their economic situation is currently, but I know from many things that it's very easy from abroad to think that things are going to be very expensive because they hope to get high prices from people who aren't on the ground. Now, you were born there, you may have access to prices and know things that normal people wouldn't, so you may have great insight. I certainly have none, other than these are trends we know happen when looking at prices from abroad. So just keep that in mind, that it may be worth heading to Jamaica and checking it out. Also, if you can't afford Jamaica, consider the east coast of Nicaragua, which has a sort of Jamaican vibe at a tiny fraction of the cost, even when Jamaica isn't doing well. Patricia says, okay, so then where are you going for World War III? Well, I'm staying here. I'm fine. But Cleo B says, the jet stream protects the island from wars such as Nicaragua and other small island. I'm not sure which the island is in that case. Is that Jamaica is protected from? The problem here in Nicaragua is not that we're going to get fallout, it's that we may have active war and bombings because we have a bombing airfield. How about Vietnam Ho Chi Minh Trail? I don't know about the trail. Do you mean Ho Chi Minh City? Vietnam is really close to China, and easily could be involved in a war. I don't know if Vietnam would be a good place or not. Nice place when there's not a war, for sure. Dalila says, I've seen tons of Haitians going to Managua. I was there. Yeah, Haitians, definitely. I don't see them now, but there was a time where people were reporting Haitians, of course. Oh boy, everything's scrolling past so fast. We've never had anything like this amount of traffic. This is so cool. I was in the plane with tons of them. Yeah, Haitians for sure. Tons of Caribbeans Caribbeans come to Nicaragua. It is a place for that. Cleo B, the Russian vaccine. Just to be clear, Nicaragua is very adamant that it is not a Russian vaccine. It is a Nicaraguan vaccine. There is a Russian vaccine that is Sputnik 5. The Nicaraguan is definitely based on it, but it is not a Russian vaccine. It is the Nicaraguan vaccine. And they did not require it until Nicaragua was making it. That's what makes it really affordable right now, is because Nicaragua is making it. So that's the impetus. If they were requiring the Russian vaccine, they would have had it long ago. So just so people understand, because Nicaragua finally got their own vaccine approved and cleared and everything, and everyone's like, okay, now it's safe. That's why Nicaragua is issuing it. That's why the timing is now. Otherwise, why didn't they do it 6 months ago or whatever? That is why. Federico says, Haiti right now is in the middle of an inner war with gangs. A lot of places have stopped things with them due to not really having a government at this point. Yes, Nicaragua themselves did not block because they're trying to help Haitians where they can. But it can be complicated. Mike Rivas says, where can I get good Chinese food? Honestly, I don't know. There's not a ton, and also it matters, do you mean real Chinese food, which you can get in Nicaragua, or do you mean American Chinese food, which is what I would like to get and I can't find. Honestly, never found good American Chinese food anywhere in the country. Very sad about that. Good real Chinese food, or close to real Chinese food. I've not been, but there's a new, I think, Shanghai Bistro, maybe, at the Gallerias. Looks really good. Menu looks fantastic. There was a Chinese place at Salvador Allende, which was not bad. There's a lot of Chinese like all over, like street food, and in all the cities there's lots of places. There's a place right in the club district, in Managua, in Matagalpa, that was pretty decent. But I'm vegetarian, so much of the food that people really want from the Chinese places I can't have. So what I find to be good may not be what you find to be good. For good Chinese influence food, Dragonfly in Chinandega. Cleo B, Federico, not everywhere is like that in Haiti, because I have an African blogger went there and it was lovely for her. I've on my channel, I've actually had people from Haiti, and they said mostly it's Port-au-Prince that's having problems. It is more than that, but it is relatively isolated, is what they've told me. Right, like I have to take their word for it. At this point, would I go to Haiti myself to investigate? I don't think so. That's at some point, it's like, this is just not a good time for me to go. Not that long ago, I would have risked it and been like, yeah, let's go find out. Because I know what people say about Nicaragua, and I know that's completely fake. So the amount that the Haiti is so dangerous, it's really hard to believe, right? Because they're already lying about places in the region. It kind of burns the trust on those things. And I've been a lot of places, right? I was in Ukraine during the war, and there's a war, but we were able to function in Kiev for a really long time, very well, right? And so in the West, you're hearing it's so terrible, and it is now. I know people there. Now it's really bad. This is back in 2017, but back then the West is it's all this stuff going on, and we're like, no, we've got bombers. We're ready to hit Moscow at this point. Things are pretty chill. So the news has always been pretty skewed. Yes, Don Jorge mentions in Las Penitas there's a new tiki bar. I have to apologize to Mike for not thinking of that. I mentioned it, though, to Renee on the beach just an hour ago. So there's a new tiki bar between Barca de Oro and Sua, much closer to Sua, pretty close to Oasis and Pelican Surf. That is, I can't think of the name. It's a little bit funny name, but it's got tiki in the name. It's Mike's Mexican Restaurant, and it is under construction, but go up to the second floor, and he's got really good Mexican food. He's been on the beach for forever. He's on the show sometimes, so go check his place out for sure in Las Penitas. Cleo B says, I can cook nice food, jerk, anything, Scott, you name it. I need jerk tofu or something, or fish. Jerk fish would be good. I don't do chicken and beef and pork and that stuff. Brian O'Connor says, there are huts at the end of the beach that locals cook fresh seafood. In restaurant Tiburon, that's shark, because he has no thumb. I don't get the because he has no thumb bit. But huts at the end of the beach that local... Oh, wait. Is the name of the place Restaurant Tiburon because the owner or whatever has no thumb because a shark bit it off? That's a funny story that I did not know. Where is Tiburon? Isn't Tiburon in Ponaloya, not in Las Penitas. I can't picture where it is, but I feel like it's in Ponaloya. I've never eaten there. Frederico, true. Cleo B, I was more referring to governments breaking diplomatics and airlines not flying and stuff due to it. Yeah, Frederico is correct. A bunch of places in the region have cut diplomatic ties with Haiti just because they got the excuse to. And airlines, of course, are lowering the chance to go. MLS says, do they have sopa de ponche? I'm sure it exists, but I have not seen it. Carmen says, sopa de garobo. That I haven't actually seen, but definitely we have that. And sometimes if you hear noises while we're doing the show, that is the garobo on my roof. We have a lot of them. Cleo B says to Frico, okay, they are propagandists. I'm not sure who she's referring to in that situation. Brian O'Connor says this is the third biggest beach town after Las Penitas and San Juan del Sur. Oh, what is the third biggest? So to be clear, San Juan del Sur is number one, like 15,000, and then it's Las Penitas, Ponaloya as a combined beach because they really are, like, they're just separated by some rocks. It's really silly. The next biggest is the Pochimil combined beach set, which is the main Managua beach complex. They're pretty clearly number 3, and when you get there, you're like, oh yeah, no, that's big too. And that's where I first bought and then got scammed and then ended up in Las Penitas when we realized we had managed to escape. TJ says, yeah, 61 watching. Yes, I saw that. That is crazy. So much more than we've had before. It's gone down a little bit, but it's still really good. Cleo B says, yes, Larry Rawson's here, but his message disappeared. Jillian says, hey, Carmen. Wow, it took that long for Jillian to see the Carmen message and say hi. Carmen says, just a funny. Vegetarians don't eat anything with eyes, but what about potatoes? Ha ha ha, be nice people. Cleo B, you sure do know how to pronounce my name correctly. Ha ha ha, we are not sure. Preferably visit first. Oh, you're talking to me. I know how to say your name correctly. Cleo B. Frederico says, Cleo B, being Argentine, I know all governments are propagandists. I was in the army during the Falkland War and kept saying they were winning and saying we are losing, so the next day we lost. They were saying they were winning and you were saying they were losing, and the next day they lost. Heck yeah. That's how it is. Carmen says, hey, Jill, love back at ya. Cleo B, I would love to do farming there like avocado oil. I've never seen avocado oil made here, but aguacates are everywhere. Cleo B says, Frederico, yes, they are awful. Sounds like what they did in Rwanda in the mid-90s. Scott Miller, you are certainly right about the scammers because I kept telling my husband these are frauds because the cost of the lands and houses are sky high. I told him it's better to visit. Yeah, there's so many good prices in Nicaragua, but you'll never see it online. There's so much money in running these scams, and it's such a big industry. Like here, someone on the channel referred to this, and I've been using this ever since. It's fantastic. They refer to San Juan del Sur as the Expat pyramid scheme. They have these people who got in long ago, and they're running this scam, and every new group of expats comes in, they get sucked into the pyramid scheme, and then they're in and they can't get out because they put in so much money and they've been scammed, and the only way to ever cash out is to keep everyone believing that the prices are so high until they get the next people conned in, and then they're able to escape. And then everybody leaves the country because none of the people from there, I say none, like obviously some, ever like see the country, learn how it works. And I understand there are some people who really like San Juan del Sur. I almost moved to San Juan del Sur. I spent a lot of time really seriously looking into it. The biggest thing that kept us away is we got scammed so many times. Luckily, we had a lot of resources that they didn't expect us to have. So they'd like show us fake houses and like be like, oh, you got to move fast, it's going to go. And then our actual crew would show up and be like, we went and saw the house. Every picture's fake, the place is falling down, the pool isn't functional. They showed you pictures from 10 years ago when it was new. Now it's not even a standing structure, you couldn't use it. And we'd be like, what the hell are you trying to do? And this happened over and over and over. Sometimes they would show us houses, it turned out the house didn't even exist, right? It was nuts. So we finally figured out what was going on. We started looking into it. And now with the channel, I'm constantly getting feedback from people who are getting scammed by people, whether it's real estate or it's investment scams, you name it. If you're in San Juan del Sur, eventually someone, one day, stand on the street, someone will just walk up to you, pretend that they know you, and try to sell you a bridge in Arizona. Like, it's nuts. But that's where all the money is. Like, there's so many expats who are just lost, right? I just got off the boat. I don't know what to do. And there's so much money to be made in emptying their pockets, because if you don't empty their pockets that first day, someone else on the beach is going to. That's your chance. So everyone's out to get you as fast as possible. And they've gotten so good at it. They've learned what people respond to. So people have got these phrases they use, and people just, but he's my friend, but he has this amazing deal he didn't tell anyone else about, but he's got the only house, and all the houses are super expensive. They're selling really fast. Really? Who's buying them? Where are these expensive houses? What are you talking about? Then you walk around town and you're like, why is town half falling down? Oh, because there aren't any people actually investing. Yeah. All right. Cleo B, yep, and other places as well. So what is that visa? Is that a question for me, Frederico? What is the tourist visa versus the residency visa? So Nicaragua does not require a residency visa for normal people to stay here. So first of all, you don't need a residency visa for a long time, like say a year, 2 years. It depends on your situation, but it can be quite a while. I'm currently on over 3 years. I do not have residency as a visa. I am going to get it, right? I'm very close, just about to go. So roughly 3 years before I've gotten it. But I am 100% in on Nicaragua. This is my home. This is where I'm staying, raising kids, have dogs, have houses, have investments. Like, I'm all over the place. 2, I'm going through the effort of doing investment residency. I'm not taking casual residency. I'm putting in the effort to get the one that gives you a few more things. I'm willing to do that. Do you know how many people I've known who've done that? It's not a popular thing. I have specific reasons because of the show that I want to be able to do a lot of driving over the Honduran border and do the CA4 as my home zone. So I have reasons for wanting to do that. These are very specific to me and affect very few other people. Other people have different reasons. These are the things. And it's been a long time for me, and it's a very careful consideration. If I needed to avoid it, I easily could. But nearly everyone else can avoid it if that's something that they aren't interested in, and many people avoid it by accident, right? If you travel any significant amount, like, well, and a lot of people who, when they move, I get, some people are retirees, but retirees are not affected by the thing. You have to be under 60. And it can take years to get residency. So even if you move here and you're not retired yet, if you're like 57 and you move here, chances are you can make it to 60 before you have to finalize your paperwork and have to deal with the COVID shot. In which case, it's magically done and it doesn't exist, even if it stayed, which I don't think it will. But that's just my personal opinion. So if you want to stay here and really don't want to travel and aren't going to do any other things, and whether you need to for like medical reasons, or you just really, really, really want to be in Nicaragua all the time and you don't want to do any significant amount of travel, then you probably eventually are going to hit a situation where the country wants you to have a residency. The rule of thumb is you do not get residency because you want it. That is the myth. Right? Everybody I talk to starts with, I want residency, but you say why, and they cannot tell you why. They've been led to believe it is a word they must say, and so they repeat it, but they can't tell you what residency is or what it does or why it would be required or how it applies to them, because generally it doesn't. Sometimes it does, but generally it doesn't. If it does apply to you, it generally isn't something you want. It's generally something that you have to do because you have a scenario where there's things you want to do, like never leave the country at all for whatever reason, which is not common. And then you end up being stuck with residency, in which case it's not a big deal. And the one thing that people have said seems to be an issue is that some people don't want to have a vaccine requirement, which I totally understand. And I know, a fair number of people are going to be upset that that's a requirement, but they have to understand that it is an unbelievably unlikely circumstance that you would need it, right? There is a relatively reasonable circumstance where it would come up and you'd have to come up with a way not to get it. But for almost all people, that is incredibly easy to do, whether it's you have a heart condition, you're just an age, it doesn't matter, you waited long enough and it went away, you waited long enough and you became old enough, or you just travel a little bit and it goes away. There's like all these things that most people do that just make it disappear, which is why I don't know anyone who's actually had the requirement except for me. Renee's on. So great meeting you today. Thank you, Renee. That's awesome. Thanks for jumping on the live stream. Mimi says, are there many Colombians moving to Nicaragua? I don't think so. I've not met any. Not that every Colombian would come up and introduce himself to me, but I'm not aware of Colombians moving here. Colombia is relatively-ish safe, not terrible, and it is a really, really nice country with a lot of options on its own, and it is the one place that really seriously competes with Nicaragua on cost of living. So Colombians specifically don't have a strong drive to move abroad in a lot of cases. They just, if you're Colombian and you're like, I want a cheaper place, I want a safer place, typically they go to Asia because that's where it's cheaper than Colombia. But right now, Colombia is pretty strong. The person to ask, I don't know if he's still on, is Eric from Generic Expats, because he has a really broad view of what's going on with migrations around that region, and he's in Colombia right now. So he would be a person. Frederico says, can one buy a motorcycle and drive it as a visitor visa holder? So, yes, there is a very small caveat on that, but the answer is yes. Right, so let's back up. The one thing that you cannot do is buy a vehicle and put it in your own name, and that is completely worthless. It has no value. But the one thing about that matters is that then you can drive it throughout the CA4. So it has to be that you want to drive it through the CA4. There's no reason to want a vehicle in your own name otherwise. That is the singular value to that. And I've checked with Josh, who I think is on, because he mentioned the live stream to someone that we were talking about them. He owns a vehicle not through that program. And he could drive to Costa Rica. So it's only the CA4, Honduras, Guatemala, and El Salvador, that you need this specific thing for. Unless you need that. That's why I want the residency. It's because I do want to do that. If you just want a motorcycle and just want to drive it around Nicaragua, Costa Rica, and Panama, then all you do, and I know that people are like, what do you mean that's all you do? But if you imagine the US or Canada, like this is don't even think twice, just do it. Like, it's such a trivial thing. You just form a company, and its only thing is to buy you a motorcycle. And then you put the motorcycle in the company's name. Ta-da! Now you own a motorcycle because you own the company, and the company owns the motorcycle. And it's just that there's a legal entity within Nicaragua that owns the motorcycle, and should there be a lawsuit about it, an accident, there's a company or entity against which to make a claim. That is it. So, yes, you can easily buy a motorcycle. I have a motorcycle. I have a scooter. I have a car. I do not have residency. So I am proof that it can be done. Mimi says, what do you miss most about Canada? To whom are you speaking? I'm American, but I grew up on the Canadian border. What do I miss most is definitely my family. No question. Maybe that's for someone else. So someone else jump in and answer. I'll read your stuff. But if you're asking me, it's missing my family and missing stuff like Amazon for sure. But I have reasons why I'm really glad I don't have it. I miss it for sure. Like emotionally, man, I wish I had Amazon. But I also really like how it's changed me as a person who shops and buys. I am so much more responsible now, so much better about stuff. I'm so much less owned by the stuff. So that's actually been really good, but I still wish I had it. And the third thing is while the quality is terrible and very unhealthy, the variety of food that was available to me growing up in New York and Texas was really something. And that's something we don't have. Like Managua has really good food with a reasonable variety. Here in León, it's not a Nicaragua thing. It is a León thing. Man, I miss just being able to go out and have like endless food that I really like of different types. As far as like quality of food, the quality here is fantastic. That's not a problem. If you're asking what one thing I miss from Texas, Taco Bueno. And if you've not had Taco Bueno in Texas, I recommend never having it, because once you've had it, you will long for it the rest of your life. Clean Eating with Claudia Epicure Consultant says, I'm just going to call you Claudia, any recommendations for Airbnb at Matagalpa, Esteli, and Jinotega? Unfortunately, I never Airbnb up there, so I don't know. Probably lots of good options, I just don't know. Frederico says, I've had my shots, but 2 years ago, that will not count. Not sure about time frame where they consider still valid. It doesn't matter, they don't count ones from up there as valid. That is what I was told by Minsa. But the Moderna, other American ones, and the Russian ones were okay per Nicaragua for Retirado visa. Were okay how long ago? So I have Pfizer, and it was not too old, and it did not count. I had to have Sputnik, it had to be Nicaraguan, and it had to be current. I guarantee that there is some I'm just up Eddie. There is some exception, I'm sure, but we were not given one. They were very clear. You had to have the Nicaraguan one, and you had to have it currently. If it was Nicaraguan and it was old, that was fine because they only existed as far back as March. But they definitely did not give any options for the American ones counting for anything. Eddie Lammer says, really, Scott? I've lived in Orlando area for over 20 years and absolutely enjoy it. Like I said, some people are going to like it. The majority of people, though, don't. San Juan del Sur, I know people who really like San Juan del Sur. They are definitely the exception in San Juan del Sur. Now, lots of people will try to sell you on it. As long as they think they can somehow make money off of you, or they're worried that you will repeat that they don't like it, they instantly go into, no, it's great, I love it. Why would anybody go anywhere else? Like, oh, you got to be in an enclave. You got to pay high prices. Oh, the rest of Nicaragua, whatever. And you're like, hey, well, have you seen the rest of Nicaragua? And a few of them have, but a lot have never left San Juan del Sur. And they're like, I don't know. This place is scary, so I'm scared to go out. Sadly. All right. Colby Road 1. Not to be confused with Colby Road 8, who was, here earlier. Can you discuss where and how far the plan is for the coastal highway and how it will affect the coastal communities, how long it will take, etc.? Are Nicaraguans wanting it? So as far as Nicaraguans wanting it, I'm going to go with probably not-ish. A lot of them understand the economics and are like, yeah, that'll help our economy. So I like that. And that's a general, pretty hefty consensus. But the number who are like, I want this for me is really close to zero. Because Nicaraguans don't go to the coast. They don't go to Rivas in general, the southern area where the coastal highway is primarily for. And they definitely don't do that kind of beach stuff. They have a culture of going to the beach very limited and zipping in a different way. So it really isn't for Nicaraguans except to build the Nicaraguan economy. Where and how far the plan is. So it's not a plan. It is underway. They are building the road. People have seen it. It's really happening. It is happening first from the Costa Rican border. They're just picking the south, which makes sense because the whole point is to connect to the Pan American just inside the border, right about where duty free is now, and head as quickly as they can to the coast and then connect the coastal communities because that area is so disconnected, it's wild. Both it's wild that it's so disconnected and it's a wild area because it's disconnected. So they want to get that because the people coming in from Costa Rica, which is a really large number, right? If you go to the Costa Rican border and just watch people come through, it is a busy border crossing because Nicaragua really only has 2 crossings for humans. You're allowed to cross other places, but they're like Las Manos in near Tegucigalpa, right? It's a shipping crossing point. It's meant for like heavy trucks to cross. So if you go there as like a person crossing, they're like confused. They're like, "What? Where's your semi?" And you're like, "I'm not a truck driver. I'm just a tourist." And they're like, you do know you're going into a jungle, right? Like there's nothing on the other side of this border. And you're like, yeah, I got a friend picking me up. And they're like, in a car? How, are you walking? Like they're so confused. Like the whole thing's weird. It was a really fun experience, except for the fact that they have no public bathrooms. Like they're just not prepared. They expect you to have a truck. They didn't know what to do. They literally kept us there for 3 hours. They were just like, you're stuck. We're lost. Like we want to help you. We just don't know what to do. It was wild. But so we have the crossing at Guasame. Is that right? I got the name wrong. It's very similar to that. For Honduras, that's the tourist crossing. And then we've got Piñas Blancas for Costa Rica. Those crossings have all the people. So as long as and the one in the north won't help for the beach. So if you're crossing from Costa Rica, there really is this swarm of people coming across the border, both directions, right? Nicaraguans and Costa Ricans just all the time because it's close. So if they come in, they're like, okay, yes. So Nicaragua's got beaches. We're in a beach zone, right? And you're like, well, technically. And they're like, how do we get to the beach? And you're like, so go an hour up that way. And then like, but isn't the beach right here? Well, yeah, physically it's right there. And they're like, but so I have to drive an hour to go right there? And you're like, So they want to get that highway connected so that when you cross in from Costa Rica, you can be like, let's go to the beach and just be on the beach. And then that's going to start bringing in traffic immediately. So we're expecting that to be open, like, I don't know, within like a year, I think. It's very, very close to being operational. And then it's just going to be this very slow march up the coast because they don't have a big crew on it. It's a small crew, and they're working their way along as they connect those communities. So we kind of guess it's going to be like 5 to 10 years before they complete, which is fine because it's going to be a lot of just little improvements over time. It's going to grow and grow and grow. But it is happening now, and the very first pieces of it are starting to happen. But be aware that it's not going to do anything major for quite some time because you got to have it paved, you got to connect the communities, you got to build the things along it. It takes more than just building the road to make it really useful. But it's definitely coming, and it is over the long term, in say 15 to 20 years, it's going to revitalize the coast. Maybe not 100% positive. Could it have environmental impacts? It could. Could it change kind of how Nicaragua interacts with the ocean? Yeah, it easily will. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I don't know. I'm going to have to see how it is. I don't know how much discussion has gone into it. I don't know how much thinking has gone into it. I do know that it's a major problem right now. There's tons of amazing coast that you cannot reach. Well, that's unfortunate. Who's enjoying that? Nobody. So they're fixing some really important things. Could it have negative consequences? It could. And I'm sure some places are going to be hurt, whereas I think a lot are going to be super helped. And an example of some place that's probably going to be so much improved is Salinas Grandes. That area is so isolated, but beautiful, and the road's already there. It's just terrible. So they're not like making a new road. They're just improving a road and connecting it to places. So we'll see. Hope that answered your question. Mark Christian, when transferring money from a bank in the U.S. to a bank in Nicaragua, 1, why would you do that? 2, are the transaction fees high? I don't think they're exceptionally high. There's definitely fees. The general rule of thumb is you don't want to do that unless you absolutely have to. Sometimes you have to, I understand. We've been here a long time, and it is extremely rare that we need to do that with any real frequency or any real amount of money. Generally, if you're moving money from the U.S. into Nicaragua, you're going to be working with ATMs. I know there's scenarios like you're buying a house and they only have a bank account in Nicaragua, so you have to. Yeah, absolutely. There's very legitimate reasons why you may need to do that. In which case, I don't know what the fees are going to be, but they're going to be noticeable, that's for sure. But that's pretty standard, right, with an international bank transfer, no matter what. But most people, most of the time, are able to avoid that one way or another and work through a more fluid system. It's even when you're buying large properties, we generally do so through non-international transfers. It's amazing how often you're able to do that. It just works out. It's kind of like the residency thing. Like officially, you would always have to do this, but then in practice, it's like, oh, actually, that doesn't come up that often. Like it's actually easy. Funny how easy it is to work around that. So. Yeah, it just kind of depends. Maybe if you have a specific scenario, you want to run it by me for sure. Cleo B, the funniest thing my grandmother told my mother that her father was from Cuba when he tried to teach her Spanish, but she hated it. That her father was from Cuba, he tried to teach her Spanish. Well, that's too bad. I meant the Caribbean countries, including Nicaragua. Oh, sorry, Cleo B. It is so many people talking, which is the most amazing thing. Venice can't be worse than Rome. James, you have clearly not been around Italy. If not in tourist areas, need to wear safety boots for needles on the ground. So I spent a bit of time in Rome. Rome is actually my favorite city. And I'm able to live in Rome. It certainly has come up as an option. I never thought I would like Rome. From a history perspective, of course I thought I would like Rome. Like I'd like a history class, right? Which I would like. I do like that. Does that make sense? But when I went to Rome, I fell in love with Rome. I love Rome. And I've been all over. Like, I don't go in touristy areas. Like, I cross cities on foot. I've been all over Rome. I've never experienced, like, trash problems, needle problems, dangerous areas, nothing. I walk during the day, at night, you name it. I absolutely love Rome as a residential city. It's beautiful. A little bit expensive. That's one of the reasons I don't live there. But Rome, Madrid, and Guatemala City are my 3 favorite cities currently in the world. There's plenty of places I haven't been, but I've been to a lot. Venice and Cancun are my least favorite places in the world. That's, for me, how far different they are. Venice isn't like even a viable city. Like no one lives there. Don Jorge says there's a good Chinese spot in Managua next to Plaza Once. Oh, is it like just before it when you're coming from Managua, or after it, like heading to Masaya? If you happen to know the name, let me know, because I'd like to check it out. I'm always looking for good Chinese. Jillian says excellent Mexican food and cool tiki deck. You've probably been there more than me as far as amount of time at Mike's place. I need to get down there. Also, if you see him, tell him I have his computer ready. I've had his computer for like 6 months. Every so often it scrolls on me. Brian O'Connor says the shark bit it off. That's sad and funny all at the same time. Cleo B says, Frederico, exactly, the scams are activating up all over, for sure. Brian O'Connor, end of the beach near the river restaurant Tiburon Jose. There's a river on both ends, Brian. That doesn't help. It's literally 2 beaches, rocks in the middle. They're like mirrors, so the description could always go both ways. Mary retracted a message, so I can't read it. Frederico says, the one that you were needing something for. That's got to be the residency visa. James says San Juan del Sur is bad for blood pressure. If the people there stress you out, that would be bad for your blood pressure. Philip Kirkbride is here. Hello, Philip. Is there a lot of scams in the South if you're not buying but just traveling around as a tourist? So, no, Philip, I don't think there is. There's going to be like restaurants are extra high price. That's not a scam. It's just a little bit more expensive. The thing that there will be scams, but my experience in the South is that all of the scams are, oh, you're a tourist, but don't you want to live here? You need a house and you need it now. So in that case, you're not buying a house, but there is a scam that they're trying to trick you into buying a house. Or as you're passing through, they'll still try to get you to invest in a business. If you can resist investing in a business, giving anyone money, like no one's like scamming you like, oh, I think your tire is broken. Let me just, and they're stealing your tires. It's not like that. It's all North Americans who are trying to come up with ways for you to voluntarily open your wallet and hand them tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars. So as long as you have no intention to do that and can resist people trying to trick you into doing that, then you're completely fine. Like, I don't go to San Juan del Sur and get scammed, like get taken advantage of. I go there and feel icky because that's going on. Does that make sense? So as long as you're not going to fall for it, it's not a problem, other than it's unpleasant to be around that kind of culture. If you're just passing through and you're a reasonable person, then San Juan del Sur is really good to stop at. Like, it has some of the most beautiful views in Nicaragua. It has some of the best restaurants, even though they're overpriced. Certainly check them out. I really like eating in the area, and there's like hotels that I really like. If you want a hotel recommendation in San Juan del Sur, I can hook you up. I love the place. It's a little bit expensive, but that's where I would spend my money, because I've been to some places I hated in San Juan del Sur. Unfortunately, one place I really like closed, but there are places that I absolutely would go, absolutely love it. I'm not opposed to spending time in San Juan del Sur, and it is growing, and there is some cool stuff happening. You just gotta know what you're getting into and be able to be like, I'm not into this. Like, don't keep trying to sell me things. Colby Road 1, are there any great local guides for Leon and the area, or is it not necessary? Do you suggest it's easy enough to do yourself? So the only thing about Leon, and this is unfortunate, is that we just don't have a whole heck of a lot of tourist infrastructure. We don't have a lot of things to see. But Leon is crazy safe, and if Renee's still here, she'll tell you. She's been walking around, she's new to Leon, and she's like, "What? This is nuts how safe it is. Like, so safe. You can just walk. Like, you don't have to worry at all, especially during the day. But even at night, like, it gets dark and you're like, oh no, I'm out in Leon. No, just walk, take a taxi, but you can just walk. Like, seriously, it's safe. There's a few things to do in Leon, but most of them are either go out to the beach, and then there's a bunch of cool beach stuff, or it's do stuff around the center of the city, or if you just want to explore the city like on foot or in a taxi or whatever, you can. I'm pretty sure there are ways to get tour guides, but I've honestly never seen one, except you have to have a tour guide if you're going to do like volcano boarding. That's different. Just go hit up Bigfoot or whatever Volcano Day and arrange your tours from there, and that's what you do, right? And they're going to take care of you. You're definitely okay there. Do not do that in Managua. Definitely do that in Leon. As far like, you have to volcano board in Leon. We're the only city with it, but you arrange it in Leon. Do not arrange it in Managua. You'll be sorry. As far as seeing Leon, you want to spend a little bit of time on the square, do some shopping. You definitely want to see the cathedral. That's our big attraction. You definitely want to see the Ortiz Gurdian Art Museum. It's the most important museum of any type in all of Central America. It has a Picasso. It's a tiny Picasso, but we have a Picasso. But it's an architectural museum. It's an art museum. It's very cool. You can stop by the Ruben Dario Museum. You can stop by the Museum of the Revolution. There are parks to go see, like Ruben Dario Park with the lions at the entrance of town. It's nice for a little walk, but what's it going to, 20 minutes maybe? Leon really lacks attractions. So it's difficult to tell people to come and stay for a long period of time unless you're house hunting. If you're here to like, do I want to live in Leon? Then explore some neighborhoods, explore on foot, go walk around, do that kind of stuff for sure. But if you're just here as a tourist, don't give yourself too much time because you're going to be like, oh, this is a nice city to live in, I guess, but as a tourist, what am I supposed to do? That's what you'll have as kind of your experience. So the other thing you can do is we do have, and arrange this with a Simple Beach Lodge, like communicate with the Simple Beach Lodge and request if you can get in on the Dark History Tour. That will take you up to the old fortress, and you'll get a walking tour where they tell you a whole bunch of Nicaraguan history because a whole bunch of revolution happened in Leon. I mean, it's Leon, first city of the revolution. That's its real name, right? It's not Leon. It's Leon, the first city of the revolution. And you watch when people, like real Nicaraguans are saying it, like when you're like casually, I live in Leon, but when you're like on TV, you have to say that all the time. And so going to see some of the revolutionary history in the city is pretty fantastic. So that is good. But you can definitely do it on your own. But if you talk to like Bigfoot or you talk to the Simple, they may be able to hook you up with a guide who will just give you like a walking tour or something like that. That could happen. I've never seen it. The X-Men are here. I'm from Nicaragua, and I heard that a lot of Chinese are investing in Nicaragua. They are putting in a lot of businesses. There are independent Chinese like investors. I don't know that I would call it a lot that I've seen, but certainly there's like the new Chinese mall in the southwest of Managua. Like that's a big complex that they've already put in and a much bigger one coming in. There are a number of Chinese businesses, manufacturing facilities are popping up or have been here for a little while. There is a bit of stuff kind of like that the Chinese are doing. I don't know that it's a ton more than they were doing previously, but I would expect that there are because, and someone mentioned it earlier, James, maybe I'm going to put words in someone's mouth. Nicaragua has recently shifted from being primarily aligned with Taiwan to being primarily aligned with China. And that has really opened the doors to make it much easier for Chinese investors to work in Nicaragua. Not that they couldn't before, of course they could, but it's just much more welcoming and easy now for them. And so I think more importantly than anything, my very personal opinion here, is that a lot of Chinese investors are suddenly being told and encouraged that Nicaragua is a very inviting place, that the Chinese government is like, hey, give this a look. Maybe they're putting it in front of people. I'm sure they're not, pushing people to come to Nicaragua, but China's a big place with big investment dollars, right? All it takes is someone in the government saying, we now mark Nicaragua a good investment opportunity, right? And magically, some really sizable number of Chinese investors will pop into Nicaragua to check it out and be the first ones in and be the early adopters, because that's when you get some really serious advantages if you can do that, if you know what you're doing. So I'm not at all surprised, and I totally expect that to be happening. But I've only seen so much of it. But obviously I don't see everything. Tom is here. Hey, Scott. Out of all the countries in Latin America that you have traveled to, which is the most similar to Nicaragua? Most similar from a historic standpoint is definitely Costa Rica, but now they feel nothing alike. If you are looking for the place that has the most similar weather and kind of access to things, that's probably Honduras. But of the one that feels the most like it to me is Guatemala, except for the weather. So it's much cooler. If you're looking for the one that kind of fits ideologically most well aligned with it, it is probably Bolivia. But I haven't traveled to that much of South America, so it's difficult for me to give a broad comparison. But those, I think, are most likely the ones that are most similar, but each is different in a different way. So it's hard to say, like, well, Panama's closer in weather, but Guatemala's closer in culture. So which of those things weighs more for you, right? Don Jorge says, yeah, it's true and truly amazing. So much more access to low-cost goods that were never available before. Interesting Chinese food products to try. That is a big deal, Don Jorge, and for everyone. Nicaragua traditionally has really struggled to have access to goods. We have enough to survive, of course, like that's not a problem, but it's the broad variety of things has been lacking. It's a little bit far to get things from China. It's definitely far to get things from Europe. The United States is not a huge trade partner with Nicaragua the way that it could be. We have land borders, but with only trucks, not trains, with Costa Rica and Honduras. So like just getting stuff here isn't the easiest. And like going to Bolivia, who's also very tightly aligned with China, they have this amazing, unbelievable scope of Chinese products in Bolivia, and I can't wait for some of those to be coming to Nicaragua. Like this sounds funny, but like their faucets, their kitchen accessories and bathroom accessories and fixtures and stuff. My gosh, that's what I want. And it's all from China, so I'm just waiting for someone to bring them in and be like, oh, Nicaragua needs this because that's what I want in my house. Those things are so great, so much better than what I've seen on the U.S. market and at good prices. So yeah, Bolivia is a good example of what I hope we end up getting here in the short term. Lawrence Cox says coming to Granada for 3 weeks in July. Awesome. Are you just going to be hanging out in Granada, Lawrence, or are you basing there and going to be seeing a bunch of the country? What are your plans? Inquiring minds want to know. Oh man, there's so many things. It keeps scrolling. This is great. Frederico said, and we're 65 people right now. Wow. Cool, great info. This is Frederico. Is making the company like in the U.S. where I register online and done the same day, or is it a long, complex deal to make a company? I think it's neither. It's somewhere in the middle. It's not going to be a one-day thing. Personally, I use a lawyer. Like, I'm a big believer in having a good lawyer, and also a big believer in watch out for scams. So there's a ton of scam lawyers out there. They definitely go after you when you first move in. So be very wary of that. But with a good lawyer putting together a small company that doesn't need to do very much, it's like just to hold a vehicle, I'm going to guess it's just maybe a couple days. Like it's going to be a little bit more than a one-day online thing, but not a big deal at all. I have formed big companies here that like have multiple board members and do all, yeah, that takes more work. And you got to like do all these minutes and all stuff like that. That's a little bit complicated. You don't need that. It should be pretty fast. A lot of people, you may be able to get away with a quota FIA. In many cases, the quota FIA system, which is basically LLC, like simple company, was done away with in a lot of cases. But I believe for something like this, it may still exist, in which case that might actually be like a 2-day thing. Very easy. And then you're good. Federico also says, cool, I'm not worried about the vaccines, so all good. Yeah, a lot of people aren't. That's one of the things is so many people I talk to, they're like, oh, I found out about those vaccines, and so I went and got them. And so nothing applied to them because they had already gone and gotten them because they were looking for vaccines. I was like, oh, okay, well, that didn't help. Don Jorge, many gringos living in San Juan del Sur live in a bubble. It's often they simply don't know the country, culture, people, history, etc. And that is absolutely true. The thing that happens, the thing that we see a lot is that people hear about Nicaragua, and because of the marketing engine of San Juan del Sur, when they go to research Nicaragua, all they get is this blast of San Juan del Sur. And once they get that, they're like, this is Nicaragua. And they have no idea the rest of it exists. Or if they do, it's just there in Granada. And they think of it as like, you know, if you were to look at Florida and you just saw a bunch of ads for Disney World, and you're like, that's Florida. It's Disney World and its immediate surrounds. And then maybe Miami and nothing else. And then you're like, you know, there's Tallahassee. And they'd be like, I've never heard of that. And you're like, and you live here? Like, what? But there really is this. If you research Nicaragua from abroad, you will actually never see what we consider Nicaragua. That you'll find this one small-ish village. It's a good-sized village, but this one village. And it's so different than the rest. And then if you fly in and say you're going there, basically they pick you up at the airport and just zip you off and like don't look out the windows, right? And you can look out the windows because most of that drive is just tree-lined highway. It's so empty, and it's beautiful. And so you have these beautiful, long, empty drives down the Pan American, and you're like, oh, Nicaragua's empty, because they're taking you on an isthmus between the ocean and the lake. You're skipping all of real Nicaragua. And the flights often come in the night. So I've known people, lots of people who've flown in and out in the dark and have never seen Nicaragua because they go all the way to San Juan completely in the darkness. I've done it. Like, I came to San Juan in 2019. Never once did we see the country ever. Now, I'd lived here, so it wasn't a big deal. I knew what was out the windows. But the people I were with, to them, it was airport, black, San Juan del Sur. And it was like a teleporter that took a while. And then they see San Juan del Sur, and everything, like, San Juan del Sur has like this natural contains you feeling. Like, there's no desire to go outside. It's a little zone. Everything kind of is there. And you're just like, this is where I am. And everything, nobody ever mentions anything. No one says, wouldn't you like to go see? Wouldn't you like? No, because every single person is focused on this bubble. And so if you start by being sucked into that bubble, you are... you easily become part of the bubble. It's really something to see, the degree to which you can go to this good-sized village with so many expats who have been there for a long time, and you'll be like, what do you think of this part of the country? And they'll be like, I've never heard of that. And you're like, well, what about this town that everyone should know? And they'll be like, the what now? And they don't know how to shop. They don't know where the stores are. They don't know what. And you're just like, I can't even. Like, I don't even know how to think of the world in that context. Like, it's so amazing. But yeah, very, very common that they can't tell you anything about Nicaragua, the Nicaraguan experience, or anything. Carmen says, I'm interested in asking, if I buy a motorcycle in someone else's name and I'm stopped, they will confiscate the motorcycle because they say it may be stolen. No, they won't say it may be stolen. If that person says that it's stolen, you're in trouble. You're trusting that they won't say that. But people definitely borrow motorcycles. Like, people drive other people's vehicles all the time. That is not a problem. Should you put a vehicle in someone else's name? That is not something I would do. Unless it was like, okay, my girlfriend of many years, okay, or it's my cousin, okay. Like, if you had some really strong connection, but if it's someone you just met in the last 2 years, I would not even entertain that at all. All right, in theory, there's an ad running, so there's going to be so you'll hear me say this after the ad, I think. Actually, someone let me know if I said that immediately after the ad, because I want to know. And then we'll be back. So, good question, Carmen. Carmen says, in the DR, Dominican Republic, you will be arrested and bike taken into custody. That is super weird that you cannot borrow people's vehicles. No, Nicaragua is not like that. The only time your vehicle is confiscated is if you injure somebody or you are under the influence, in which case they're definitely taking your bike. They do not play around with that. Philip Kirkbride says, Don Jorge, is San Juan del Sur a safe spot? So, Philip, all of Nicaragua is safe. Period. All of Nicaragua is safe. There isn't a dangerous spot in Nicaragua. Within the context of a really safe country, San Juan del Sur is generally considered to be the most dangerous place outside of the roughest barrios of Managua. However, I've never found one of those barrios of Managua that would actually be rougher than San Juan del Sur, but it's kind of like that. It's like a rough barrio of Managua, which are still pretty safe. So if you're trying to compare it to other places, there is, like, San Juan del Sur may be the least safe part of Nicaragua, but it's definitely safer than the most safe part of Costa Rica, for example. So it's all perspective, right? Milton says, holy cow, 62 people. Your hard work is paying off, Scott. Cheers, man. Thanks, Milton. Yeah, this week has been, I'm feeling so good about this week. Oh no, Elton from Immense Coffee is traveling at the moment to San Juan del Sur and he can't jump on. Oh, that sucks. Okay, triste, bro. Gotta spell bro right. I can't spell bro at all. That's too bad that he can't make it. But yeah, so Nicaragua is so safe, and it doesn't have these really hot spot and cold spots the way that, say, like the United States, right? And this isn't a good or bad thing. It's just very different. The U.S. has areas that are ridiculously safe. Like just, oh my gosh, you don't lock your doors, you don't do anything, you don't lock your car doors, you don't take your keys out of your car. I mean, I grew up in one of those spaces, right? Wyoming County, New York, you don't have to lock anything ever. Ever. And we even have Attica in the middle of the county, and still you don't have to lock your doors. Like, come on, it's so safe, it's silly. And like, I lived in Romania, same thing. Lock your cars don't even have locks. Like, people don't have keys. They lost their keys. They just jumpstart their cars. Like, nobody cares. They don't really do that. But that's no one. The only time you ever lock anything is to keep bears out, right? Transylvania is so safe you can't even understand. Nicaragua is not that safe, right? But so in the United States, you have these really safe areas. But then you have St. Louis. Then you have Baltimore, then you have New Orleans, and then within those you have these really dangerous neighborhoods. So the US has places that literally exceed the danger of active war zones in many cases. Not every active war zone, but many active war zones. In Nicaragua, even though its safety is on average only slightly better than the United States, which is pretty good overall, but it's only slightly safer than the United States. But importantly, Nicaragua is roughly even safety throughout the country. León happens to be the safest city, and San Juan del Sur happens to be the least safe individual area. If you go inside Managua to isolated pockets, those will be less safe than San Juan del Sur, and other parts of Managua, like Los Robles or Villa Fontana, are going to be much safer than San Juan del Sur. But there's no spot that is like so bad that you would worry about it. Like even the worst spots of Managua, I keep challenging people to find a spot that I would be uncomfortable with in Managua. I'm not saying that you should go to every most dangerous place and like make a point of it. That's my job, right? I'm here to go to the most dangerous places and be like, look, you would be okay if you did end up here, but don't voluntarily end up here. Don Jorge says, I would say San Juan del Sur is certainly safe compared to almost any other place in Latin America. It's only potentially unsafe if you act stupid and live recklessly. That is mostly true. It is the one spot you're going to really see drugs on the street. You're really going to see prostitution in public. You definitely don't see prostitution anywhere in the country. You may see a situation and be like, I wonder, right? But it's super casual, very, very not in the public eye. San Juan del Sur, it is on the corner, propositioning like inner city in the United States. That is not dangerous, but it's a very different look and feel than the rest of Nicaragua. It is much more catering to North Americans and their vices. Mimi says, have you ever considered living or moving to Spain? I assume that question is to me, in which case the answer is a most definite yes, because I lived in Spain before I came to Nicaragua. I technically lived in Spain before Panama, before Nicaragua, but my first country living abroad was Spain, and as far as just a pure country goes, Spain is my favorite country. The amount I love Spain is really something. But the total, and I talk about this a lot, so I'm not going to go into it particularly now, but Spain is definitely just amazing. Like, yeah, you can't say enough good things about Spain. It's low cost, crazy safe, amazing food, amazing people, but I like the culture in Nicaragua better. I like the music and stuff in Spain better. Like it's all a blend, right? You're gonna be all over the place as far as which things you like or don't. I like the access to wine far better in Spain. I like the way that people eat. I lived in Andalusia on the south side of Granada on what's known as the Sultan Sai. There, everything is the classic. Tapas culture, which is amazing. Like you talk about it, and you're like, "Oh, is that like a thing that happens from now and then?" No. That is every single restaurant, every single meal. That is what they do, and you're like, "Oh, what? No, that can't actually be." But no, it actually is. Like that's really a thing. Like it's truly cool. So that is something that I really love about Spain, and the weather. It's much cooler than Nicaragua. That's a big bonus. But for me, I'm an American, so Spain is a lot more challenging, and it's much farther from family, and it's a different time zone. And honestly, the day-to-day culture in Nicaragua, I prefer. What I really wish is that I could have Nicaraguan culture, Nicaraguan location with Spanish weather, tapas, and eating late at night like Spain with the passeggiata, but with the hill towns of Italy, especially northern Italy, around Alba. but with the culture and the people of Nicaragua. Like for me, going out and hanging out with people, Nicaragua is the place where I connect with the people the most. In Spain, I love people watching a lot more than Nicaragua, but I don't find that I connect with people anywhere near as much. I did connect with people in Spain, had a great time in Spain. People were great. Nicaragua just like connects like it was home. El Nica Man is here. Oh, Jillian says I lived 6 months in Rome and loved it. Yeah, Rome is awesome. So I really feel Madrid I love. I would definitely do Madrid. I've never in Madrid and unhappy. Rome is just that little bit happier, I think. I need to spend more time in Madrid. I used to work in Madrid, so I had an office, but I need to spend more time in Madrid. I might like Madrid more than Rome. But Rome, I don't know, there's just something. I do like how easy it is for me to speak in Madrid, but at the time when I was in Rome, I spoke Italian better than Spanish back then. I've lost most of my Italian. I could get it back pretty quickly. I learned basic Spanish first when I was young. Italian is the first language I actually spoke. Like, I had enough Spanish, it was like I could order food, right? Like from high school and stuff. So I had like this kind of background. But then we're Italian and we lived in Italy for a while. And it was like, this is a really serious possibility that this is home. So I need to speak Italian. And no one else in my family speaks Italian. Everyone else kind of speaks Spanish. So it's like, we can all kind of muddle through. But Italian, I went out and learned Italian and was able to speak Italian when we were there. Like, not well, but I was able to speak Italian, have conversations, hang out with people, do things. And that was fantastic. Then when we moved to Nicaragua permanently, I went through a bunch of effort to really speak Spanish. And I'm definitely not the best, but I definitely speak it way more than Italian now. Nica Man, yo solo vengo a mirar los geckos. Mis geckos! Cleo B. Scott, you should have moderators answering some of your replies on here. I really should. My main moderator is sick this evening. The H1N1 swine flu is going around and it has got everybody these days, so I'm short people. James says, your blood pressure, San Juan del Sur, winds you up. Oh, my blood pressure, yeah, it sure does. It's the people in San Juan del Sur. James said, oh, no, Cleo B, type of red flags in these countries. Was that a response or a question? Don Jorge, Scott, restaurant, I'm going to pronounce it terrible. Xintiandi. It's Chinese with an American Chinese flair. Interesting. Why most Chinese spots in America taste similar is because they're pretty much all use the same suppliers. That's definitely true. I'll have to go check that out. I go by Once all the time, so that's pretty handy. Renee! Leon is the safest city I've ever been in Latin America for sure. Walked around alone as a single female for hours. Sean Steinman says, can you buy a 3-bedroom condo for 150,000 Canadian? Can you get a permanent resident visa with that amount? So really importantly, can you buy a condo for that? Yes. Twice. Can you get a visa with that? No. So, but really importantly, one, why do you want a visa? That is not a normal thing. You should not be looking for a visa unless you have really done your research. That is not normal to want that. And two, property investments do not count towards any visa in Nicaragua. That does not mean that a visa is hard to get. Visas are ridiculously easy to get here. But it doesn't mean you want one, and you do not buy property to move towards it. That would, if anything, undermine your ability to get a visa if for some reason you did need to buy a visa, which I've never met anyone who had to do that. But if you needed to do that, the last thing you want to do is throw your money away on a condo and then find out that in no way is that considered in any factor for any visa, because whatever money you had is now gone in that condo, which you now can't sell because you can't sell property in Nicaragua. It just never moves. Renee says, I should add, I'm completely unfamiliar with the city. Took the bus. She means the bus in from the beach, so the chicken bus from Las Penitas in Ponaloya, and walked aimlessly with no advice on where to avoid or go. That's because she's new to my channel and has not spent enough time watching it to know where to go in Leon. Don Jorge says, I've walked around at night solo in most cities in Nicaragua, including barrios in Managua that have been known to be dangerous, and in the last few years are very safe and active with families everywhere. That's what I've heard, is even San Judas is super safe and no reason not to walk around at night. which is famously super dangerous. And I'm in Via Libertad all the time at night. And like, if someone didn't say this is super dangerous, I would never even have an inkling that it's dangerous. Lauren says staying mainly in Granada, but going to Jalapa to see my wife's family. Oh, okay. That's a good reason. What rental car company is good to use from Granada? As always, avoid Hertz, like your life depends on it. Other than that, Jalapa, you are probably going to want to rent a car. Honestly, if you're going to Jalapa, how long are you going to be there? Hire a driver who has a car. Let them drive you. If you're not planning on like stopping along the way and doing like a bunch of stuff, if you're just heading to Jalapa, hire a driver. It might cost you more than a car rental, but it might not. And then you know they're going to get you there. You don't have to deal with anything that might go wrong. That is what I would do if it was me. Otherwise, go to the Hotel Plaza Cologne, right on the main square. They've got the car rental place there in Granada, and just rent from anyone that isn't Hertz who gives you a good deal. That is what I would do. Rob Stonator says you don't need to put a vehicle in someone's name. Just start a Nicaraguan business and buy the vehicle under the business. No need for the business to even do anything. Exactly. That is what I said earlier. That is the thing to do. That is exactly what you do, and it fixes everything, and there's no reason to even have a hesitation about it. Like, it's cheap, it's easy. Is it going to cost you something? Yes, there's like some fee to owning a car in a foreign country where you don't reside, but it's really minor. And if you want, have that business and then use it for something, right? That's fine too. Rob Stewart, okay, senor, it's 10:30 p.m. here in Ontario. We get up at 5 a.m. to work. Oh, sucks being a working Canadian where you have to work so many hours to pay the bills. Buenas noches. Have a good night, Rob. That was probably an hour ago from how far down on the list I am on reading these things. Frederico says, in Portland, I've walked into homes where they had a machine gun by front door and also had to duck due to bullets flying due to gangs fighting. Never had that issue in Bangkok. Buenos Aires, Dominican Republic, and others. I think I'm guessing those initials correctly. For sure, yeah. The American Northwest has gotten bad. Isaac Cabrera says, what is the weather like? It's hot, Isaac. It's hot. What do you want to know? Leon is very, very hot, but all of Nicaragua is hot. It's rainy season now, so half the year we get rain, half the year we don't. It's always warm, but it's consistent, so it's really easy to get used to. And you'll always be warm, but it really isn't bad. It's rare that we have like it be bad. Mostly it's just warm. James says, Jillian, my friend did his master's in architecture in Rome. Poor student. His view was Rome is the asshole of the world, and if want to test nuclear weapons, Rome won't be missed. So weird. Rome is just such good living. It's so clean and beautiful, and I don't actually like all the history that much. I like it as a livable city. Like, it is a city that makes me just want to stay. That is so weird. Rob Snyder said, Bank of Canada just announced they're starting to slowly lower interest rates on home mortgages. Soon it should be a good time to sell, one step closer to moving abroad. Excellent. Victoria Abbott, listening from Thailand, considering staying on. Victoria, that's fantastic. You should, we totally invite you to join the community and check it out, but I am interested what brings you from Thailand, other than just the amazing content that, of course, we have here on the show. But Thailand is an amazing location on its own, already in the tropics. Lower cost than here, I believe, but not by a lot, but a little bit. I've had people move from there and be like, oh, things are actually surprisingly a little bit more expensive. And I'm like, yeah, than Southeast Asia generally. But really close, right? Like, there is a lot of affinity. If you're looking for a place to speak Spanish, we gotcha. Mooney Varg 74. Hey, Scott, I spoke early to you today. I'm from New Jersey and looking into buying a house with my wife. Just finished Hey, just finished computer science last year, taking computer arts now. Need to sharpen my Python and C++. C++, who's using that anymore? Real question. Like Python, yeah. C++. So Mooney, I'm really slow on the responses tonight. Definitely let me know, like, what exactly is it you want to do? And I didn't get a chance to see your response. I've been in interviews all day. So I didn't see if you responded, which you probably did. Simona is on and speaking in Italian just to make sure that I can read it. Sono la moglie di Jeff Bramwell. Quando passo da Nicaragua, parliamo un po' italiano. Kiki says, thanks for the info you provide, Scott. Came for the first time last January for 4 weeks. Took buses and cabs for first 3 weeks and rented a car for last week. Toured a lot of the country and really enjoyed Nicaragua. Hey, Kiki, welcome to the live stream. Mooney says, can you give some tips looking into buying next year, but I need work? So the first thing is, why do you want to buy so early? I know you have some connections to the country, but even if you have some connections, what makes you want to rush in and buy? Certainly buy, yeah, like that's good to get in while the market is low, but why so soon? Why not rent? Take some time, really get to know the region. Obviously, work is the big thing. So you work in a field, right? So the degrees that you're working towards, Don Jorge is going to say, anyone looking to move here and need to work, make sure you start working remote as soon as you can if you aren't already. For sure. Now, he's new. Jorge, he's just getting out of university. It's quite new. So, Mooney, you want to kind of figure out where you want to be, right? You've got graphic arts as kind of a thing. You've got computer science, which is a very generic thing, often for people who aren't sure what they were going into. So that can be a little bit tough. But you kind of have, are you looking at software engineering, which honestly, you want to have a software engineering degree, not a computer science degree, if that's what you want to go into. Computer science is tough because very few places actually hire computer scientists. That's a super limited thing that very few universities actually teach, which potentially makes it difficult. But if you're going into software engineering, basically the world is your oyster. It is a rare software engineering firm that's going to do anything but have you work remote, because that would be insane. But most places that are hiring software engineers also want to hire them abroad, because hiring Americans to do software engineering is also insane. As someone who owns a software engineering firm, I can tell you as a business owner that I would be absolutely acting out of hatred for my employees if I was to not let them work from home, because I would hurt myself to hurt them. And I would also be completely crazy if I hired anyone who had to earn money in America or on an American visa, because the cost is not justified by anything coming out of the U.S. You get better work ethic, better working conditions, better education, and all that outside the U.S. So those things tend to be a negative, but there's tons of American companies that only care that you're an American and don't care that they're not making as much money. So there's a ton of work out there. But those are going to be your challenges, right? You're in some ways up against the entire world. I hire Nicaraguans as software engineers, right? So that is that's a good market to be a hirer in, but not a good one to be a hiree in. 93Xer says, bought a year ago in Nicaragua. Very happy with the choice. Congratulations, and welcome a year late to the party. Jillian says, that's harsh, James. Frederico, hi, I'm currently in Arizona. It's 110 today. Yes, but it's a dry heat. Don Jorge, we already read. And I'm actually at the bottom. Jillian says, how's that wish list coming along? Where will we find it? I did actually start a wish list that has like 2 things on it. And one of them is something really ridiculous. I think it's like an MP3 player, and I'm like, I remember when we had just dedicated MP3 players, and I want one out of nostalgia, so I added it to the list for no good reason. Which is a great time to mention, because we have 58 people currently watching, and 333 views so far, and a really high average view duration. Wow. That one of my little projects, because, I'm not busy enough with this, or my day job, I've decided to start a series of podcasts. So it turns out, this is a funny thing to say, it turns out that I used to be a podcaster. And once upon a time, I was really into podcasting. I really like this. So this kind of came up because I've kind of been kicking around this idea with some of my team for some time. And we didn't really go anywhere. It is a nice crowd. This is crazy, Jillian. So many people. So we've been kind of playing around with the idea of podcasting and getting back into it, or doing a podcast. And so we went and got kind of a podcasting going. But I got interviewed for My Latin Life, which some of you know, right? It's coming out. We don't know when. Sometime in the next month. Don Jorge, who's on here, he and I were on a panel together, which is how we know each other. How I know him. He apparently knew me, was seeing me on the street a few times, and I was in front of his house and didn't know it. So we did this podcast, and it introduced me to some new technology for podcasting that I had seen because we were talking about doing the podcast. Like I talked to Vance from My Latin Life, and he sent some information, and I'm like, oh, this tooling seems really cool. So I went out and did some investigation into modern tooling and things that people are doing for podcasts and online interviews and that stuff. And I hate that this stuff draws me in, but I got really interested in the tech of podcasting. I'm like, man, I miss the podcasting that I used to do. And so I kind of started building up some stuff and started talking to my team about some different podcasting ideas. And we've got some stuff that we want to do. And so I've got a couple of really good ideas, I think, that I'm really excited. Well, I've got one really good idea I'm pretty confident in, and then a couple that I'm not so confident in, but I'm going to do anyway. And I'm hoping to get started pretty quickly. But in doing this, I wanted to do a few things. One is I'm using Zencastr, which Don Jorge, you and I used with Vance the other day. I tried a bunch of other things and came back to that was the one that I think was good. But then I wanted to do hosting of it. And so something that happened was I used to be, so 20 years ago I started podcasting, and I actually had like 5 podcasts 20 years ago, and most of them disappeared, and the ones that didn't disappear lost a few episodes and went offline and have been like not existing for a long time, but there's still ways to recreate them. So I'm like, man, I like put in this effort. It's not like YouTube where it's like there forever in theory unless they delete it. It was these things were gone and no one could connect to it. Not that anybody cared, but they couldn't. And so I was like, I kind of want to own all that content and own the platform that it's on. So I did some research, and I ended up building our own platform because I have a company that does web hosting, and I own a company that does programming and software engineering. We have a bunch of skill sets. So putting together our own platform is not actually a problem, but it's not something we had thought of doing. So I went out, and we didn't build it from scratch, right? We went out and found Castopod and built a Castopod-based federated modern podcast 2.0 platform that we could use for hosting and protecting the data of multiple podcasts. So that was really interesting. And we now have a platform for podcast. And to test it, I moved 2 of my old podcasts that still exist into this podcasting platform. So I'm going to send you guys the link in just a minute here after the ads. All right, again, let me know if you hear me immediately after the ads run or whatever happens. But so I have 2 podcasts. One is really old, 19 years old, and it's called the Sheep Guarding Llama Podcast. And it is actually the podcast that led into being this vlog. But it was 2005, and I've only put up about half the not even half, a third of the episodes so far, but they're all coming. There's about 60 old episodes, and then I'm planning on doing some new ones just because it's fun. These are terrible. So please no one listen to these and be like, Scott, you suck, because I know they're terrible. You have to remember, I didn't have good microphones. It was the very first year that podcasting existed. We had no tools for it. There was no established thing. And I did this. If you listen to the first episode, I was teaching a course on new media. So vlogging and blogging and podcasting, all these things were just happening. And I was teaching a class, and I wanted a podcast in order to investigate podcasting as a mechanism and to teach with it. So this is that podcast. And I kept going with it because it was fun. And it ended up being a really popular one. We were top 100 ranked consistently episode after episode after episode for a long time, which was really something cool at the time. Podomatic rankings, we were in like the top 30 something, like 35-ish to 38. A lot of episodes you listen to. And only a few episodes so far have completely disappeared. So that is interesting historically, and it covers a time period from about 2005 to 2008. I then have another podcast, also which didn't finish, but does have a number of episodes, called Kidding Around Europe. And this is one that my wife and I did together in 2012-ish to 2015. We did episodes through that era. And it's a little bit better because it's a lot later technology, and we had a Tascam recorder, and we had some experience, and we had a topic. And so we took our kids around the grand tour of Europe, and we're making a podcast around that. So these are some old ones that I did. And so I'm going to share them with you guys now. And this is the platform where new podcasts like whole series are going to be going, and both of these are on like Apple Podcasts now. So if you go search on these on Apple Podcasts, you can listen to them. They're not yet on Spotify. I'm still in the process of getting them to other places. That's where we're starting. Really quickly, you'll notice the name of this is Latin American Living. That is the new podcast that is coming very soon. 2 episodes are already recorded. One with Jeff Bramwell from Playa Tesoro, and one with Eric Peterson from Generic Expats. And then there's going to be some more pretty soon. We'll probably get Don Jorge on there pretty soon. And this is, so it's going to be, the plan, for those who are interested, is it's going to be a primarily interview / discussion panel. And I have 2 regular people that I want to have on it. One, some of you know Valentina, who makes my thumbnails. She is also the CEO of my company. She is a Mexicana. She's from the Yucatan, grew up in Cancun. She's originally from Merida. She lives full-time in Buenos Aires, so she is an expat within Latin America, having gone from really far north to really far south. And I'm hoping that we get Maria Gabriela Frias Rodriguez to join us, who I've been trying to convince for a long time. She's very into podcasting. She's a professional actress in Panama. She's originally from Venezuela, grew up in Colombia, spent some time in Spain, and has lived most of her adult life, or all of her adult life maybe, in Panama. And so is an expat also many times over in Latin America. And so they both are super awesome girls that would be amazing to have on the show, with a lot of cool perspectives of a big Latin American area. So that is something working very, very hard to put together. But the initial few episodes is me running interviews, because I got to get them into it and figure the whole thing out and get the platform working. And I want it polished a bit before I pull them in and waste their time on it. So, but that is kind of the hope, is that it's going to be a combination of maybe them running interviews, or me running interviews, or panels with all of us together, and some stuff like that. It's primarily going to be traditional podcasts, meaning audio, but I do plan on creating some visual elements to make it slightly more interesting when on YouTube, if people are listening in that way. But it's not going to be like a video show. It's going to be a podcast that maybe you can see us talking. So a lot of this is what we're hoping to do. And then we've got some projects I'm not ready to talk about yet, because we haven't ironed them out. That's the main thing. I really hope to get my wife back and finish kidding around Europe after all this time, because it was fun to do. It was a great show. And I'll do some SGL stuff, because it's a place for me to ramble. Is really, like, if you want to see me without a purpose, that's where you go. Grandpa Pulse, very hot in Phoenix at the moment. I bet it is. Even not at the moment, all the time. Patricia says the cost of living in Thailand is lower, but medical expenses can be higher. They have some fancy private hospitals there. We have some fancy private ones here, probably not that fancy. But our public is free. So it's pretty cheap here, that's for sure. James says we beat Leon weather here, Ottawa Valley, 4 degrees hotter with humidity 6 Wednesday on the 6th. Is that Wednesday the 6th? No, it's Thursday the 6th. I don't know what you're saying with the number 6 there. Cleo B says tonight is very informative. Thank you, Cleo B. Claudia says I'd like to be on your Canadian episode. Absolutely, Claudia and Mooney, who want to connect directly, send me an email. I'm also going to be fixing this email. So right now, at this very moment, my email for things is I'll type it in, but info@relocateNicaragua.com, right? And I don't like that domain, because we kind of thought about maybe we do some relocation services. So I'll talk about this for a second, since let me just catch up with everyone, and then I'll say what the situation is. And for those who don't know, our email is handled by Nica Mail. Is this? Oh, cool. And just got someone to communicate about Canadian interviews as well. So Relocate Nicaragua we were kind of like, people are going to want information on relocating and all this stuff, and they do. So we're going to use Relocate Nicaragua as just a website to hold information like from the blog, but organized in such a way that if you're looking for relocation information, it's like, okay, I need to know about visas. I need to know about border runs. I need to know about whatever. And they're categorized as like kind of almost like a guidebook, but in video form. So that's kind of the plan there. And that's all it's going to be. We're not going to sell any services. Of course, you can buy me a coffee, right? That's always going to be like, if people think we're providing a good service, donate a little bit of money, excellent. But we're not going to sell anything except maybe, t-shirts, because as I've been doing this, I've interacted with a lot of people providing relocation services, and it just struck me how much the entire relocation industry, one, is basically a scam. Like, I can just provide you the information you need. You don't need to talk to someone and have like a firm do anything. If you need to have a private conversation with me, fine, that's okay. Like, that's cool. Buy me some coffees. We'll talk on the phone privately, one-on-one. No issue there. I don't see that as a weird thing. But to hire us as like a relocation company, if we were being a really good relocation company, being super honest, we're just gonna be like, don't pay us, just don't do anything, right? That would be the recommendation. Just come down, take your time, don't do these things. Once you've been here for a year, then yeah, maybe hire us, but then we're not a relocation company. Now we're a whatever it is you want us to do company, right? I don't know what it would be after a year. You should be figuring these things out in many cases, or having your own resources. I just don't want to be that person. So I know some countries you do need a lot of hand holding, but in Nicaragua you don't. And some places you have to do things before you get there, but in Nicaragua you don't. So putting that information out there and being like, guys, don't spend money, don't hire someone, don't do stuff, just come down, do these things. So we're trying to build that website into this reliable resource that you always have the latest ones in front of you or whatever. And all these relocation companies that I found, whether it's here in Nicaragua or Paraguay or whatever, so often are people who just arrived and they hey Ed, this is also School NYC, or is it NYC School? I have a little bit of dyslexia and sometimes I get that stuff. I want to say hi, so I'm going to read it because he just did I don't know what you call it, but a little special pop-up. He said, I want to say hi from beautiful downtown San Juan del Sur, which it is beautiful. And Ed is one of those people who's been there for a while and really likes it. Sorry about my sarcasm, part of our New York City, Brooklyn, Queens culture. President 45 is a good example. How you doing, Ed? Good to see you here. What was I saying? So often, the people who are providing relocation services are just off the boat. They have no scope. They don't know how to compare between countries. They don't know the details of their own country. They sometimes haven't even gotten their own like residency or relocation done. Like I saw one recently where literally the person had just arrived and had started a YouTube channel pretending to be knowledgeable about relocation. It was just making everything up, because they're just trying to get people to give them money before they realize that they had just, half the people that would be hiring them have been there longer, right? Like, completely crazy the way that people were approaching some of this stuff. And I'm like, you know what? I do want to have a relocation service. Like, I would love, and Elton and I were talking about this yesterday, and he's like, man, you've got so much relocation experience. You should maybe just make it a premium service, but you should be doing this. Like, people want to hire you for this. And I'm like, I know, but I don't want to have this like knowledge that I'm in this group and people are going to view it that way, and I view it that way. And it's so often like this one that I saw, and I know they're not all like this, but too many are, it was really clear that he was a unemployable guy who was willing to not be super honest, and was definitely turned out really super aggressive and mean. But he was just an unemployable, uneducated guy, and he was looking for ways to scam new people showing up. And then I'm like, there's so many people are doing this, are just doing it because they're destitute. They don't have a way to work. They arrived in a country, realized that they don't have skills. They're not employable online, apparently, and they often are not eligible for working locally. Like in Nicaragua, if you show up here and you don't have job prospects, you're not allowed to work here. Like, you can't just show up and be like, I'm an immigrant who doesn't have paperwork, right? And I want your jobs. Like, they frown on that. So it doesn't go over well. And so you need to be able to work online, in which case they're like, excellent, do that, right? That's perfect. But if you're not employable online in that way, which this guy seems like he's not, then a lot of people turn to this like one thing they can advertise because they can kind of prove they're in the country, and so we're here, so pay us and we'll help you get here too. I just don't want to show up that way, right? It's awful. So that's why we're not doing that. That was a long explanation about why my email I don't like. So I'm about to set up Latin American living emails for my team, and I'm going to make that the one I have everyone email so that people are not aware of the Relocate Nicaragua. Because some people are like, you have this website, and someone said it to me yesterday, a guy who I'd been talking to back and forth on email, and there's a video coming out about him in a couple hours. He's actually the one that has the video tonight for his questions, and he's on the stream tonight. So Mark, your video with no information about you is coming out. And if you don't know who it is, if you don't want anyone to know who you are, don't respond to that. But it's very generic. It's all just very generic information. What was completely? Oh, but he said, but surely you do relocation stuff, and I'm like, it really does look that way so much of the time, and it is kind of an obvious thing because I'm giving relocation advice. I'm like, I really wish I could distance myself from looking that way. And so I don't want to distance myself from looking like I give relocation advice. Of course, I want to be associated with that. But I don't want to be confused with someone who's selling a further service. I want it to be Scott's here giving free information. I can tip him if I want. I can have a private one-on-one conversation if I want. Maybe get a private tour, which is an extreme thing, but I do love giving people tours of places. So driving around, spending time introducing you to the country, that's not really a relocation service. That's a tour that, for the purpose of relocation, cool. And then you get private time with me during that, cool. That's my limit, at least at this time. That is, I just don't want to be associated with the way that other stuff works, and I think it would be a disservice to most people. So that is why I'm trying to associate with Latin American Living. So it's going to be Scott at LatinAmericanLiving.com, and it's not an information site. It doesn't lead to anything further. It doesn't suggest that. Doesn't feel that way. It just kind of advertises, hey, there's a podcast you may want to check out on the website, right? Which is good. I do want to advertise that. So for Claudia and Mooney, please just email me at the one that I gave you, info@relocatenicaragua.com for now. And we will change it later when we can, but I'll definitely hook up with you guys privately. Frederico says, Grandpa Pulse, yep, all week I'm in solar-powered RV with mini split all day long. I need to get some solar here. I've got a unit right here right there that will plug into it, but I haven't done it yet. Jillian says, sounds really interesting. I hope she's talking about my podcast, but she's probably talking about the solar split unit RV deal. Frederico says, Patricia, for me, the language barrier in Thailand was the main issue. 6 months, I could not learn any. That is a big thing. Southeast Asia is reliably hard linguistically. A lot of people speak English. A lot of people I don't speak English. A lot of people speak French, but it's definitely, you want to be just like everyday culture, like signs are not in super readable. It's, I lived in Greece and Ukraine and Romania. Romania, you can it's in the middle. But Greece and Ukraine, that's not a Latin alphabet. That is hard. And it's still an alphabet. You get to like Thailand and stuff, you're just like, somebody just has to read this to me, right? Like I can't. So that stuff is definitely a barrier. The metropolis of San Juan, Frederico says, Grandpa, I'm doing all my paperwork right now, then on to Nicaragua, hoping to get all done by September at the latest. And Mike Riva says, approximately how many expats are currently in Nicaragua? That is an excellent question, and I don't know. I remember at a time, I think this was like 2015, I feel like I was told that there were like 4,000 on paperwork, which probably means there was 10,000, right? Because at least now I would estimate that 60 to 70% are not on the permanent paperwork. So gauge that as a ratio. I know that number went way down and then is coming back up pretty significantly, but I honestly don't know. That is something I can ask and can probably find out. I'm actually really interested. That's a good question. But I can tell you it's very difficult to know and define because so many expats are actually digitally nomading and just they haven't figured that out yet. Not the people who are doing it, but the people who are tracking it, they haven't figured it out yet. And there's a great number who just don't show up on any register or just showed up, right? Because you come in and you do it on, like me. Do I list as an expat in the country? Certainly the government knows enough to list me as an expat, but it's because of my profile, not because of my working pattern, right? So, or my living pattern. So if the government was looking at me, they'd be like, we think, if it wasn't that I was a YouTuber and talked to them, they would definitely be like, I think he's an expat. Yes. Right, but they'd have to make a judgment call. They don't have time to do that for every single person, obviously. So they're estimating by a lot of things because it's so easy to stay here long term without having official residency. It really is truly hard and all but impossible for the government to have a reliable, solid number on the whole thing. Luke says, "I'm sure there's a website to look it up, right?" The number of expats. I didn't know. I don't know why my brain didn't go there. I'm sure there is, but is it a reliable number? And I know why he's saying that. That's a joke because the Nicaraguan government doesn't publish everything on websites the way that people expect. But there may be a site that has some kind of estimate that actually says no, that's demographics. Nomad capitalist, but what, do they know? Why would they know? Good guy, like as far as I know, but I always wonder about places like Nomad Capitalist. Like he does a good job, to the best of my knowledge, but how does he figure some of these things out? Like as far as I never see information from him that I'm like, oh, that's wrong, right? So I'm confident that he's doing reasonably well. Although I would say, like, I'm looking at his stuff on Nicaragua. He says electricity prices vary greatly between $50 and $200 a month. That is definitely incorrect. But then he follows up immediately with one expat we spoke to who lives in a 2,000 square foot house, says his monthly bill runs $300 to $400. That is, both are inaccurate. I can tell you I have properties where they pay $10. And I have had properties that spend quite a bit more than $400. So I would say that the range I have personally seen is roughly $10 to $500. And clearly I don't know the entire range. So his $50 to $200 is way off I can just tell you it's way off. He then says internet will cost you between $30 and $60 a month. And both price and quality of coverage depends on your location. So quality of coverage and price really don't depend on your location. Very, very tiny. And the range is much more like $20 to $200 a month. I pay $90. So again, his numbers are not true for me. And I have 5 locations. None of them are within their range. All of which I'm paying for better internet than an average person. In every place where I have internet, you could get it for $30 to $60, but I want enough to be able to do this show. So, one question I always have for these things is if you're a person like Nomad Capitalist, who I'm sure he's not like a scammer. He's not one of these people that's like doing trying to scam everyone in it. He just has very general information, but how could he possibly have enough information from all the different countries? He doesn't have people in all these different places, so it's very difficult to say. And his information is very skewed, right? Looking purely at very expat-y, enclave-y kind of stuff, and not like really looking at Nicaragua as a whole. Very isolated. Now you can say the same thing about us. We have a tendency to look very much away from the enclaves, which is true. We lean away from it, but we do try to recognize it and include them when we're thinking about things. But just realistically, where could his information come from? Because you have to live in a country, and really, like, even most expats who are here full time really struggle to produce a lot of the information that I have. And the reasons I have it is, 1, I go way out of my way to talk to loads of people. 2, I am an investor and in a lot of different ways and have actively rented, bought, sold, all these different things in different areas, and have been here for 9 years and have done lots of different things in lots of different spots. So I have like a survey that still doesn't even begin to cover all the possibilities. But I have a lot more information than like he does. Like obviously, like just in my, 3 properties, I have more information than he does with all the people he's spoken to. So he's working from isolated, like call someone up, I think, and say, hey, what do you think? And they give him and then he writes it like it's a guide, which is the most you could reasonably expect. How else could he pay to do what he does? But it highlights how much of the information out there has so little behind it. Like any of you could call one expat, ask the same question, and be like, I'm a relocation expert. So yeah. And he's definitely putting in an effort. Like I'm not trying to knock the nomad capitalist. He seems like a good guy who's trying to do his homework as much as possible within reason. But I'm just saying how much reason there can be. Grandpa Pulse, I've been a perpetual tourist for almost 20 years living in Central America. Pulse, how much of that in Nicaragua, if we can ask, and also how much continuous? Mega Chopper. So what happens in the 2026 in the election year? Is the question. What happens in Nicaragua is the question, like what happens during the election process. I don't know that I've been here for an election that I watched happen, but I would expect a lot of advertising. That is my I expect a lot of parades. That's my prediction. Watch for it. Luke says sarcasm 101. Yes, I'm glad that I figured out you were being sarcastic because I'm like, wait, yeah. Jennifer Jenkins, 3 of us in Canada are looking at relocating. Is it best to go and stay as a tourist and then research living accommodations versus researching on the internet? Yes. In 7 seconds, we're going to an ad, so I'm going to wait for that and then answer Jennifer, but yes. Okay, I hope we're back from the ad. No one has responded, or at least I haven't gotten to the part where we said anything yet. Yes, Jennifer, come here as a tourist. Absolutely don't research online. And this is important. It's not just that it's better to be here in person than researching online. I actually implore you not to research online at all. Research things online, such as Nicaragua, meaning what's the weather like? What is the vibe of a different town? How big is a different city? Which places have which views? Which places have rum production or coffee production? Which places have cafes or street food? Those kinds of things. Research to your heart's content. Watch as many videos that show Nicaragua, see what it looks like, but do not research, please, anything that involves prices of houses for sale, investments to have, anything of the sort. Anything that could possibly lead you to a real estate agent, to a lawyer, to a investor, to a service for relocation, anything of that sort. Avoid as if your life depends on it, because not only will you be misled in the absolute sense, meaning, oh, you're going to look at this thing and someone's going to trick you into buying that house. What they will do is they use, and this is very well engineered at this point, and it's actually a conspiracy. And I don't mean this in like the crazy tinfoil hat conspiracy. I mean a group of real estate agents work together and have meetings together. They actually have a group. They get together and strategize. And they provide a bunch of websites, videos. They get in each other's videos and reference each other. They leave notes for each other. If you get mad at one, another one will vouch for them, or another one will threaten you. Like, they all work together because they know they're in it together. If they work independently, you as a person doing your own house research would pick them off. You'd be like, wait, you told me this was $100,000. I know it's $50,000. Why are you scamming me? But they have a group, so when you say that, another one says, no, it really is $100,000, and another one says, no, it really is $100,000, and they all vouch for each other, and this produces the ability for them to scam you on a scale you cannot imagine. And this has become such an industry, and it's a conspiracy in the sense that a group of businesses, for their own business profits, have conspired together to confuse you. Right, that is a conspiracy, but it's not like some weird, like, pyramids and eyeballs and weird conspiracy. It's not like the Freemasons are here, right? It's just a group of business people working to be dishonest together, have put together a way to make a ton of websites, and they don't have to convince you that the prices are real. What they will do is break your ability to interpret what the prices should be. If you see 20 websites advertising houses for $400,000, you will easily be convinced by me and other people on the channel that $400,000 is ridiculous. There's no way it's $400,000. And you'll be like, haha, I caught on. It's not $400,000. But then you're going to come down and get offered $200,000. And you're going to be like, I know it's not $400. I'm going to buy it for $200. And the whole thing was that it was worth $80, and their goal was to trick you into thinking $200 was you catching them. They were never going to sell it for $400. The whole goal was to get you so confused that you thought $200 was a good deal, and the amount that it is off from the amount you can really visibly tell from the outside is so far that they have this ability to trick you, because Nicaragua is potentially so cheap. And I was just talking to Renee today, right? So Renee, who's probably still here, she was saying hi. She knew about the little house scam going on in San Juan del Sur, and she knew it was a scam, right? It's super obvious, but she's like, yeah, but 30,000, right? That's a little high, right? For a house. I'm like, do you know what the standard price is all over the country of a bigger house than that? So they were selling like little one-room shacks, like literally sheds, like glass sheds. And then I'm like, do you know what a very basic, I mean, we're talking crazy basic, but way better than these sheds. Cinder block construction, 2-bedroom, 1-bath, plumbed for kitchen, no kitchen appliances, on land in a nice, nothing fancy community with a yard, cost standard all across Nicaragua. Not in San Juan del Sur, but anywhere in the country. And she's like, I don't know, 30, 40? And I'm like, the standard price is 16. That is the standard starting price. And she's like, 16? Like, she thought 30 or 40 was so cheap that, yeah, that must be, right? It can't be 80 like people are saying. No, it's 16. And so these scams, all they have to do is lead off with 80, and then when you get to 30, it's so reasonable to be like, how could it be less than 30, right? But it is. 30 will get you a really nice place with the land. This guy was trying to sell 30 to 40,000 without the land. Now, the land's not expensive, but that's more. Like, and not in a gated community, not with amenities, not plumbed, not solid construction, not 2 bedrooms, none of it. Like, holy cow. So this is, don't research online, because they really will. Even me, if I start looking at lots and lots of the videos of like, look at this house and this price, my brain starts to go, are those like, I know that's not the real price, but it must be 80%, right? But I don't know that it is. Sometimes it might be, but I don't know that it is. And so you don't want, it feeds bad information into your brain and makes you less capable of interpreting the truth later. So the best thing you can do is just avoid it until you're able to gauge, when you're looking at houses, that you have some connection to real pricing, which is a little bit difficult. But once you're here and you know people and you have a Nicaraguan with you who's like, what do you mean they're telling you it's 30,000? You know, I've got 3 of those and none of them cost me over 18. You'll be like, what now? So yeah, avoid that. Patricia says, Ed, I love seeing the drama on the Facebook expat groups. I think seeing it is a good reminder that there are crazy people everywhere. Jillian says, Jennifer, yes, absolutely. Jennifer says, are you A, from Canada, now living here? We are 3 women in Saskatchewan and BC, all in our 60s. Is that a question? Oh, that's to Jillian. Yes, I'll let her answer that, but yeah. Frederico says, I think, Scott, part of the reason you're getting so many folks is because your honesty comes across, and that is something that is lacking in many places, so thank you for being you. Thank you, Frederico. That really means a lot. I love doing this channel. I love my community. This really is fun. I'm not going to give any details, but I'm very, very much about, like, I do get paid, but obviously you see ads on YouTube. In case it's not apparent, I do get a little bit of money from that, like this much. And I do, some of you buy me coffee. Some people bought me coffee while we were doing this. Ed sponsored the chat just a little bit ago. So that's through, not through buying me a coffee, it's through YouTube. So there's, some of you guys sponsor some of that stuff like that. And thank you so much to everyone who does. Like, that really, it's not just the money, like obviously that helps, but it really is like, you know, it feels like people care. It really, really warms the cockles of my heart. That it's that extra effort. But I've been talking to, especially my boss Valentina at work, and you know, like we really are a big channel now. We've got amazing stuff going on, and we've passed some really major channels that have like big, you know, sponsors and stuff. I feel we're at a point where we need to have a real serious conversation with some people. So we've been really digging into what does good sponsorship look like? How would we have sponsors that would not affect the message of the show, but would have something like we don't want to have a sponsor that we're not benefiting the sponsor, and we don't want to have a sponsor where the sponsor is unduly influencing you. So there's some obvious things like alcohol is a really good I'm just gonna have a beer here. Wouldn't you like a delicious beer, right? Things like that we think would be really good. So we are having a conversation with a possible, it's obviously a long shot, but we're having a conversation with a sponsor coming up this week. And obviously I'm hopeful that would, what I'm looking for is someone to sponsor enough that it changes our capabilities as a show, which I know some of you are kind of surprised that this could happen, but I really want to be able to take the show to the next level where we can put more effort into it. Not just in time, but actually focused on some things. And there are a lot of things I think we can grow with the show and do more stuff. And so I'm looking for a sponsor that will help take us there. So we'll see. But I am pushing for that. But it's got to be someone we believe in. That we believe will be a good partner, that we believe in what they're selling, and that we believe will be valuable for them. And we think we've identified someone big, so fingers crossed that works out. But our numbers this week are so big that it's going to be a really interesting conversation. Jennifer Jenkins, we are concerned about the potentials for Trudeau getting a $25,000 fee to move from Canada and capital gains on principal residence being made into law. Personally, I don't think that's super likely, Jennifer, but that is very much an American who lives in Nicaraguan's random opinion as to the likelihood of crazy Canadian politics becoming crazier, so take it with a grain of salt. But personally, I think it's a low chance, but I would also say that even if it doesn't happen, I bet that if you come and check out Nicaragua, you won't even care if that's going to happen in the future. You'll just be happy you get out, and you'll be like, So many people, this is mostly for Jennifer, but for especially all the Canadians who are recently here, but to everyone who's looking at leaving your country and becoming an expat, everyone who's investigating expatting, and it's going to be a ton of people later when this is a recorded show, although not many people hang around at the 3-hour mark, but some do. I really want to say, it's important to understand that at some point you're going to have what we call a push, and that is your country is going to, it doesn't matter what country it is, right, is going to do something that makes you feel it's time to really seriously look abroad. And it's unfortunate because we really don't want to emigrate when it's because we're unhappy where we are. But often being unhappy where we are is a trigger to make us at least investigate. I'm not really super happy with what my country's doing. Maybe I want to look at a new one. And that's important, right? If your country's, so I've been there, right? And my country made me say, I feel it's time to go. But I had already been in motion to go. So it was okay. It was like, you know what? I was pretty much ready, but I'm out of here. So bye. But we had already done our research. We had been researching for years. You want to move as much as you can, as much as you have control of yourself, which is limited, but you do what you can. What you want to do is switch from being this feeling of, in your case, Canada, right? Canada might have problems and it makes you want to go, but instead focus on you have an opportunity to leverage that push into a sense of discovery, right? And in this particular instance, you're looking at Nicaragua, and I highly recommend you look at Nicaragua. I love it. I've been so happy here, and I've lived in 8 countries for the newbies who don't know. I've lived in 8 countries. I've been to 40. I've spent a huge amount of my life involved in relocating my family. I was a Wall Street exec, so I did a lot of working abroad in a lot of countries. I worked in the US, I worked in Canada, worked in Mississauga for a while. I worked in London, I worked in Belfast. I worked in Madrid. I've worked in California, New York, right? Like I've been all over working, and then I've lived a bunch of places. And my company now operates in a bunch of countries. So even though I don't live there, I have offices in Brazil. I have offices in Mexico. I have offices in Argentina. So like I'm very all over the place. I have offices in Belize. I work in Belize physically. I have offices in Guatemala, right? So we're very all over the region, dealing with lots of stuff. I used to have an office in Panama. I used to live in Panama. So when you put all this together, right? One of the things that I think is really important for me, and most people that really end up being happy, is moving past, I need to get away from a place. Like, that's fine. Like, that's kind of in the background. But what you really need is a desire to go someplace. And so I've found many places that I really love, and that's fine. And then in the end, it turned out that Nicaragua was the place that really pulled me in. But there were other places pulling me for sure. Spain was a great example. Mimi asked about it earlier. Did you ever consider Spain? Yes, I lived there. I loved it. My second choice, other than Nicaragua, where I live, was Romania, which was really a surprise. We thought it'd be interesting. We didn't know it was going to be like that second choice location. And I really want to get back, and I really want to take you guys on an adventure with me back to Transylvania, because what a fantastic place it is. Like, truly, truly amazing. And when you find a place like Nicaragua, for me, Nicaragua may not be that place for you, but it certainly could be. It's a good one to try out. I feel so pulled to Nicaragua that I don't have any focus on the fact that I wanted to leave the United States. I did, right? It had a whole bunch of things I didn't like. Taxes being one, politics, culture, things going on, cost of living, all the same things you're seeing in Canada, all the same things that are bothering people in all kinds of the global north, right? Except that we didn't have inflation back when I did it, but most of those things were still there. And if I was focused just on getting out, I think it really pushes you towards an unhappy place. You're going to feel like you were forced to go somewhere. You feel like you're almost like a refugee, and in a way you are. And you don't want to be that way if you can help it. If you have to, you have to. But starting now, when you're not forced out, you're just thinking that you're going to need to get out. You're just worried about the future. That is a good time to start investigating in earnest safe places, cost-effective places, places with really great personal liberties like Nicaragua. Like, people very rarely, we do get some for sure, but most people coming to Nicaragua are like, I feel like I'm coming from places with lots of liberties, and I'm moving to one that maybe I'm going to give some up, and I'm willing to give some up. And then they get here and they're like, wait, I was coming from authoritative, crazy regimes, and this is what civil liberties are like? Oh my gosh, I didn't realize. Some people realize, but a lot don't. A lot are truly amazed, and they get here and they're like, wait, I can build anything I want. I can do basically anything I want that doesn't hurt other people. What? Like, the government's not in my business all the time? Are you serious? And it's right here. Why does not everyone know about this? Well, because the US and Canada are terrified of their populations finding out about this, right? It's if you were the US, you were the Canada, you certainly wouldn't want people to know about the truth about Nicaragua. It, one, would cause people to flood out. Like, if everyone knew, you would lose everyone, and then Nicaragua would be overrun. It would be terrible. But everyone would flood out if they knew. And two, it makes them look really bad. Well, if Nicaragua can fix these problems, why can't you at least fix a lot of them, right? Because they're small? Because it's warm? No, those aren't real reasons, right? They have very few resources. How are they doing these things? How do they have really good baseball teams, right? Why are they winning the Latin American series and not the United States? Oh, the U.S. won't compete in that because, international, we don't do that. Fishy, right? Why not face the world? Why not be participants? Well, because you're going to look bad, right? When I went to, my little story, I went to a private crazy school when I was little, from age 5 to 14. So high school, I went to a really nice public high school that was great. When I went to this little private school, they bragged and bragged and bragged about their basketball team and their sports programs and their, we call it brainstormers. It was it was on TV, but it was schools competing against each other for kind of like Jeopardy, but it's not one of those reverse question things. But it's like panels of people doing trivia, right? It's like Trivial Pursuit on a competitive school level as like a sport. And it was really big where I grew up. And other places have similar things. Like, it's not uncommon. And so my school would be like, our students are so much better. We have the excellent private school. We have all little small classes, everything, brag. And I remember as a kid, this one time, they had a basketball game against a public school as an exhibition, of course. And they're like, they would crush all the other little private schools all over the state. They competed statewide. They were state champions time after time after time. And they competed against just one of the local high schools. They specifically went for a local high school that was very small, didn't have a very good basketball team, nothing special. And the gap between what my school could do and what that school could do was so dramatic. We were destroyed. It was like we didn't even show up to play. It looked like little kids playing against a professional basketball team. It was that dramatic. It was so embarrassing that it looked like they had never played basketball before. They didn't know how to play. They were really aggressive and cheating all the time. They got in trouble constantly because they couldn't play clean and they couldn't score anything. It was just nuts how badly we did. And they banned interactions with public schools in sports after that, because instead of trying to get better, their response was hide, never let it be exposed again, pretend it didn't happen. And then when I was in about 6th grade, I remember they did the same thing, an exhibition for this brainstormers thing. And the public school got up and the private school got up. And I'm sitting in the audience with my class, so they only let high schoolers do it, which was really stupid. And so we had the best and the brightest of our high schoolers. And we're sitting there, and they would ask a question, and I'd lead over to the people next to me and answer it over and over and over. And our team would get it wrong or not answer it, and the public school would answer it and just destroyed us. And it was so embarrassing, they never did that again. That was the public school I ended up going to. I ended up leading that team. So that became my thing. Like, I ended up joining that Brainstormers team and was the captain of that team for my entire high school time. So I immediately left my school and went to that one and went for that. And so that was a little thing. But that mentality of we're isolated and we're telling our own people that we're really, really good is a tactic. And this school acted like a microcosm of North American politics, that North Americans don't tend to go out and see other places. It's not like Europe where you can just walk across a border easily. There's no way to easily interact with any place except US and Canada with each other. And so together they act like this bubble and tell their citizens all these great things are going on. And we don't have to play sports against other people. We don't have to, and you can check that out, right? Real quick, Vance just said it's going to be a few weeks before Don Jorge and I on our panel comes out on My Latin Life. It just popped up while I was sitting here. So they tell, like, we have great healthcare. No one else has good healthcare. Don't go look. You'll die. Right? We're super safe. Don't go visit other countries. They'll kill you. We have really democratic processes. Don't go look at other votes because I don't know what they're going to do to you, but don't do it. Right? All these things are don't go looking other places. They're scared of people witnessing other things and coming back and being like, guys. But they've made it so extreme that it seems implausible. So just like my school, they'd be like, we're so good at everything. Like if someone says we lost, obviously they're just making that up, right? But if you went into the game and saw them lose, you'd be like, it was so bad. So that effect is going on. I don't know why I got to that, but that was, yeah. that is the thing to look out for. So you really do want to get out, witness a few countries, and find out who draws you in. What place just grabs your heart and says, this is the place you want to be. For me, that's Nicaragua, right? Spain is beautiful. Romania is amazing. But Nicaragua made me unable to leave. And that's what you want to find, right? Or you and your group of friends. Where are you going to be this flourishing group of friends who are going to connect with other friends, and you're going to love going out and hanging out at the bar and listening to the music and drinking the beer and sitting on the beach and, you know, going dancing and just whatever, right? Whatever Nicaraguan experience is for you. But you want to find the one that's going to make you not get up in the morning and go, well, I'm glad I escaped my home country. You want to be in the one that makes you wake up every day and go, oh, I am so excited to be here, right? And I just did this. I just drove back. I was interviewing with Renee on the beach. We did an interview. And I drove back from the beach on the Ponaloya Road. And it was a perfect night. I was driving back at exactly the right time where the sun was kind of setting and you had that golden, streaky light coming across. And it wasn't rainy, so you had a little bit of dust. And you just had like that golden kind of glow. And it was so beautiful driving from Ponaloya up to Leon. And, you know, I've been here for 3 years continuous, 9 years total. And doing that drive tonight, I was just like, it is so beautiful. I love being in Nicaragua. I love that this is my drive home from the restaurant or home from the beach in this case. I love that this is the experience I have. I'm not excited because I'm not in America. If I was concerned about that, yeah, I am happy I'm not in America, but I'm not happy because I'm not in America. I'm happy because I am in Nicaragua. That's what you need. You need that, and that is going to catapult you into happiness. Okay, that was a long diatribe on that. Jillian says, whoa, there's a whole bunch of stuff I missed. Ooh, wow. Jillian says, I'm 64. Jillian says, dad born in Lloyd. Jennifer says, Jillian, I live in Macklin, 1 hour south of Lloyd. Jillian says, I know Macklin. Lol. Jennifer says, Tinkerbell was born and raised in Lashburn. The Tinkerbell that takes Peter Pan to Neverland? Jennifer says, I was in Marsden earlier today. Jennifer says, chats. Jennifer says, Pam is 66, I am 68, Sherry is 60. Luke says, corporate psyops. Yes, it kind of is, but not so much corporate. It's just little tiny fake businesses. Jillian says, I think there's a way to offer helpful services to people in their decision to retire or settle here without it being a scam. Oh, I'm not saying it would be a scam, Jillian. I'm saying that I would be lumped in or feel like one of the people with scammers, and I would hate to constantly having to be defending myself or defining why I'm different. I don't want people to have that mental space kind of thing. Jillian says, that's great. 3 friends with a common project. Cleo B says, good night, Scott. Enjoy the rest of the weekend. Cleo B, thanks for being on here. Jillian says, Duolingo. I don't know what that's in reference to, though. Ed says, Scott, your Gringo God video is one of the best YouTube videos ever. Right on point. Thank you. I like that one. I kind of forget about that one. I really like the title. If I remember, it's like a Viking in front of a American flag thing or something. I think I made that thumbnail. Luke says geothermal company sponsorship could also mean carbon neutral. The only thing about the geothermal company sponsorship, Luke, is that it's the government, and being sponsored by the government would be weird for a lot of reasons. And I'm not sure it would fall under appropriate beyond being weird. I also don't think the government wants to sponsor me. Like, that would be just a weird thing for them to do. I appreciate that from time to time the government kind of gives me we like that you're doing, getting the word out about Nicaragua, that kind of stuff. And it does open some doors. Like, I've been offered some tours of some places that I could totally have done a tour of otherwise, but like someone prominent who can just take us around and really give us kind of a formal tour has been asked to do that. We're going to do that. And that's like super cool that there's like some introductions to some people for like, let's go see this city. Let's go get someone to actually take you around this city and unlock some doors, like literally unlocking some doors so we can go get some views and things that you can't get on most days without like being a festival or something. And getting some, like, I'm trying to get the government to give me inside information ahead of time as to like when festivals are, so I like know where to go to film stuff. That seems like the most ridiculous thing in the world, that I need the government to be like, hey, we got a parade coming up next week. But otherwise, they're not listed anywhere. You have to have someone on the inside to feed you the dates for things. Like, that's... Maybe I'll get them to feed to Nicaragua so everyone can know where it is, right? Like, come on, let's plan for some fun stuff, guys. But those kinds of things are really important. Frederico says, in the USA, there's a formula for rentals based on rents. Is there something like that in Nicaragua? You're going to have to fill me in as, rental sales prices, that is. No, Frederico, there really isn't. We have such a lack of general information that calculations for those things basically don't exist, because no one knows what a sales price is, and the rental prices are definitely more stable than the sales prices, but they're still all over the place. You can use some of that logic, right? If you know the rental on a place, you kind of know what its sales value could be. But in the US, and this is a very legit thing, the US has a fluid commodity housing market. Partially because it's big, partially because they just have a really fluid market. And that means that you can basically look at houses always as a business, and you can take their rental versus sale value and make them translatable from one to the other within a very small margin of error. Here in Nicaragua, so many people rent because it's not a business, but they want to minimize losses on a house that they are unwilling to sell, that you may rent a place for $100 a month. That's unlikely, but okay. And they may be unwilling to sell it for $100,000. But logically, $100,000 is way too much for a place that's only renting for $100. So, of course, one place that someone's not willing to sell, but that's kind of how the market works, is that every place has its own price, and its rental is based off of kind of a general market. What can you get for a rental, right? So a 2-bedroom, 1-bath in Leon can't really go below 150, or you're just getting ripped off as the renter, renter. And if you go above, say, 250, then the opposite happens. And so you have a band that basically everything with a 2-bedroom, 1-bath is going to rent within that band. Really fancy places for 250, really cheap ones for 150, and nice ones for normal ones for like 180 to 2, maybe 220, depending on the neighborhood. Those are kind of the numbers. If you go too high, people will just rent somewhere else. If you go too low, everyone will rent immediately, and you're not making the money you should. So that just works, right? That has its self-regulating thing because it's no one's willing to get super emotional over a rental. The problem is then when you go to buy, then it becomes very emotional. Well, I've had this for 3 generations. I don't want to get rid of it. Well, I plan to use this in 10 years. I don't want to get rid of it. This is a house I plan to raise my kids in. It's emotionally tied to me, so you have to pay me to get past my emotional constraints, and that's the norm, not the exception. And so houses just have this really wild evaluation that isn't really based on reality in any way. Jillian says, I totally agree. Lived and worked also in 6+ countries, so lots of experience relocating. Carmen says, I heard today of a grand home in Sutiaba, 3-bedroom, 3-bath, enclosed home, $50K, from a reputable family member. You made a something point. Is it just the house or land and house? Secondly, make sure the property. It must be the proper paperwork is there. Some of that dropped off. I would love to see a grand home in Sutiaba for 3-bedroom, 3-bath. So my personal opinion is that 50,000 is a reasonable number, but obviously we'd have to see the house. How big is it? You said grand house, right? Presumably that's pretty nice. Sutiaba is the cheapest, lowest cost portion of the Leon area. And Carmen, I think you know that this is Sutiaba. Like you're seeing Sutiaba right now. 50,000 is definitely above normal prices here, but for Sutiaba. But if it's a really nice 3-bed, 3-bath enclosed, 50,000 could be a good deal. It could be a reasonable deal. It could be a bad deal, but it won't be real bad, right? Unless it's a terrible house. As long as that's a decent house, 50K won't be like wildly terrible. It might be high, but it's definitely not bad, and it might be low. That could be a quite good deal, depending on the place. I know some 3-bed, 3-baths in Reparto, Veracruz, which is a subset of Sutiaba, and if they went up for 50K, I would buy them today. Right, so so if you don't want that one, let me know just in case it is one of those, and I'll go check it out and maybe make an offer. But there definitely are houses I would buy for 50K in the basic neighborhood that I'm in. I think they would be a fantastic deal for that, even if they could somehow get them below that in market value. I think as a potential buyer, I'd be super happy to own that house for that price. And sometimes that's all that matters. But I know kind of where it falls, like, could I make enough on rent from that house to make it like kind of break even? Yeah, I think so. I don't know that house, the ones I'm thinking of. Playa Tesoro is here, which is probably Jeff, but it's hard to say. On the other hand, you should be aware of the local contractor strategy to bid low on work, and knowing that the legal system in Nicaragua does not really function for not performing on the same contract. Oh, it is Jeff, he puts it at the end. Good, important thing to know. Yeah, look out for low bidders because they can just, although the U.S., so maybe in Canada that's a thing you've got protection against. The United States, basically low bid and don't do the work and then charge more for it is the standard for so many things. Jillian says, loving it here, moved here after 20 years in Spain. Nicaragua is an awesome retirement destination. Concentrate your research on the destination and what you want at this point of life. Mega Chopper. I think moving to Nicaragua is a risk, as who knows what could happen during the 2026 elections. FYI, in 2018, there were riots and many people left and never went back. Yeah, so I think that's an overblown risk, but it is a risk. So this is true of any country, right? Definitely the US and Canada. You don't know what's going to happen in the upcoming elections, so they're risky. However, Nicaragua has never skewed off wildly, and in 2018, that was not connected with elections. That was a U.S.-backed coup. So calling them riots is misleading. Were there riots? Yes, but they were not random riots. It was a foreign-backed insurrection, and it was handled with some degree of aplomb. We talked about that before, right? So one, the people who left and never went back, actually those of us who are here, certainly no one likes what happened in 2018. And we don't call them riots, we call them trunkies. It's a reference to the road blockades. So the trankies happened, and I pronounced it a little bit wrong. One of the great things about that is it really highlighted the people who actually wanted to be here, and the people who were just trying to be here because they thought it was a quick buck. And a ton of people who were not dedicated to the country flooded out. I was not here at that time. I was living in, I had just gotten back from Italy and was stuck in the US at that particular time. So I was not tightly connected to Nicaragua other than having an office here when it happened. I came shortly thereafter. I have friends who came while the trankies were going on, and they were like, that's really inconvenient. And certainly they were a little bit concerned, but they were not so concerned as to not come here. So while some people left and never came back, that was kind of expected in general, whether something happened or not. It has made the country, most people agree, a much better place because the people who left primarily weren't people we super wanted long term. But looking at that, right, in the context of something could happen in 2026 in the elections, something negative could happen in the election, I don't think is a good indicator of anything. Because nothing has ever happened in the Nicaraguan elections before, unlike in the United States, where that were tied to elections, right? So that fear really does apply from the United States, but here in Nicaragua, is there ever been an election where there was a problem? Yes, there were the trankies. Yes, that was, having a foreign government yet again try to stir up a problem, right, is definitely going to cause problems. But that is not tied to the election, and it shouldn't lead you to 2026 has a particular risk, right? Here on the ground, I've never heard anyone mention 2026 in reference to there being a risk to being here. And if you're going to feel that the concept of being a democratic nation with elections carries risk, that's going to apply to nearly all countries, nearly all the time, because most places have elections and most places have them every few years. So you can't select a country by saying, well, this place never, you could in theory, but this place never has elections, so we never have to worry about things, right? There aren't many choices for that. And you could look at Guatemala. They had a really rough year with their elections, I think 2023. But in the end, would you have wanted to not be there? No, you do want to be there. Carmen says the property records are in order, i.e. how many family members own a part of it, so much to research. Yeah, definitely. So much innocent blood ran through the streets, that was hell, and the animal is still there. Please make the point. Sounds like the song The Day the Music Died, American Pie. One priest refused to leave and go to the U.S., so he was arrested. That is not correct at all. He was arrested. Now, you can argue that it didn't happen, but the priest said it happened, right? And I know this firsthand. This is I know the priest you're talking about. He did not get asked to leave. He committed a crime. He got arrested. That was a pretty major crime. He was offered the chance to not serve out his sentence and instead return to the country that was sponsoring him. He refused for a little bit and then decided to go. Because it's not fun being in prison. But if you commit a crime like that, you expect, if you're in the United States, you would go to prison. Period. End of story. Unless you're Trump, of course. But if you're a normal person committing a crime like that, you would expect to go to prison. In Nicaragua, they gave him the option of not going to prison. He had to go for a little bit, right? I don't know, a month or two. And then they were like, if you promise never to come back, instead of keeping you in prison, we'll give you the option, because the U.S. is offering to take you, to go. And at first he decided not to, but then eventually he decided to. But to say that, right, one, why do we mention that he's a priest? What does that have to do with anything? And that he was a priest was unrelated. He committed a crime. He happened to be a priest. They did not hold the Catholic Church accountable for that, but the Catholic Church was involved. So it's really surprising that they showed leniency, given that the Catholic Church was actually really seriously involved in a pretty significant crime. In the U.S., definitely they would have been much worse, and the U.S. forces in El Salvador in 1988 had a similar situation, and they gunned down the priest, was their response. So to respond and say, one, to point out a priest, not okay to point out that he was a priest, doesn't have like the worst possible thing would be to say, well, priests shouldn't be prosecuted for their crimes. Being a priest should make you exempt from prosecution. Nothing should be farther from the truth. A priest should be held to a higher standard, right? Unless you are making a point that allowing religion is allowing corruption, and that since we're allowing corruption, we should overlook it, right? Which I don't think anyone is trying to make that point. So it shouldn't be pointed out that he was a priest, because he certainly was given way too much leniency, given that he admitted that it was true, and he did go to the U.S., right? so that story isn't actually what happened. That priest is actually a really great example of how much safety you have in Nicaragua. Like, nothing could be a better example. Like, that level of crime you would not have had those protections in the U.S. It would have been a much more dangerous situation. He would definitely have gone to prison and still be there, right? So that is why you don't have to worry about Nicaragua, because of that. Nothing is ever going to drive that point home better than the leniency and mercy that they showed to someone who was involved in those kinds of crimes. Jillian says, I get that. Duolingo as a sponsor. That's not a bad idea. Only Duolingo, I don't know how much money they have, and I don't want to go to like a nonprofit and try to get money from them. I'm happy to plug Duolingo, and they don't need to pay me. If they gave me a free family subscription so I don't have to pay that, like, that'd be cool, but... Jennifer says, thanks, Scott. I was alerted to Nicaragua back in 2012, but life was different then for me. Now I can go where my soul sends me, and Nicaragua popped up on my radar. Yeah, for me, it was actually 2005-ish, and it was my wife and I just watching House Hunters International, and it was so like, oh my gosh, like, I didn't know Nicaragua looked like that. I had taken Latin American studies in high school, which is not a very serious thing, of course, but like, I had like this survey of a lot of countries and a little bit of Spanish, and 4 years of Spanish, and watched a lot of things about different places. And in doing that, I had a fair idea of a lot of different, and there was a lot of places that were really on my radar. Like, I really wanted to go see Uruguay. Like, it just seemed really cool to me, Montevideo specifically. And Nicaragua was one that still just wasn't much of anything. Now, of course, when I was in high school, they were just coming off of the Contra war that the U.S. had been waging, and so the U.S. was really working on downplaying things because they were so embarrassed by what they had done. So many people were being tried for, basically treason in the U.S., acting against the American people, violating their constitutional protections and such, and interfering illegally international without the permissions of Congress and so forth. Major, major, major crimes. So the U.S. was really embarrassed that they had lost 2 wars consecutively in Nicaragua right after having lost Vietnam, and really ashamed by being caught with their pants down by the American people and in trouble both abroad and at home, and having just lost the ICC judgment against them for war crimes. So it was a thing they really wanted to bury. So when I was in high school, we never heard anything. Like, they acted like the country didn't exist, basically. But all through the 80s, we heard about it all the time, but always in a U.S. really screwed up kind of way. By 2005, we saw it on House Hunters International, and we were like, what is this place? What are we seeing? Like, this is such a... It wasn't that it was so great. It was just that it was not at all what we imagined. And so it just triggered this, like, can you what? I want to know more about this. And then we didn't really think about it for a long time, seriously, until we were in Panama. And many years later, 2015, and when we were leaving Panama in 2015, we were like, Panama was so great. I want to know more about the region, but Costa Rica wasn't on our radar. Like, Costa Rica, right? Just a tourist enclave, right? It's not just. It is a beautiful country with a lot of cool stuff. Super expensive. It's just right. It's not what you want. And so we're like, well, where's the next place to investigate? And we're like, Nicaragua. Oh yeah, remember? Yeah, I remember. Okay, and then we found a spot, and then we came here, and it just it just ended up being magic. And I just lost the camera, but I'm still going here. So I'm just going to shut off and let it cool down. Obviously, I think it just overheated. So we're going to give it a minute, and we're just going to have my voice. And we're just going to put the, I assume everybody can still hear me. It's registering that you can still hear me. So you get this for a little while it cools down. That is the first that we've had that happen in a long time, but I think I didn't turn down the quality on the camera and it was running too hard. So sorry for the blackout for the minute. There, we'll give it a little bit and try to bring it back. Ed from Queens, you mentioned about a subway system coming. Can you fill this in? It's not a subway system, it's a train system. And it's above ground. I mean, it could be below. There's definitely no way they're doing it below ground. The reason they won't do below ground subways, even though that would be fantastic, is earthquakes. Just not safe. And super expensive. No, but what we're told is coming, and we're told it's completely like real and solid and approved, is a rail line that runs from, awesome Mary, thanks, is from Granada, the hub of tourism, up to Managua Airport, the hub of airplanes, and which is a really short run and basically mimics in some portion the Messiah Road, and it'll connect Messiah, of course, as well. And that small connection, now my understanding is that it's going to go to the airport. I could be wrong, obviously, and they could change this, but I think it's going to the airport, not to downtown. It would be great if it went to both, of course, but that is supposed to be coming, and will basically be a tourist run, so that the most popular little section of tourism will be able to be done by train. And honestly, if you think about new people coming to the country, if I was new to Nicaragua and had no experience, that would be such a big deal for me. If I'm flying into London and I need to go to Birmingham for something, the fact that I know I can get off the plane, get straight onto a train that says Birmingham and just sit there, and I know I'm going to end up in Birmingham, makes me so comfortable. Like, that's such a fantastic thing that I know I'm going to do this, I'm going to end up there, and we're done. And trains make me happy in general. Like, I just enjoy riding a train, I enjoy the thing, but you have this assurance of safety. You have this assurance of going to the right place. You have this assurance of going quickly and not being diverted. Like, there's just so many things that trains make you comfortable with. And I don't think very many people articulate that or think about how much trains make them feel that way. But when I'm in anywhere and I know I can take a train, I just instantly feel comforted. Now, maybe picking the right train, paying the right thing, those things might worry me a little bit. But once I'm on it and sitting on the train, I know I'm going to reliably, safely, quickly get to my destination. And as a tourist, that's what I want. I remember flying into flying into the Netherlands in 2009, and I flew into Schiphol in Amsterdam. I was heading to Osnabrück in Germany, and I had no plans, no nothing. I just got off the plane and walked into the train terminal, and I said, I wonder how I get, and I actually walked up to the train counter. I'm like, I have to get to Osnabrück. And they're like, oh, here you go. Just here's your ticket. Go get on that train. And I'm like, excellent. And it was the easiest thing you could possibly imagine, and just made being in that region so comfortable. So I knew nothing could really go wrong. It was fantastic. So I think Nicaragua wants to deliver that experience because it just opens up that region. And then hopefully they're going to put in more trains, or hopefully they're going to run up to Corinto, and then this whole region up here with Chinandega and León and La Paz and Nagarote, almost certainly, will have trains coming through it, and it'll become this really important commuter line through the region. That's hopefully really, really major thing that we'll be able to have, fingers crossed, but seems pretty likely. So that's what we know, and can't wait to see it happen, right? I'll just be writing it for fun. Luke says, maybe when the new international terminal opens, you can have your SAM followers handing out hard copy maps to all the realtors and English-speaking attorneys they need to visit. Yes, that's what we're going to do. Chris says, hi. Hi, Chris. Sorry that our camera died. We'll be back in a little bit. Frederico says, as a realtor for 29 years, that's always a good figure. Why I ask? Yeah, it makes sense. Yep. As I used to tell my clients, seller sets the asking price, buyer sets the sales price. That's true. Janet says we were in La Barrio during that time. We were in La Barrio during that time. During which time, Janet? During the Trankies? That's middle of everything. Zane says hi. Hey, Zane, you're back. I already read Mary saying the audio is good. We've got an ad coming up in a few seconds here. Adam says, hey, Scott, do you have any videos on the schools and universities in Nicaragua? Are there any schools with English as the instructional language? I know that there are schools with English as instructional. I have not visited them, done videos on them, or been to them. So there's not a ton that I can tell you. I know that Managua has some, and I know San Juan del Sur does. I don't know if Leon does. I think they might. And here's the ad. I don't actually know how when I say that it comes up. I really don't know what the experience is. Janet says, I was working every night, power every day, no problems. That's during the Trankies. She's saying, yeah, I know people from here that are here now that left then. Some came back. A lot stayed. Our mutual friend Janet, she came back during the Trankies. She had been gone for some unrelated reason and was like, I'm not staying away from Nicaragua just because the news says it's so terrible. And obviously it was terrible. Like, I don't want to downplay like a terrible situation. Like, it was a terrible situation, like, for real. And there are, oh, that's weird, Luke. I don't know what it does. I really don't know. Without the camera, it's like a free preview of your upcoming podcast, especially if I lean in and talk a little bit softer. So welcome, everybody, to the Latin American Living Podcast. Today, we're going to be interviewing Patricia and Luke, who are in our comments. And joining them in the studio is Janet and Adam. Hey, everybody. How's your evening going? Oh, wait, you can't answer because it's not a podcast. Anyway, there's memorials around the country about... Oh, you just had an ad from Tim Hortons? That's awesome. My daughter's going to be happy to know that my show had a Tim Hortons ad. At one point when she was younger, her dream job was to someday work at a Tim Hortons. I'm glad that she's moved on from that as her dream job, but she still likes Tim Hortons. I grew up in Western New York, so Tim Hortons was our local coffee shop. And if you listen to my old podcast from 2005, I used to do that. Like, I lived right next to the new Tim Hortons in Geneseo, New York. And my wife worked across the street from the Tim Hortons. And so I would often, late at night, stop by Tim Hortons, because they were 24/7 back then, pick up dinner or donuts or coffee or whatever and take them over to her at work. I would walk from our house to the Tim Hortons, grab that, and walk on to where she worked. And that was super cool. Like, it was a really neat time in our lives. And it's interesting because that was 11 miles away from where I grew up. And my father now rents an apartment directly behind where our house used to be, where I used to do my podcasting. I really miss that house. There's no reasonable way to have ever held on to it. Like, that was just never going to happen. But it was a beautiful house. We got it new. It's the only house we ever owned when it was new, and some of it was custom for us, and it was all just awesome. It was such a great house, so comfortable, and everything was ours. It was a fun experience. I miss having a brand new house. And we were young. We were newly married. We actually bought it months before we got married. We were preparing for the wedding, and just the right house came up. My mom was sick, so we were moving like as close as we reasonably could while being in a village that we liked. And we ended up moving to the village that my wife had gone to university in. And so it was a neat experience. It was my first time moving back home. I had a business for years. I had moved away we were young, right? But I had moved away for 4 years of business, and had moved away for university before that. And so the whole, like, coming back home, but having a beautiful house and in the village near where I had grown up, because I grew up on a farm, the whole thing was just, it was a neat part of our lives. And that's where, we got married there and had our first probably 3 years of marriage there before we ended up, after that, we got picked up by Wall Street and we had to move. But it was fantastic. It was a really, really good moment in our lives when we had kind of the world in front of us and very, very young and excited about what the future may bring and unsure what we were going to do. And my company was really struggling, and my wife was working on changing careers. She had been a forensic biochemist but hated it, and had tried pharmaceutical and hated that. And so all that kind of stuff. It was an amazing time. when you're like young and struggling, but knew there were a lot of options. And we had this super comfortable house and played a lot of video games. And because I owned my own company, even though we were working really hard and trying to figure things out and didn't know where life was going to go, we actually had a lot of flexibility and got a lot of time that we were able to spend together at that age. And it was just a really special time. I miss that house and the things that go with it. Mega Chopper says, did you get confirmation about whether you need to have a COVID jab to get a residence visa? So yeah, this was mentioned earlier on the live stream, but obviously people aren't here for the whole 5 hours. So yes, Mega Chopper. So we do know that you do need it. Like that was, we never needed to really get confirmation. It was the horse's mouth that said we had to have it. So important things, unfortunately I have no video, so I can't give my like emphatic arm movements or whatever, but very few people need the residence visa, so don't assume that that's something you need unless you really looked into it. There are people who are getting around it. I do have people who've said, oh yeah, they were offered forgeries of their health certificate and stuff. The people that posing as lawyers had offered to forge the documents for them and stuff. A lot of people are doing that, of course. A lot of people don't want to have to do it. And so there are people advertising those services. The lawyers won't put their names on it publicly, but they're sending out hordes of advertisers to secondhand say, well, my lawyer said, and then they'll tell you who their lawyer is. Now, if you ask that lawyer, not a single one of them will say it, because the moment they say it, there's going to be a knock on their door. But because it's a pretty serious crime to offer fake legal services to forge documents, as you can imagine. But there are tons doing that. But officially, from the department that does the health certificate that is required as part of the paperwork for the residence visa, yes, the jab is required and has been required at least since March 15th. That date is not official from any department. That is people we know who were told it at that date. We have no idea when it actually started, but March 15th or earlier. But it was direct from MINSA that requirement is there, and it is MINSA's and MINSA's policy alone that dictates that. We did, though, immediately after, I'm assuming that you're aware of the videos we put out a few weeks ago about that, and not just hearsay since then. Like, we actually put out a couple videos about it. At that time, the show was asked by Migracion to go offline. Not the whole show, just those episodes, while they fact-checked everything. And then once they had done their fact-checking, they asked us to put them back because all of the comments from people that they were seeing were inaccurate, and there was a whole bunch of misinformation being driven, we assume, by some combination of normal foreign trolling or obviously a huge portion is just lawyers who, and this really did happen. Conversations with people happened, and immediately they found out that their lawyers had been scamming them because people were not aware of the health certificate requirement. It turns out it wasn't the COVID jab that was the thing getting the lawyers upset. It was exposing that there was this paperwork required and that you had to go get this paperwork done because so many lawyers were forging it instead, which of course makes your residency invalid should the government find out that you have a forged residency process, right? It's more than just invalid. It's a pretty serious crime. So suddenly all these lawyers were being exposed, both that they were hiding the medical requirement process from their clients and hiding the fact that each of these pieces were free, and they were charging, in many cases, a lot of money to go get this paperwork. And people were finding out that, wait a minute, so what are you supposed to do? You're like, you just stop into your local medical center and fill out this paperwork and do what they say. And they're like, well, how much does this cost? I'm like, what do you mean? It's free. Everything's free here. Like, that's how things work. And they're like, wait. I just paid $400 and I didn't see a doctor. What's going on? And we're like, well, your paperwork is obviously forged. And why did you pay $400 to not go see a doctor? Like, does that make any sense? And they're like, oh my gosh, I'm getting ripped off and my residency may not be valid. Like, I could be in big trouble. Like, probably not. You know, people are going to know that the doctor the lawyer was obviously doing it without their knowledge in most cases, so they're probably not going to come after you other than invalidating your residency and making you start again, of course. But it's definitely going to put you on a list of maybe they're not the best candidates. It's certainly going to put you on a list of not too swift and paid a fortune for bad documents for no reason. So that was really what drew a lot of ire. And they tried to hide it by making it framed as a bunch of people being upset about me just informing them of the policy about the COVID jab, which makes no sense at all. Why would someone be upset that I told you something that's just a requirement? Like, that doesn't make, why would you be upset with me? That makes no sense at all. Would you want me to hide it and then you go through this process and then you find out at the last second? That would be terrible if that was something you were concerned about. Like, if I knew about it and hid it from you, that would be terrible. So that I didn't do something terrible and people were acting like they were mad, like that was, like that some people were mad that there was such a requirement. That's totally different. And I get why people are upset because they don't like the requirement. Understood. I'm with you. Personally, I don't care, but I totally understand why people do. But that wasn't what most of the people were upset about. They were upset that I had informed them of something that they needed to know, which is really weird. If they really didn't want to get the jab, they would have needed my information, because if they went in and were trying to avoid it, not knowing that they had to do something to avoid it would have made it much more unavoidable. So anyone who was honestly trying to not have to get a COVID vaccine needed my information. So yeah, so I know that the people who were upset with me were some other reason, and the only thing, and it really did come out, that there was a horde of lawyers selling scam residency services. And this exposed that they were not doing their jobs to their clients, and they were not happy about that. So that, now I'm sure there's some that are doing a great job, right? But there are clearly a bunch that sent people and knew exactly what to say so that you couldn't prove which lawyer said it or that it was actually said. So there's just all these people that say, my lawyer said. And it's like, oh, that's funny. You created a brand new anonymous YouTube account so that you can't be tracked. And then a lawyer that you're not willing to identify supposedly said that it's not really a requirement. Like, that's, yeah, super, super sus. If you had a lawyer that actually believed that, they would want to go public and get all of the customers by providing this service. So each one, to me, was admitting that it was a scam. Got type to someone. Sorry for the loud clicking sound there. I did notice that Luke was mentioning that the real coffee is from Waffle House, but no, the real coffee is Tim Hortons. You can't. Tim Hortons is the thing. Patricia says, don't you disrespect the awful waffle, Luke. Luke said, I'm going back up. Courtney Rivers, hola. Late start from Dominica. Well, glad you're here eventually. Luke said, real diner coffee here is Waffle House. Claudia says, great memory, Scott. Thanks for sharing. Then Mega Chopper, where I got distracted, but that's good stuff. But Mega Chopper, the important part, yes, be aware there is a requirement for the residency currently. Residency normally takes a bit of time, and it is a very limited group. So I don't know how old you are, I don't know what your medical conditions are, but there is a very high likelihood that you will not be affected by it because of those things. And there is a much higher possibility, the expectation is that this won't apply to you. So it's almost no one that this applies to. When people say residence visa, people think you need that and don't realize that that's a specialty thing. And so people are responding to it in ways that don't make sense. It is real, but people don't understand what it means in most cases. So it's the response to it doesn't make sense. I do see people asking more things. I'll get to that in just a second. Claudia says, as for coffee, I'm a hot, strong espresso gal, born and raised in Switzerland. Very nice. I'm Swiss. My grandpa was half Italian, emigrated to Canada 25 years ago, and now ready to move to LATAM, Nicaragua being a favorite. You're going to be right here, Claudia. You have to move to the beach where I am because we are Swiss central, Swiss everywhere. Mary says, during COVID, some some lawyers suggest for those outside of Nicaragua to sign a power of attorney for them to process your real estate transactions on your behalf. Yeah, I bet they did. I bet they did. Actually, I did see that happen. That certainly was a thing. This is during lockdowns, and I hear still is promoted. Yeah, because it allows them to steal your house, so it's really popular. Janet says, wait, is that coffee Nicaraguan? I don't know what coffee you're thinking of, Janet, but the coffee I'm drinking on tomorrow's show is Nicaraguan. That's all I can say. Frederico says, that paper for the residency, is it easy and simple to get? Which paper for the residency are you talking about, Frederico? Jennifer says, no job for us, so we can't live there. No, Jennifer, that's really important. You don't need residency here. That's one of the most important things. Residency is not for most people. And also, let me scroll back, but I'm pretty sure you said the ages, so I don't think it matters for you anyway. So you're going to, Pam is 66, I am 68, Sherry is 60. So Jennifer, you are not in a group that under any circumstances is allowed to get the jab here. So I say allowed. I'm sure if you paid a doctor, they would not get in trouble as long as they informed you that you're not supposed to have it and you said, no, I really want it. I understand that I'm not supposed to have it. I'm sure they're allowed to give it to you. Nicaragua is a very loose place where as long as you're not hurting other people, you can generally do anything you want. So I would be really surprised if they weren't allowed to give it to you. But you do not qualify for the jab under any normal system in Nicaragua. The only jab that exists in Nicaragua that is publicly promoted is not available for those over the age of 59, meaning 60 plus. If you're 59, you are able to get it. If you are 60, you're not certified for it. The shot is not available for 60 plus. Of course, if you are 60 plus, what I was saying is you're an adult, you can make your own decisions. I'm sure they'll let you have it if you want. But it is not tested for, it is not certified for those 60 plus, and therefore you are not, it won't even come up. There's a really good chance it won't come up even if you were under 60. Officially, right now, it should come up if you're under 60. But you're not, so you are 100% clear, no problem whatsoever. That does not change the fact that you have a very high chance of not wanting the residency visa. I can't state this enough. Most people who are permanent residents of Nicaragua don't want the permanent residency visa. It's not a crazy thing to want. There are situations where you want it, but the average person who lives here does not want it. But for you, and not because of the jab, not because of COVID, nothing like that, just it's paperwork that a lot of people don't want to have. So you are 100% golden in every way. Ed says Dunkin' Donuts, very smooth. No Dunkin' Donuts or Tim Hortons. My problem, Ed, with Dunkin' Donuts is I find them inconsistent. When it's really good, it is really good. But a lot of times it's like burnt. I find a lot of Dunkin' Donuts, especially in smaller towns, have a tendency to just leave the coffee on and not pay close attention to it. Frederico, I got quoted $1,000 for the residency, so no. A lot of people can do investment. You probably want a lawyer. But if you're doing like retirement, you might, if the money's not a problem, it's nice to have a lawyer, but you certainly can do it yourself for free. Ed says, Starbucks blonde roast. I am not a fan of Starbucks, but their Pikes Peak blonde roast is quite decent. That is true. I also had their new, you're all going to hate me for this. Like this is where I lose all my audience. I actually tried the olive oil coffee at Starbucks. I was in the States a few months ago and just kept having to end up in Starbucks. I say kept, like 3 times. But there was like nowhere to go but Starbucks, and I ended up there. And so I'm like, you know what? I have a lot of faith in olive oil in general. And while I'm not a big Starbucks fan, I do think that things like this, they do put a lot of work into and think through. So I gave it a try. And honestly, I like it. So there you have it. Now you can all unsubscribe and disappear and send in your hate comments. Claudia said, all the coffee I'm talking about. No, Janet, most of it's American and Canadian. Claudia says, I'm guessing Elton's coffee. Yes, I'm having that tomorrow. I mean, technically I had it yesterday, but you'll see me have it tomorrow. Looking forward to try it. He's a great guy and love what he does. If you want to try it, Claudia, you have to get it in the States. They don't sell it in Nicaragua yet. Frederico, are these lawyers related to Nigerian princes by chance? In some cases they may be, but mostly they're just expats in the capital. Actually, a lot of them are not expats, believe it or not, which is why they know to hide. Carmen says you spent 10 minutes bailing in order not to answer my question. That wasn't nice. Carmen, what was your question? Did I miss it? Zane says, I need your opinion, so I'm planning to work to save like 20 to 60 grand and then get a personal loan in U.S. and then buy a house. What is your opinion? I mean, you can. So Zane, personal loans generally carry a really high interest rate because you can't secure them. They're also known as unsecured loans. So with unsecured loans, you really want to be careful because that rate is just going to be really high, and that's gonna hurt you for the rest of your life. The question is, so two questions. One, why do you feel so strongly about owning a house and so quickly? And two, why do you want to own a house on a loan? Normally, what you want to do is buy a house with cash here. That's really strong. It's what people do here. Like if you get a really good loan rate, you can get loans here if you're buying from the builder in some cases. I would be very cautious on that. Like under normal circumstances, mortgages can be crippling, but normally they have really low interest rates and special tax advantages. You won't have any of that. You'll be paying normal taxes. You'll be it's a risky thing to do. Mary says, going back to my original attorney post, can you recommend a local attorney who can check the work of another local attorney regarding real estate transaction? I mean, I do have a good attorney that does not speak English here in Leon. Claudia says, yes, I can order to be shipped to Canada. Nice. Yeah, order that. Get some immense coffee for sure. Frederico says, the application paper that needs to be filled out to get residency. Oh, yeah, no, that's pretty easy. I mean, it's a bit of writing things in, but yeah, you can totally do it. RJ says, hey, Scott, how do I find out more about... RJ, you're going to have to tell me what the rest of that sentence was, but definitely. Carmen says, third request. Carmen, it's really hard for me to scroll back. I'm going to give it a try, but it's not always reliable. Ed says, workers who prepare Starbucks drinks look like scientists. My cousin actually did that. She was a Starbucks barista for a long time. Zane says, not loan in Nicaragua, a loan in the U.S. No, Zane, I know that's what you mean. Even so, in the U.S., those loans are going to be very high. In Nicaragua, though, with the builders, sometimes you can get lucky and get a loan, and sometimes those are going to be better because they've already built the place and they have the cash. Carmen, please make the point. Sounds like the song "The Day the Music Died," American Pie. I see that part. Carmen says... So, Carmen, I see the bit where you say the property records and then so much innocent blood. Then please make the point. And then sounds like American Pie. But I don't see the question there. So I'm going back up. I heard today of the house in Sutiava. I answered about that 60K sounded like a good deal. Scrolling. I'm pretty high on the list here. I'm not seeing. Once in a while, I think the questions don't come through. If you can retype it, maybe I need to do it. Starbucks workers are called barristers. Does anyone else see Carmen's question that I've not answered? I cannot find a question from Carmen that I haven't answered. Yeah, Mary doesn't see it either. There's Ortega's in office. All opposition is in jail just before election time. How long is the dynasty going to be in office without elections? So he's still in office. Not all opposition is in jail, but so, that's really a question for Nicaragua, right? So imagine the same thing if we're asking in the United States. right? The Democrats and Republicans are still in office. They control everything. There's no free vote. And the U.S. vacillates back and forth between two essentially identical groups that are controlled internally, and the American people don't even get to vote on it. How long will that be going on? Well, a really long time, right? Because Americans aren't really super concerned with democracy. So here in Nicaragua, right, one thing that I can tell you is that people are super in support of the government that's doing an amazing job here. You walk around the country and it's beyond apparent the amount of support that people have. The idea that there is a strong opposition here is not impossible by any stretch, but it is certainly not obvious. Oppositions are allowed, just like in the United States, right? If oppositions commit crimes, we expect them to be in jail. So look at the United States right now. So again, like everything else, every time we hear something bad supposedly happening in Nicaragua, go, wait a second, did that just happen in the United States and they're trying to distract us? So let's go look at what's going on in the U.S. Trump is expected to be at least attempted to be sent to jail. He was just convicted of crimes. He's the only major opposition to Biden. So what are they going to say about Nicaragua? They're going to pretend that all of the opposition is in jail. But that's what's happening in the U.S. But as we learned from the U.S., we know that Trump was committing crimes. So shouldn't he be in jail? So the question becomes, if you have foreign-backed people who are primarily in the opposition, well, then them being in jail is exactly what you want. Is that what's happening here? I can't speak to that. I don't have that information, nor am I in a position to. But what I can tell you is that none of the things that we hear from the U.S. suggest the slightest thing wrong. When the elections happened here last time, American inspectors and people looking at the elections actually came back and said it was a good election. In fact, far better than the American one, which is not a very high standard. So, how long is the dynasty going to be here? Well, given that we are still living in a world where the folks who fought the revolution for the freedom of the country are still alive, I would say you're going to have... So one, calling a dynasty a single person doesn't make sense. Like, that's not what a dynasty is, right? Could it become a dynasty? Of course it could. Yeah, it's absolutely, but we're not to the point of looking at that yet, right? Just like in the U.S., right, there was Adams, and then, eventually his son joined, but not immediately, right? So there was the Adams dynasty in the early American presidency, and that's common, right? People who have experience tend to end up in those positions, same as Theodore Roosevelt and FDR, right? And that's not necessarily a great thing. It's not necessarily a bad thing. But right now, there's no dynasty. There's just one person who keeps getting elected, and when you're on the ground, it's very apparent that it's super popular. And then there's the story from the U.S., right? If you don't go out to the party festivals, don't come to work on Monday, you're fired, right? I don't think anybody here believes that. Hang a blue and white Nicaraguan flag and not the red and black, you will be visited. That is so untrue. So that's how you know you're hearing the American story. If you actually go out, the blue and white is everywhere. It's very common. So is the red and black. But that the stories that the blue and white, like anyone who's in Nicaragua sees them all the time. So let's focus on Nicaragua and leave the USA out of it, then come up with things about Nicaragua that aren't based on things from and said by the US, right? So that's the problem, is that we hear a lot of things from the US, things like you can't have the blue and white, but in Nicaragua, the blue and white is on everything. So that is a very misleading position. And so the kids own all the gas stations. I don't know that that's true. The gas stations that are here are international chains that are not from Nicaragua. You can open a private gas station here. That seems like a unlikely thing. Have we actually looked at Nicaragua and looked at these businesses? And, just like in the US, Trump owns hotels. Is that a problem? Why don't we complain about that? In other countries, often people who are major investors end up, and especially in a very small place, like, are we saying that they can't have businesses? I'm not saying that these things are good or bad. I'm saying that these are very distracting things without actual problems, right? But the blue and white thing is definitely a really major stumble from American propaganda attempts because, again, Americans very easily fall for it, but when they actually come to Nicaragua, it's very quick to see that that's not the case, right? Clearly, the blue and white flies everywhere. Lots of people fly it without the red and black. All these, like, you can't talk about politics and all that. That doesn't actually happen here, right? You can absolutely talk politics here. People do all the time. It's very popular. Not as popular as the U.S., right? The U.S. is a very discuss politics kind of place. So Mega Chopper says, as I said earlier, he takes whatever he wants. I'd like an example of that. If you're going to say that, you got to come up with something. Kicking out a nonprofit who was involved in, go look at what they did in Ukraine with human smuggling. There's a reason why people want the Red Cross out. Again, kicking out the Red Cross, great. What is there now? The White Cross is here. Like, they're here. It's just not an organization that got in a lot of trouble. Nicaraguan, born 63 years ago. I know Nicaragua, you need to look at a larger of the picture. Okay, but you also have to look at the picture accurately, right? Statements like you can't fly the blue and white, we know that's false propaganda. So you're not looking at it from a Nicaraguan experience. You're looking at it from a American explanation of a Nicaraguan experience, right? Like, you say you know Nicaragua, but if you were here, you would know that the Nicaraguan flag flies on houses all over the place. And certainly I can fly a Nicaraguan flag. Of course I can. People, let's be honest. Is this a plausible thing? The national flag can't fly in the country? Obviously, it flies everywhere. It flies on government buildings. It flies on cars. It flies on the side of the road. It flies on houses. It is everywhere. Yes, I know you're not American, but you're clearly not in Nicaragua, or you'd be aware that these aren't plausible things, right? Some things like, oh, yes, I assume, but I have no reason to believe this to be true, but it's reasonable that some of the family has invested in gas stations. He stole all their assets. So when you say he stole, in what way does he own their assets, right? That is so Mega Chopper, that is a very, very American thing, right? You're hearing that in America. Here, we're not hearing that, right? What assets did the Red Cross have? Who has them now? I don't know. This is the first I'm hearing of this. But what I do know is that if you traffic in children, you have no rights to anything. And there's no defending an organization that trafficked children at all. That is a horrible, horrible crime in every possible way, right? So it's not okay to defend the Red Cross. They are active in Ukraine, moving children into Russia, taking them from their families. Everyone who's, like, honestly, I would definitely support arresting people who work for the Red Cross. It's a really terrible thing. But, right, be careful coming up with, I'm saying that Carmen, you're repeating obviously known American propaganda that is not plausible when you come to Nicaragua and see what it's like. You've seen my videos, you know what we do. If you say something that only makes sense to an American because it's only something said in America, then obviously we know that either you're in America or you're being fed the information from the United States. Because there is a source to certain misinformation that's coming from the US, and there are certain things that are said that only really ring true with Americans, right? Americans have a really easy time falling for certain types of tricks, and other people fall for other tricks, right? It's not unique to America, it's that the Americans have unique words and triggers, and there are certain things that the U.S. constantly repeats to try to discredit certain countries. And so there are patterns that are often very easy to catch that only come from the U.S., right? Maybe from Canada, but most countries aren't going to repeat those things because their people know that it's not really viable or they're not plausible, right? Things like you can't fly the flag. Most countries would be like, no, we don't believe that. That doesn't just really make sense, right? Obviously, Nicaragua is a normal, functional country. It's been monitored. People are aware. And then suddenly, right, in the US, people are like, we don't know anything about Nicaragua because it's been hidden from us for so long. Oh, it's so easy to believe because Americans are afraid of flying their flag. They're afraid of certain things in the US. So we see those patterns repeated when the US feeds information to talk about Nicaragua, right? So if you're going to repeat those things that are not plausible, if you're actually, I'm in Nicaragua. Like everyone knows I'm in Nicaragua. So trying to tell me I can't fly the blue and white makes no sense, right? Because obviously I know I can, and I know everyone else is. So you're obviously talking to other people, trying to tell them something and convince them that like I'm not really in Nicaragua or something, right? So it just doesn't make sense. What did make a chopper? I forgot to go. Oh, English papers and passport have to be translated by a licensed translator or just anyone who can. I did all mine to English for the USA and can translate them to Spanish as well if it is allowed. You know, I'm honestly not sure how that has to happen because it's apostille, but translated, I think you can do it yourself, but I'm not 100% sure. Ed says, and this is a weird one for those who have not been here and don't know. Why is the Star of David used as logo by many businesses? Also saw businesses called Shalom. So that's definitely true, and it's everywhere. And I've asked about it, and of course, no one really has like this history or anything. But it's like a kind of generic. This is my understanding, right? I don't have anything official, as of course there isn't. But my thought was, is there like this really strong affinity with like Israel or Jewish culture or any of these things? And what I was told is that it was like quite some time ago. So before there was an Israel, before like it's older, there was this like, I don't know how to put it, like a popularity of Jewish symbolism and a few other things. And that by using it wasn't that they were pro anything in particular. It was just seen as another kind of like you have a cross in Catholic. Well, the Star of David is still kind of a pro-Christian thing. So a lot of Catholics at some point will use them. I grew up in an area where it was used a little bit, nothing like in Nicaragua, but more than most of the U.S. And it was in no way Jewish or anything like that. It was just, this is the Star of David. It's some of the Old Testament, like cool stuff. And so it was used because it was just seen as like kind of cool. And that is my understanding from people I've asked. Like, this is not me hypothesizing. I asked, this is kind of where they said, right? And it's just that it's this tradition and it doesn't actually have any deeper meaning, particularly, which seems weird because it's some seriously strong stuff. And like just down the street from me is like the Jerusalem bakery, right? Okay. Like, why Jerusalem? Now the new stuff, the Pista Gaza and the Parque Palestinia on the Pista Gaza in Managua, they are obviously very official, strong statements in support of Palestine and anti-colonialism, as Nicaragua always makes a point of standing up to imperialism around the world and colonialism, because they're very, very acutely aware of the penalties of colonialism and what that means, and how strongly those countries will potentially go on for generations trying to keep control of their former assets or current assets or whatever. So Nicaragua in that way has made an effort in recent times, like the last year, to move some of that stuff. But we still have the Terminal Israel or whatever in Managua, right? There's a lot of those words are around, and a ton of people have names like that. Ishmael and Israel and Jacob, and a lot of like really Old Testament names are just popular in the culture, but it goes way back. It's not a recent thing. I mean, some of those people are young, right? But the use of those names is an old thing, and we find those in European stuff too. I grew up with in a very not Jewish area, but tons of those old names and stuff were there. Okay, so Mega Chopper says, and I've got a lot of videos on this, if you're moving countries, the first thing you should assess is its political stability, which is completely fake. Absolutely not. You never worry about the quote-unquote political stability as an expat. Doesn't matter to you at all. I've got so many videos about that. That is one of those things that the United States, again, so there's a couple things. One, what is political stability? Isn't this like literally yesterday's video, or is it today's video? Someone go check. I think the video that publishes today addresses this again. So wait, you say I keep skipping a comment. I've not seen any comment about stability of doing a border run. What's the instability of doing the border run? That's what's the concern? But so as an expat, this is one of the great things. One, political stability is a farcical comment just to be a big thing. Oh, Edfred says, nice to be Jewish here. There is no racism here. I'm sure there's not no racism, but it's awfully good, I would say, in reality. Like, it's a place where you really don't have the same feeling you get a lot of places, even Europe, where it just feels like, even if people are not trying to be racist, right? But they're just very aware of things. And I feel like, I think you're right, Ed. Like here, there's so little, like everyone's just kind of everyone. It's really nice. But the political stability thing. So the first thing is, who can even define politically stable? And if you were to know what political stable is, you'd immediately go, oh my gosh, you gotta get out of the US. It's the most politically unstable thing in the region. It's scary from that perspective. But as an expat, even though the United States, and thanks, Mary. She said, many thanks, Scott, for your informative live stream today. It was greatly appreciated. Thank you very much. So the US is by far the most politically unstable country in the region. There's no way to deny that. Like currently arresting the primary candidate for presidency, really crazy stuff going on in the world stage. People are taking up arms against each other. People are terrified to talk. If I fly into the US, the first thing everyone says is, stop talking politics, you're in the US. People are like, I've been threatened from people that I would be reported in the US for what I say on this channel. Right, and it was about the COVID stuff. They said if I didn't say what they wanted me to say about COVID, they were going to report me in the U.S. for things that are supposed to be protected speech in the U.S. And they would have me sent to prison because the threat, real or not, is that Americans believe that the government is unstable and very corrupt and will arrest people for things that are illegal to arrest them for that they will violate their constitutional rights and take away their freedoms, which is, let's face it, a reasonable concern. Not as reasonable as people are trying to leverage, but it is kind of reasonable. But even so, if someone was talking about moving to the U.S., I'd say, oh, well, you really got to know it's kind of expensive. And it's really hard to get the paperwork. Like there's a bunch of negatives. But if they said, okay, but my real concern is political stability, I'd be like, what? Why do you care? You're an expat. You're not part of the polity. Not only can you not ethically have an opinion about America's government? It's not your place as an immigrant to have an opinion about the government. That's unethical, is devious, is not right. But as an expat, once you're there, who cares? It can be a stable, unstable change. You're an expat. It doesn't affect you, right? Instability is, I've been in countries when the government was overthrown. Didn't matter at all. Right? Doesn't make any, it does not sell bagels. Patricia doesn't even sell bagels, let alone real ones. There's nothing Jewish about that bakery at all. That was kind of the point, but I didn't make it. It's called Jerusalem. It's just a name. You go in and it's just a normal Nicaraguan bakery with no, if you ask them, is there like some connection to Israel? They'd be like, what? Why? Like it would never occur to them. So political stability has no effect on an honest expat. If you're there for the purpose of like acting as a foreign agent and you're actually committing crimes, yeah, political stability might mean that you can get away with something one day and not the next, I suppose. But, honest expats who are there to be expats, it's an absurd thing to worry about stability. First, because you can't predict it, right? The places that are stable or unstable are not things that you can reasonably predict. Like right now, we would say the U.S. is super unstable, Nicaragua is super stable, Guatemala was surprisingly far less stable than we thought. But with Guatemala being super unstable, one of the great things is it affected expats not at all. Oh, sure, they blocked the road. There were some protests. Those could be annoying, but was it an issue of safety? Nope. Political stability does not imply a safety issue. Does political stability imply a problem with investing or having a house? Absolutely not. That is a complete farcical thing. Like, that's not in the real world. Could any given country completely fall and have to reform and reset property and investments? Oh, sure, in theory. Has it ever happened? Not really, no. Because it basically guarantees your new country will be dysfunctional. It's not a real thing. So it's a threat. This is one of those things that you can definitely tell when someone's getting the U.S. here's what to say, because it doesn't make any sense if you're actually thinking about it. And people don't on their own come up with political stability as a concern. You have to have someone come up with, well, we don't have a real concern, but this one sounds bad. And you can't prove that it's not stable. And once again, if the U.S. pushes it about another country, chances are, if you look at the U.S., that's a major problem in the U.S. So what do we see? The U.S. is currently incredibly unstable. The U.S. is currently putting its primary presidential candidate potentially in jail, definitely putting them through trials, definitely has foreign powers interfering with their elections, definitely has election problems. So naturally, as I've taught in many videos, this is not something I'm coming up with on the spot. You can go back to my videos and see that I teach this in my like how to think about new countries. Look for those things to be being said about a new country that you're moving to. That's how you know with a really high degree of certainty, unless you have a really strong situation that would lead you to expect it, that you're hearing propaganda from a country that is having that problem, because that is how it works, right? Those things sound plausible because the country that's saying them is having those problems. So its citizens are already worried about those things. They're already cognizant of them. So they're going to very easily fall for having that come up. They're going to be like, oh, we had, we're fearful of political instability. Oh, other places must be politically unstable as well, which is true in the very highest level. Like, we're unstable in the U.S. Is there another country that's also unstable? The U.S. is unlikely to be unique in that. Yeah, of course there's other countries that are unstable. But then making the claim that a specific one is, you'd have to look and say, is it really unstable? Or is that just something I'm believing because I don't have a reason not to believe it? But considering you're being told that by a country who, one, legally it has no obligation to tell the truth to its citizens, that is a law in the U.S. passed under Obama, and two, is absolutely known to constantly lie in this situation, so we expect what they say to be a lie, then we would absolutely not use that as a basis for a new thing. So clearly, I think it goes without saying, it shouldn't take much thought to step back and go, wait a minute, political stability, why would that concern me? Political stability doesn't lead to danger. It doesn't lead to collapse of property. None of those things are part of what political stability is. Political stability refers to when the polity, the voters, have a change of government, often in an unpredictable way. But as an expat, it's hard to really come up with something that's less significant to you. Like, it just doesn't matter. And that's one of the beauties of being an expat, is that it isolates you from the needs to be worried about the everyday politics of things. Like, yeah, maybe you really like politics, and then that's unfortunate that that's a part of your life you're going to lose. But for most of us, politics are a thing that we're very glad to be free of. And so as an expat, like it or not, you magically become disconnected from politics. So one thing you definitely know as an expat is that political stability itself could not be an honest concern under any circumstances. Things could be tied to political instability, right? Political instability could be tied to a, for example, military coup, in which case the instability is not a concern, but a military coup triggering an instability could be a concern. So it's not that the two could never be connected. Absolutely, they could be. But on its own, you can safely say that political stability will never honestly be something you should worry about. It just doesn't make logical sense. And in fact, in many cases, it may be a bonus for you, right? If it was to be anything, right? But realistically, it has no impact whatsoever because it is not your voting system. It is not your government. And so it doesn't have any big any big effect. Okay, so Mega Chopper says, it would be a really silly idea to set up your life in another country and have to leave every 6 months to do a border run. That is absolutely not true. That is a ridiculous statement to make. The overall picture has to be, it would be ridiculous to set up your life in a country and have to have something hard. If you think doing a border run every 6 months is hard, you need to re-gauge your entire vision of life. Like, that just doesn't make any sense. And you say there are many other countries that offer better visas. Good luck. Good luck. Yeah. So Nicaragua offers, as we've covered a lot, so don't pretend we haven't done it, the amazingly super simple option of doing a border run, which I've done video after video about how trivial that is. And if you want to say it's silly to set up your life in another country based on something so trivial, I don't think you know what setting up your life and silly mean. Like, that is a really, really minor thing. It's so easy to do a border run. Now, some people don't want to do the border runs. Some people want to have residency visas. If that's something you want, then by all means, you can get a residency visa. That is offered to you as long as you're going to be in the country enough to qualify as a residency visa, which a lot of people are. It's not super hard to qualify for. It's a super easy visa. It's one of the easiest residency visas in the world. So if you want one, you are free to get one. But lots of people don't because, and this is the part that makes your statement silly, doing a border run every 6 months, which I've been doing for years. I set up my life here. You're basically, what you're saying is my life is silly because I choose to do a border run for many years. Now, the first thing is, you do understand that doing a border run every 6 months is basically something that never happens. Normal people don't run into that because normal people travel. Normal people who are expats travel. Normal people who are not expats don't travel, and then when they're looking at expating, they start to get really weird ideas about it. And there are some people who decide to expat and do never want to leave the country and don't like to travel. They're the outliers, but they certainly exist. And for them, there are really wonderful, super simple, some of the best visas in the world for them. Really hard to beat them. But for the vast majority of people who are here in Nicaragua, being an expat, you almost always, even the people who are in very low fixed incomes, even people who are not super adventurous, they often are like, you know what, I like going to Costa Rica. It's like going to the bordering state. Imagine if you lived in the US and someone said, oh, you could go through all this paperwork, you could get residency, you could do all these things, you could be official, or you could just bop over to the next state. Right, because that's what it means going to another country. To an American, saying words like, oh, you have to go to another country, you have to leave the country every 6 months, sounds like one thing. But saying it to a person in Europe or Central America, like you realize we're here, right? Like, this sounds really silly. Like, there's no effort whatsoever to leaving every 6 months. That's so easy, fast, trivial, cheap. Like, sure, there might be a situation where I would like to take the option not to do that, maybe. But the one thing you can't say is that it's a big deal. Like, it's just not. Unless you're like, unable to travel. You can't sit in a car. You can't walk. There's people who have medical conditions that make it outrageously difficult, but really, really exceptional problems. So again, from an American perspective, when you're picturing living in St. Louis and driving to Mexico every 6 months, and you're picturing the idea of leaving your country is like a really big deal, then this sounds like it might be a big deal. But when they do this in Nicaragua and can reliably get back in, and it only takes a few minutes, and it's a completely reliable process, and you don't have to worry about anything like you would in the US, like you would in Mexico, and it's just around the corner, and then suddenly it becomes you're probably going to bring up like how hard it is in the US. You're going to keep referring to US problems and try to pretend that those exist other places, that the worries you have living in America are reflected other places. All right, Mega Chopper says, you aren't telling people that they can and have denied reentry. You'd have to be the dumbest person on earth to think that a country has to let you back in. No country has to let you back in. You're insulting everyone in the community by trying to say that you're going to pretend that people think that they could be denied reentry. If you are an honest, good person actually trying to be here as a resident, then you're not going to be denied reentry. Period. End of story. If you're here trying to commit crimes, yes, you could be denied reentry. That is absolutely a possibility. But let's be absolutely clear, Mr. Trying to be quote-unquote honest. If you are committing crimes or doing anything that could deny you reentry, you can also be walked out of the country at any time. Your residency has zero effect on on anything, right? So that's a complete misdirection. And this is something we've covered in the videos ad nauseum. These are fake concerns. So in the United States, are you telling me that no one's ever been deported? Because that's what you're talking about. You're pretending that deportation can't happen if you do something wrong in Nicaragua, but the border run system could end up in what feels like a deportation. But it's not deportation. It's just not being allowed reentry. But if you are... yes, if you live in the north of Nicaragua, it does take quite a while to drive to the border at Costa Rica. Yes, there can be a bit of a drive, but it's really the worst case scenario. It's not that far. And again, if you feel that drive twice a year, which only happens, one, if you decide to do the drive instead of doing flights. Someone on my channel is like, I'm just going to fly to the US. It's so quick and easy. I'm just going to do that. Like, sure, if that's what you want to do, that's an option too. Or fly to Panama or fly to Mexico. You got lots of options. So if you are going to live in the north of Nicaragua, which is not a popular place for expats, but you certainly can, and it's a beautiful place, and you want to do the drive, and you don't want to get residency, and you never travel, then yes, it can be a bit of an annoying drive twice a year in order to get to stay with no paperwork in paradise. Really, really trivial. But yeah, it can happen. Yes, it can be annoying, but you have options to get around that, right? For sure. Like very, very easy to get around. In that case, go get the residency. You have to be pretty destitute to not be able to afford the residency. And even then, if you're a good citizen, they're going to find a way to keep you, right? They're not going to hold you to, Nicaragua really has a strong, strong desire to have good residents, and they will fight for you. That's one of the things that's great about Nicaragua. The U.S., look, I appreciate the U.S. and its adherence to process. Makes things very predictable. It makes things just, you know what's going to happen. I guess that's repetitive, but in Nicaragua, when something bad happens, right? Oh my gosh, I don't earn enough to be able to stay on my residency. My income dropped. Well, if you're in the U.S. and you had an income requirement and it dropped, you'd be kicked out. That'd be it. You'd be deported. There'd be no way around it. But in Nicaragua, you have two choices. One, go and plead with Migración. Look, I know my income dropped, but I think I'm a good candidate, and here's why. And you can create a case for that. And it's doable. And if you can't make a case for that, and they're like, sorry, like I appreciate you making this case, but you're just not. We can't, right? Oh no, now you have to just go to the border run system. Sure, maybe it's inconvenient for you. And if it's so convenient, why live in the north? Go live in the south then, right? Like, fix it. The world is your oyster here. You have so many options. Don't don't choose every possible thing to engineer a bad situation. Choose things that make sense for you, whatever those things are. If living in the north and doing border runs is what makes sense for you, then fine. But know that they're all choices. But in the U.S., you wouldn't have any of those options. You'd be done, deported, no way back. But as long as you're being good in Nicaragua, you're not breaking the law, you're not acting inappropriately, you're not spreading misinformation, which is a crime here, thank goodness, then you're going to be given leniency, whether it's letting you keep residency even though you don't seem to qualify on paper, right? And I say seem because they have a process for this, but also that the border run system acts as a fallback so that specifically the one thing you really never have to worry about with Nicaragua compared to nearly every other country. Not every, there's some amazing countries out there that also have some really great options. But I've never had to deal with one. I've never heard of someone dealing with one who gave you more leniency and protection to be able to come back in. Every country can kick you out. Every single country on earth has the power to kick you out as a resident or as a border hopper. Every single one. But none have the tradition and the strength of being able to protect that any greater than Nicaragua. I'm sure there's some that match it, but none do more to make sure you have confidence that you can keep coming back in and not. Noel is true. Can I try using the camera? You're right. I've been thinking about it. First, let's see if it was just overheated and see if it just kicks back on. Oh, it did. Can I see the battery? It's saying the battery depleted. It's going to kick off in a second. Let me just go change the battery and we'll be right back. I'm still here, of course, but I'm going to put the still back on while I switch the battery. Luckily, I've been charging replacements. Just waiting for the fan to kick off so I can swap out the battery. Talk amongst yourselves. You know what's amazing is we've been on all this time. I'm not through my first beer yet. I think my dog was coming. Is my dog out there? Nope. No dog. All right, swapping this battery though the fan's still going. You must really think it's warm in there. Wait a minute, I just took the battery out and the fan's still running. How does that work? Like seriously, how does that work? There has to be a secondary battery inside the camera that keeps going even when the battery's dead. That's wild. I did not expect that. We're back. I took my hat off. It's kind of dirty. I think white hats are my jam, but I sweat so much, it's a problem. All right. Ta-da! Janet has to go because she has a class. Tony says, Federico, when I went to Thailand, I had a 2-year visa as a business owner and still had to do border runs every 3 months. Oh, weird. I knew Thailand did some weird stuff. I've never heard of that one. One big party on a bus that took us there. Interesting. I had no idea. I knew that Thailand allowed border runs, and I knew they had multi-entry visas. I've never heard of them being mixed together in that way. Super weird. Janet says it takes quite a while to drive from Portland, Oregon to Disney in LA. I'm sorry, Los Angeles. But it's a day drive down and back to Costa Rica from the north of Nicaragua. Yeah, it's really not bad. And I do it from the west. Like we're out here in Leon and we can do it in 4 hours. Like we go early in the morning, whew, right down, right back. I get it. Like if you're up in like Acatal or something, it is a really long way. But it's nothing like coming from Acatal to the border is only slightly more than we would do to visit our family in Texas. Mary is still here. You tried to leave, but you didn't manage to escape. That's how we roll around here. I can only go so much longer because I haven't done my Duolingo yet. First world Scott problems. Oh, I didn't throw my phone on the charger. Oh, it's fine, but should have. Can you try to use the camera? Yes, we're back on Noel and Noel Cast. Good to see you back. I don't think we said hi yet. Frederico says, I have to travel 300 miles to go get my Argentine passport renewed in Los Angeles. Oh, that sucks. Frederico, next state. Janet says, it's raining in Saragossa. Seriously? Send it over here. Like, we're way too close. Yeah, Saragossa is borders us. Like literally, we're neighboring barrios. So Janet is just over there in the next barrio, and it's supposedly raining, but I don't hear a single thing here. I think it's Mary says, gotta go though, have to work early tomorrow, adios. Sorry Mary, we're not gonna be too much longer. I do like hitting the 5-hour mark though, and we're not that far away, and I haven't finished my beer. Oh, actually I have a bit of beer yet, so I think we're gonna push through to that. And holy cow, do we have a lot of views. We still have 30 people on, like seriously guys, this is amazing. And you know, it kind of got a little bit more serious than we like. I mean, it's always a serious thing. Like we're talking about relocation, we're talking about people changing their lives. Normally we're like, though, you know, like rah, come to paradise, and it's just it's almost like a sales pitch because we love it here, right? Like life is good, so we get very excited about it. You know, to Mimi's question earlier, I'm sure Mimi's gone, right? Wait, Claudia says, I'd have to travel 1,200 kilometers to renew my other passport. Wow. To Mimi's point earlier, you know, Spain was fantastic, but something that I think a lot of people miss, right, is that one, I've lived in Nicaragua for a long time, and two, every day I choose to live in Nicaragua. I have offices all over. I have a passport that lets me go all over. I can, at a moment's notice, move to any number of places, no problem. Like I don't have to do anything to move to several different countries, and I have a job and an income and the ability to simply go places, and I have multiple passports. Like I have a lot of options of where to live reasonably. Mooney, I did get your email, by the way. If you're still on, I have your email, so I'll definitely respond. A lot of people, when they're looking at moving to a country, or they're looking at people who have moved to a country, I think in your mind, a lot of people, not everyone obviously, but I think a good number of people kind of picture a feeling that we are trapped, or that this is, we can't get out. And for real, one of the reasons that we, and like Ed really likes San Juan del Sur. Like he chooses to live down there and has some flexibility. But there are a lot of people who end up in San Juan del Sur and they kind of put their whole nest egg in, and they get trapped, sort of. Maybe just financially trapped, maybe physically trapped. But they end up in a situation where they feel like they really don't have too many options. And my daughters are just messaging me. And then you tend to get this, like, you got to come here because we got to sell you something, right? And that's a negative place to be. And a lot of times we talk to people here because it's a very low-cost country, and a lot of people do have a feeling, not in San Juan del Sur, that's a high-cost area. Up here where it's really low-cost, we'll run into people who sometimes are like, sometimes I wish I had more options. Maybe they like it here, but they're like, I would like it that I chose here rather than had no other choice. And I know when that happens that in many cases they're aware that Nicaragua has made living affordable to them, and it's the country, the culture, the situation is giving them a gift. They couldn't afford to survive, I don't know, in Mexico, in Costa Rica, but they can survive in Nicaragua. And that's a really important thing, that it's viable. But when you're in the situation where you have to do that because it's your only choice, it's, in one way, you certainly feel trapped because you actually are, at least to some degree. And in another, you naturally develop, even though it's not really fair per se, that you feel like the people who are giving you the gift of being able to live here are somehow your prison guards. And that is not at all the case, right? You're free to leave, you're free to do whatever, but because you can't afford, or feel you can't afford, in many cases it's just a feeling, just a panic, because there are other options. Colombia, Thailand, Vietnam, Laos, right? All those places are often available, at least to some degree. And so there tends to be this negative feeling, right? And then when you, on like YouTube or whatever, are watching us, sometimes you think, well, maybe they're so excited about Nicaragua because they're trapped there and they have nothing else. But I mean, let's be realistic, right? Look at what we're filming on. Look at the stuff we do. Look at where we are. We really can go other places. And I do go I go other places on the channel. I could just not come back, right? If I didn't love Nicaragua, I could just go to Bolivia and stay there. I was there in November. I have offices there. Bolivia will let me stay, right? It'll take some paperwork. And I love Bolivia. It was fantastic, especially Cochabamba. Like if I went to Cochabamba, I could easily call up. I've got an employee who owns an apartment building. I can be like, dude, I need an apartment. He also has a house. I can be like, you got a spare room? He's like, I have 8, right? He has a mansion with empty rooms. I'd be like, I'm coming, I'm crashing. I don't even have to get an apartment. I could just go stay with him. I could do it just like that. And I could stay in Bolivia indefinitely. And that sounds fun because Bolivia is great. Cochabamba is great. But I come back to Nicaragua by choice every time I travel because I choose it, because I love it here. And that's importantly a decision I make again every day. It's when the world is so easy to move to. And for some people it's not, but I've lived in 8 countries. I've done the homework. And Nicaragua just keeps coming up with, yeah, it's warm, Sometimes, some days, I'm seriously like, I could take a day off and go somewhere cool. Like, don't get me wrong, I like my vacations too. But, I want Nicaragua to be the place I wake up every day. And it may not be the place that you want to wake up every day. You want to find that place, which is what we were talking about earlier. Find the place that sucks you in, not the place that pushes you out. But for me, that's Nicaragua. And so when you're watching this channel, especially this one, but with any, kind of look for that, right? Is this someone who is pitching something because they have to sell you something, right? Get out there and buy a house from me because I'm trapped in this country, and if I don't sell a house, I have no income and I can't work online because I have no skills, or I'm unemployable, or I've committed a crime and I can't go back to my home country, or whatever it is, right? Because all these things, like, we know people who are hiding down here from that. We've been told, like, I've been threatened by people who are like, I can't go back to the US, but I'm hiding here, and they're terrified of deportation because for them, deportation means being sent back to police waiting for them, right? So that understandably could be really scary. But if you're not a criminal, like, okay, so what if I was to get deported to the US? And actually, this is a really great point about expatting. We just had that video about the global context. So to Mega Chopper's point, right? Let's imagine actually a worst case scenario. So this is one of the great things about being an expat. Imagine a worst case scenario where you did something wrong, you got in serious trouble, and you had your residency revoked, and you were denied border runs at the border. You come back to the border and they're like, nope, not happening, right? And I took my chances when I started a YouTube channel and went crazy and started making tons of stuff. The stories we heard from the US, we had every reason to believe, if those things were true, that I would not be able to come back to Nicaragua as a YouTuber. Like, that was a fear, not a very big fear, right? Because we knew that those things are generally made up, right? But it was an actual fear. And I once crossed the border and had to have a very long conversation about it. But there wasn't any, you can't do that. There wasn't any, don't do that. There wasn't any, you can't come in. Nothing of the sort. There was a long conversation. We had to sit down and talk about the situation and be like, okay, you understand, like, what you're allowed to do, what you're not. Like, we have laws, right? Right? Are you aware of these? Yes. And you're aware that we know you have a channel? Yes. Are you aware that I know you have? Okay, now we are, right? Like, and at some point we're laughing together, but they wanted to have a talk with that, and that's fine, right? I know tons of people have had the same thing happen in the US. I've not, right? I've gotten pretty lucky, but that kind of stuff happens. But we knew we were taking those chances. So when you're an a normal expat, and I realize some people really lose flexibility and have very, very few options. But for most people, let's go through this worst case scenario. You come to Nicaragua, and a bunch of things end up going wrong. This has become your home. You're based here, and things go wrong, and you end up becoming persona non grata, and you're not permitted to re-enter. So let's imagine you went to Costa Rica, and you can't re-enter from Costa Rica, and that's that. Well, that's unfortunate, but now let's deal with that. You're in Costa Rica. I realize that if you want to be in Nicaragua, Costa Rica is not ideal, but you already didn't want to be in the place you were coming from. Right, so we're already established that you don't want to go back to your home country. Now we have to find your second choice country. So for me, this is picked out. We know that if anything was to happen, I don't know why we know this. We don't need to know this, but I know. And Yvonne, who traveled with me, she's like, now that you've been here, you're going to leave Nicaragua. And I'm like, I don't think so, but this would be my second choice, right? So if I got stuck in Costa Rica and was told, nope, you can't go back to Nicaragua, I'd be like, well, okay, it's super unfortunate, but I'm just going to drive to San Jose, which there's a bus right there that will take me there. You can go to San Jose. I'm going to get on the next flight I can get a cheap flight on, and I'm going to fly to Guatemala City. And then I'm going to set up my life in Guatemala. And that's, ta-da, is that a horrible thing? Yeah, now I'm away from my friends. I'm away from the life that I set up, but I'm already an expat. I've already moved places. Now I'm in Guatemala. I'm already in a nice, safe country, nice weather. I love Guatemala. I like Nicaragua more, but I like Guatemala a lot. This wouldn't be the end of the world. This would just be, I had to move to Guatemala. People have to move to new places every day. Like, this is, as an expat, you generally have So many options, so much comfort. This is really not that bad of a thing. It sounds awful, especially to North Americans who are so averse to travel and exploring new countries. And the idea of going to a new country is so often, um, um, it's big, right? Like we don't feel like as Americans, we can go to Canada. It's nothing. Canadians can come to America. It's nothing. But both of us are like, Mexico. Like, sure, we can go to Cabo. Of course, we can go to Cancun. But the whole idea of like driving over the Juarez border, that's a scary thing. But why? Like a million people do it a day, right? Like so much traffic. Just drive on, go to the next city, go get some tacos, have a good time, right? Like super modern country, super safe, all kinds of things in most areas. Like obviously there's problems, but they've got tons and tons of safe and really nice cities and you know, drive on to Monterey and might as well be the US. You have everything you could possibly want, right? We feel like it's a big deal and the distances are far, except for the US and Canada. Like I'm from New York, people from Toronto, we're like, hey, we're right there. Boop, 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 boop. Like it's nothing. And when I was a kid, we had no border. Like you just kind of waved as you went across. I once woke up border control just so they would know I went. One time I entered Canada asleep without adult figures. I was an adult, but my girlfriend, so I was an adult, but I was like 19, and my girlfriend told border control, he's with me. And they're like, good enough. And just let me into the country. Like technically I was human trafficked into Canada. Luckily it was into Canada, right? But it really, like seriously, that's what it was like as a kid. So we have this really like, it's just all so easy. But when you look at other countries, we have this feeling like it's really big. But when you're from other countries, typically you're like, what? Going to another country is like a super trivial thing. Just like going to New York, Pennsylvania, Ohio. Like they're kind of like, I don't want to mix them all together, but they're kind of the same. I'm from New York, so I can say that a little bit. But these countries are not that much different either. So if you're in, and just like, I just saw this, right? Patricia said, I've seen some Thailand YouTubers are now in Cambodia and Vietnam because of visa changes in Thailand, right? Because that region used to all be one country. And moving between places isn't that hard. And there's a ton of similarities. And when one place tunes away from what you want, you know, some people are like, I am all in on Thailand. I don't care how hard it is. Great, stay in Thailand. And Thailand's happy to have you because you're passionate about Thailand. But other people who are like, I was only here because it's easy, Thailand's then you may go to Cambodia because they're easy now. And then Cambodia's like, did we really want them? Right, that's kind of... I'm glad someone's still listening to the human traffic to Canada. So is Cambodia like, these aren't the people we really wanted, but we do want expats. It does help. They're like, so they take them for the moment, and then they'll tune something different in the future. And my wife just did Thailand, Cambodia, Laos, and Vietnam recently, so I have some good feedback on that. Janet's back. The student didn't show up. It's because they're busy watching my show. If I had to go to Guatemala, it's not that big of a deal. It really isn't that big of a deal. And then if let's say it's my situation now, let's say I went alone and I was told I was never allowed back in. First of all, I would be allowed back in, right? I call my lawyer, they would call people, everyone would call everyone, and I'd probably have to stay somewhere for a few days while they all ironed it out. Why is he kicked out? What did he do? Okay, how do we fix this? Right? How bad could it be? Have you seen his YouTube? Oh my gosh, he rambles on. Yes, but that's not a crime. I don't know, it should be. Right? Like whatever. So, okay, so we get kicked out. We have all these resources after all these things to try to get me back in. If all those things fail, and it's truly like, sorry, like officially you are never allowed to come back, good riddance to you. Okay, I can't imagine that possibility, but let's just say it happened. And I'm in Guatemala. And I have a family, and I have kids, and I have dogs, and I have stuff. Well, obviously I can call them, and I can WhatsApp them, and my lawyer's going to stop by, and they're just going to come over, and they're going to be like, oh, we got to pack up everything, and we got to go to Guatemala. And that's going to be super inconvenient. And a truck's going to come and load up our stuff and drive it to Guatemala. And now we're living in Guatemala. And that's it, right? You have these fallbacks. Now, these are fallbacks for really, really, really dramatic life events, right? We're not talking about like a thing that could reasonably happen. We're talking about what if something so unreasonable happened. So, like, yeah, I would not be happy. right? I'd be yelling and throwing things and pissed off. I get it, like for sure. But would it destroy my life? It actually wouldn't. And would it, cause any lasting damage? No, it actually wouldn't. It's just welcome to being an expat, right? At some point, we traveled to a whole bunch of countries, many of which we really loved, all of which we actually loved, right? Some of them we just really loved for living, some we just really loved for visiting, but the people were always great there. And if I had to, even Ukraine, even now that it's at war, I could live there. That would not be my first choice with kids, given that it's at war. But the hardest of all the countries to move to would have been Greece. And if you said I had to live in Greece, done. No complaints, right? And that's my last choice of all the countries that I've been to, mostly because of the language, right? People are great, food is great, weather's great. So having that in mind, that power, the expat power, my gosh, I need to make a note. This needs to be like a dedicated video, the power of the expat. I'm going to totally make a note. Power of the expat, look for that video in the future, is such an important thing, that you have this freedom that a single country can't ruin things for you under most circumstances. Now, I understand, like if you're like an immigrant and you're coming to the United States and it's like this huge struggle and you put your entire life savings into getting there, and they say one day, you're gone. You have no resources, nothing. You have a whole bunch of reasons why that's really tough. Well, you probably can't go to Canada either. They probably both kick you out. There's a decent chance that Mexico won't take you. That happens, right? So you could be looking at a continent knocking you out all at once, because there's only 3 countries and they all have a whole bunch of coordination. So that's a much scarier thing. If Nicaragua kicks me out, that doesn't cause problems for anyone in the region. I've got all kinds of power. And that's just the region. Like I can just keep going a little bit farther. Like, they were so angry that they called Guatemala. Oh gosh, okay, I'm out of the CA4. Well, I still have Costa Rica, Panama, Belize, Mexico, right? And some of those places I do work. Like I could be in some of those just like that, no question. I got no paperwork. I guarantee I will have government officials meet me at the border and make sure I'm good, right? So I've put effort into having some protections that not everyone has, but just being an expat gives me so much flexibility. And I have all South America. I have Europe. I have options. And if I'm willing to go farther afield, places in Africa will take me. Places in Asia will take me. Right? You really can. Once you get into that flexible mindset, you don't have to be so concerned about things that would be really scary if you were coming to America and it was about being banned from America and your job went away, like all these things. It's so different. And not because America's mean or anything. It's just because America's big and because it's got these connected things connected to it, right? It makes it feel like a very different thing. It's much more like getting banned from Massachusetts, right? Like, oh no, but I liked Massachusetts. Well, too bad. Now you're in New Hampshire. Okay, right? That's kind of how it is. All right, finally reading some stuff. Federico says, the weird thing in Thailand was that we did not have to go to Cambodia on the visa run. A guy took all our passports, walked them over, and came right back while we waited in the Thailand office. Okay, that is super weird. Super weird. Claudia says, back in Europe, we went grocery shopping to Austria and Germany. Oh, right, because you're in Switzerland. Yeah, exactly. And the part of Switzerland that like my family's from, I did not grow up there in any way. But the area that they're from, I knew people, and they would do the same with France and Germany, right? Because of the Bern-Basel area. Yeah, like crossing borders is like a normal everyday thing. And here, right, we'll do things like I know people who run to Costa Rica to go to Taco Bell. Right. And in the US, we would do that all the time. Like in New York, we would go to Pennsylvania for gas, or we would go to Canada. Right. So when I was a kid, we would go to Canada to go shopping because it was cheaper to do our shopping on that side of the border, including sometimes our groceries. Right. And the distance to Canada was farther, I think, than my distance to Honduras now. So that stuff, yeah, that was very real. Even as an American, that we would just trivially go into Canada. I mean, I remember one of some of my most repeated memories as a kid, probably like, 13, 14. My father coming home from work early on a Friday, right? Like maybe, I don't know, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, like early, but not like crazy. And I was home. I don't know if I had school. I don't know if it was summer. And my father's like, I'm home early. What are we doing? And we're doing something for dinner. Like, let's go out, right? We often went out on Fridays. We were not poor. We could go out on Fridays. Almost always, but We didn't go out to eat every day. It was like twice a week we would go out to eat, at most, probably. And but it was like, yeah, let's like do something special. And he's like, what do you want to do? And I was like, dinner on King Street? He's like, yeah, get in the car. We drove to Toronto, right? I grew up in Rochester, New York. We would drive to Toronto for dinner on special occasions like that. And you didn't have to plan, you didn't have to do anything. Like, we could just go for dinner. So when people tell me things like, but it's so hard to go to Costa Rica, I totally get it. If you're in the farthest points, a 6-hour drive is a 6-hour drive, because Toronto was only a 3-hour drive. But you know, as someone who's been doing border runs for years, from a very far point, one of the farthest points of major population in the country, and definitely the farthest point of a major expat population in the country, it has never occurred to us to think of the border run as a nuisance. At the time that we're doing it, it feels like a nuisance, right? Oh, we're riding in the car all morning? That's annoying. First of all, I'm not the one who drives, so I really don't care. And we stop at Casa del Cafe and get coffee, so I really don't care. But that's what we do, right? We do that, and it's like, that's our morning. And we're back by lunch, right? And like, my kids love the food in Hino Tepe, so we stop and we just make a trip of it, and we grab something in Costa Rica, maybe definitely go to duty free. There's a couple little things, right? And then you end up in Hino Tepe and you eat at the Malaysian restaurant that's so good. It's a fun little road trip for the day. It's kind of like Federico talking about Thailand, right? You got to go to the border, make a fun thing of it, right? That's very much how we feel about the Costa Rica border. Yeah, because we're not taking the bus, it's a little bit annoying, but the power of being an expat is that we have so much flexibility. And I can't believe we still have 31 people on after 5 hours. You guys are the best. The best. This is fantastic. Average view time is really high. We are over 500 views on this. Like, that's nutty. That's our busiest live stream ever at this point is just over 500 views, because the live streams are definitely low key compared to the regular show, right? But Patricia says, there's almost no cheese available in numerous countries in Africa. That would be a deal breaker. You're going to be a little bit disappointed here. The amount of cheese available here, like, there is a lot of cheese, but it's a lot of Nicaraguan cheese. There is not a huge amount of like European cheeses. We can get some, but it's not a ton. And that's really, really sad, because I love cheese. My daughter loves cheese. All of us love cheese. And that is a very hard thing to get. Any real amount. Like, we can get some goat cheese, we can get some brie, we can get some camembert, we can get cheddar and Monterey Jack and a few of those things. But if you're like and we can get the Spanish cheeses. But yeah, I'm definitely lean on cheese, and it makes me sad. It's the only thing keeping my weight down at all, though, is the lack of cheese. I gotta tell you, we just discovered these canned tuna products that are so good. My gosh, it's like tuna with jalapenos. Who thought that would have been good? But it's amazing. Smoked tuna. This is all in cans, like cans of tuna, and then tuna and vegetables. The one with vegetables is just so. Like, certainly it's good, but it's not. You're not like looking forward to it all day. But like, even the jalapeno one, I'm like, just break out some crackers, and it's in so much oil, you have to be like, it's dripping everywhere, and you're like forking it onto a cracker, and it is so good. My wife had to hide them because she was going to give herself mercury poisoning from eating them so often. So, funny story for those we have a lot of people hanging out. I'm going to tell you my funny story. I used to be a consultant for hedge funds on Hedge Fund Row. I was in sovereign trading, which means we represented governments, and so I have experience, like, working with governments and being in that. It's interesting. Working in sovereign trading, they would do anything to keep you from leaving your desk, right? If we can keep you at your desk, and they would be honest about it. This is the best thing, right? So we're going to put in a snack thing right down the hallway, and you can have anything you want. Anything you want. In fact, if you'd like not to leave your desk, we'll deliver it to your desk. Like, anything. They basically put a mini mart with alcohol on our floor, and they'd be like, yeah, please walk down, But if for any reason you can't walk down, send someone and they will bring you stuff. And we had a kitchen downstairs with chefs, and they're like, absolutely, go down, eat. If you eat at the cafeteria, we will pay for it. And in fact, if you're so busy that you can't leave your desk, we will cater it to your desk, right? Only if you're busy, you have to actually work. But as long as you're going to work, we will cater to your desk all day, anything you want, unlimited. If you stay after 6 o'clock when you are officially done for work, automatically we will feed you, but your food won't arrive to 7, so we know you're going to stay at least another hour. But anytime you want to do it, just stay late. You don't have to have approval. You don't have to have approval for the food. You don't have to have approval to stay late. Just stay. We feed you. And it's not from the restaurant downstairs because they closed that. It is a list of like 30 restaurants in like really nice Connecticut. They're like anything you want. Sushi, steaks, you name it, we bring it. And you're like, okay. Then if you stayed past, I think 9 o'clock, no questions asked, no approval needed, you would automatically get a luxury hotel room with dinner and drinks. And if you were in like, there's like a lotto or something, you could end up staying in the owner's mansion with his personal bartender and waiters and everything, cooks. So it's completely custom. You didn't have to worry about what restaurants would deliver. All of this was totally included. So it was the most ridiculous job situation you could possibly imagine. And then, so I would go down, but I was a ovo-lacto-pescatarian like I am now. So I don't eat all the meats. I don't eat the chickens and the steaks and all that stuff. So I would go down and I would have this in my mind. Well, if I don't take advantage of this, I'm like giving up part of my salary, because my salary was definitely lower than it should have been because I was getting these benefits, right? It was still a good salary, but it was way lower because so I had to take advantage of this. And so the only thing that really justified me going there was salmon. So I would go down and I would order every day a different salmon. I'd be like, I want a salmon quesadilla. They'd be like, we're on it. I'd be like, I want this kind of salmon sandwich off the grill. They're like, on it. I just want grilled salmon. On it. Anything I wanted. Salmon every day. They knew I was showing up, I was getting salmon. That's how I got my value, because I couldn't get a steak or whatever. Yeah, so I gave myself mercury poisoning. My hair started falling out, all kinds of problems. You can't eat salmon every day, it turns out. That's a problem. It was not farm raised. They were getting really wild salmon. It was full of mercury. I had patches of hair falling out. It caused some mental problems. And it was a little while. I'm like, it probably went on for 6 months. And I'm like, why? Why am I having these problems? Like, obviously, I had a full head of hair before that, but like even my beard was falling out. Like, it was terrible. And then one day I'm like reading and I'm like, oh my gosh, I have all the symptoms of mercury poisoning. I'm in big trouble. I gotta flush my system, and now. So I had to go like hard off salmon and completely give it up. That was an interesting part of my life when I gave myself mercury poisoning. So we're a little bit attuned to the potential risks that could come up should you just go crazy with the fish. To be aware. But for the occasional snack, the tuna in the can here is absolutely amazing. I wish I had one to show we should have them sponsor the show, right? Eat this tuna, it's so good. I'm gonna try to find a picture of myself prior to that time period. I just found all the pictures of me from when I was in Nicaragua in 2019. Interesting. Oh, here, this is, it's not the best one. Why is everybody so quiet? What has happened? Aha, found it. Give me a quick mo. Let's see, 5 is open. Downloads. Oh, I still gotta edit the video for tomorrow and do my Duolingo. Oh, but this is good. Everybody's on. This is so great. Okay, is everybody ready for this? This is me before I had all the salmon. Look at all that hair. That's absolutely crazy. If you're really wondering, that is the band that I formed when I was 17. I had a professional brass quintet, believe it or not. For several years, we toured all over the place as a professional brass band. Things you didn't know about Scott. That'd be very funny. Janet says, so you sacrificed so your wife wouldn't have problems one day. Nice of you. I sacrificed by working and eating all the salmon. Yes, I did. She hated that job. We all did. It was the most stressful thing, like, ever. Oh, I don't know what I'm clicking on here. I don't have any other good pictures. I'm just bringing the llama back. And I'm listening to you instead of doing my after-class reports. See how it is? We've got to wrap this up. But I've got 28 people on. Like, how? How do we have so many people on? This is so good. Oh my gosh, I just found the worst picture of me ever. I can't believe I'm going to put this onto a live stream, but I feel like I have to do it. This is, it's getting late and I'm getting punchy, and I'm starting to risk putting on the most embarrassing pictures you could possibly imagine, but I stumbled on it, and I mean, you guys deserve a reward for hanging out this long. So I don't know what age this is, but my friend Jorge in the picture, we only met when I was, I want to say, 11 or 12. So this picture's after that. So this is probably me at like 13. So this is going to be the worst thing you've seen in a long time. And that is a picture of me without a beard. There is an age at which I had no beard. Yeah. When I took my girlfriend to Costa Rica, we flew down, went to get coffee at the airport, and looked at Lonely Planet to see where we were going. I love that way of traveling by the force. Nice. We're all friends here, Janet says. We're not going to be after you see my picture. That's some rough stuff. Claudia is saying, I need some sleep. It's getting dark. Janet says, oh, that's cute. Yeah. So that is Tim Kelly on your left, the tall, lanky one. He is a draftsman now, I believe. And Jorge on the right is a nurse. He's the one I've talked to the most recently. It's funny, I have talked to him in the last, I want to say 10 years. And then obviously, stylish guy with the very 80s, because this is the 80s. Is that right? Yeah. Had to be the 80s. Absolutely had to be the 80s. This is probably somewhere between 87 and 88 is my guess. With the stylish blue shirt and that amazing pink tie. And, you know, looking at this picture of, oh my gosh, Ramon when he was Flacco. I bet. Looking at this picture of myself, first of all, I'm appalled and I want it to go away. But one, I was skinny. I really was skinny then. And this is after I'd had my broken leg and ribs and everything. I'd put on a bit of weight. I was skinnier before I had all the breaks. But I can still, as clear as day, remember tying that tie. That tie is so just etched in my memory from 1987 that I don't. That's crazy. I don't even know. And I even have I have the notes. That picture was taken in Binghamton, New York, at the Language Arts Festival in 1989. My notes say I'm aware I had bad hair, and yes, that's a pink tie with a blue shirt. I know. I uploaded that picture in 2007. Wow, that is something. But 1989, so just a year later than I was thinking. That is some dramatic stuff. Oh, what year is this? What year is this? Oh my gosh, this is, I think, a year later. So I bet 1990. Same friend on the way to the same festival. This was taken in the morning before we got in the car to go. This is such a bad idea showing these on the show. But there has to be some reward, right, for staying on late. Like that's a thing. Here we go. Look at that. George Maldonado again. This one is taken in my father's living room. This is the house, well, my mom's too. The house that we built when I was 8 on the farm. That was the quote-unquote modern 80s house that we had. You can only see the corner of the fireplace there. This is a good fashion picture from the time. You have attitude. Yeah, I got something. So this one I think is 1990. We would have been 14. It had to be late in the year because I only attended that school to 14. Right? Yeah, we really did get bigger that year. I remember, so George Maldonado, he was a year older. So I'm probably 14 here. He's probably 15. We were probably 13. Yeah, I had to be 13 and 14 in the one before. I remember this very vividly. I had a bully attack me when I was like 13 years old, and this bully like grabbed me in the gym because I went to this private Christian school, so people were really violent. Like it was quite dangerous being there. And this bully grabbed me, and George Maldonado grabbed him and held him against a wall by his throat with his feet dangling, and just held him there and was like, I want you to really think about what you're doing here. And this kid was so much older than us, and well, he went by George back then, but his name's Jorge Maldonado, and he just held him up on the wall. It was such a dramatic moment, and that kid never messed with me again, or anyone else, I imagine. Like, it was so embarrassing that an underclassman, like 2 years younger than him, held him like a rag doll up against the wall, and all because he was being a jerk. So yeah, my memories of school were, though, rather unnecessarily violent. I really hated my private school time. It was terrible. Mostly it was being heavily abused by teachers. That was unfortunately the name of the game back then. It was a terrible, terrible place. But check this one out. This one I like a lot. This is a self-portrait I took as a high schooler. I was probably 17 here. This is around the time that I was a professional photographer working for the newspapers. Nikon 5005, shot on Kodak T-Max film. Developed it myself at the Kodak Camera Club, Rochester, New York. Once upon a time, that was me. All right, on that note, everybody, it is late. I do have to do Duolingo. We have been on for 5.25 hours. We have 509 views. We currently have 27 people still on. Our average view duration is 27 minutes, which is incredibly long and amazing. Thank you, everyone, for coming on. Thank you, everyone, for all the support this week. It has been such an amazing journey. Thank you, Janet. Yeah, I do really like that one. That is one of my favorite photos I ever took back then. I wish I could find. I've got one. I'm going to look real quickly, but I have very little hope for it. I did a couple self-portraits at different times. I'll show some different ones over the years. I have like 50,000 pictures in my Flickr feed. All eras, all kinds of things. Like, it gets pretty wild because I've been a photographer since I was 8. I got my first camera at 8. I worked as a professional photographer, and now do photography as well. Just always have loved it. So I have rather a significant collection of a bunch of things. All right, this one's fantastic, and I'm just going to show it. This is the wildest one of all, and you all have to stay on. And there has to be a thumbs up from everyone if I show this, because this is so ridiculous. This is the camp where my leg and ribs were broken, where I almost died. I'll tell that story sometime. So I only went there at ages 9 through 12. I believe this is, let me see if the notes say what year it is. No, but it had to be 1985 or 1986. Brace yourselves. Here we are. Notice the redhead in the back. That is Tim Kelly, same one that was in the picture with Jorge Maldonado, the first one. That is me petting a goat, to the best of my knowledge, the first goat I ever pet. That may or may not be true. And the kid in the red, believe it or not, so first of all, his name is Jonathan Stagno. I don't think he's watching right now, but I did talk to him this week. I haven't actually seen him in person in over 30 years, but he was my best friend in kindergarten and through elementary school. He moved away when we were in like 3rd or 4th grade to Maryland, and we were such good friends that he spent every summer living with me in New York after that. So we got tons of time together for a number of years, and during that time when he was living with us in New York during the summers, we would go to this camp every year, except for the year that I almost died. That we'll tell that story in the future. But he and I, at one point around 86, 87, got access to an old camcorder, and we started our first show, which of course has disappeared and no one has any record of, which I'm honestly sad about. They don't make acid like cheese like that anymore. It's so true. The beginning of my vlogging career was with him. He was my cameraman, and we would film each other, and we made terrible, terrible edited show called A Weird World. And that is a little bit of my history. I need to send this to him and say, Jonathan, I put you on with 510 views on a live stream this week. And he's going to be like, oh my gosh, why? But yeah, a little bit of my history, a little bit of that Scott from long ago. Thanks for joining me, everybody. Like and subscribe, do all those things. Thank you so much. It's been an amazing week. I'm so happy with how the show is going. Go do some Duolingo. Go kiss your loved ones. Tell your kids you love them. Tell your parents that you appreciate all that they do. And this is Scott signing off from absolutely beautiful, sweet, amazing Nicaragua, where we're happy every day. And it's way too warm, but we put